Harry Potter went home with Tony Stark. No prophecy fulfillment. No sacrificial lamb. Tony had one rule. The goal is never to win. The goal is to make losing structurally impossible. So when Voldemort finally came for Hogwarts, he found 60% of his army frozen in 4 seconds, his Horcruxes already destroyed, and a 17-year-old who had known he was coming for 3 years. This is what if Harry and Hermione were raised by Iron Man.
The night Voldemort died, the first time, the sky above Godric's Hollow did something that no Muggle weather system could explain, and no Ministry of Magic would ever bother to document. The stars, all of them, seemed to brighten by a fraction of a degree. Not enough to wake anyone. Not enough to be called miraculous. Just enough that 3 astronomers across England noted the anomaly in their journals the following morning and then forgot about it entirely by lunch. Magic leaving a wound in the air. The universe exhaling. The house at Godric's Hollow was rubble. The upstairs nursery, what remained of it, was open to the cold October sky. And in the wreckage, sitting in the ruins of a cot that had somehow stayed mostly intact amid the collapsed walls and scorched timber, was a baby boy with a lightning bolt cut into his forehead, and absolutely no understanding of what had just happened to him or his world. He was not crying. This would be noted later by the 2 people who found him within the hour as either deeply concerning or deeply significant. Neither of them could agree on which. Albus Dumbledore arrived first, as he usually did in situations that required someone who knew what they were looking at. He stood in the wreckage for a long time, his half-moon spectacles catching the moonlight, reading the magical residue the way a physician reads a chart, the burn patterns, the structural failure points, the particular quality of the silence that lingers after an unforgivable curse rebounds on the person who cast it. He read it all and understood what it meant, and his face did a complicated thing that very few people ever got to see Albus Dumbledore's face do. He was relieved. And he was also in the private chamber of himself that he rarely opened, devastated. Because he had known this was coming. He had known and he had planned for it, had maneuvered people into position like pieces on a board, had made calculations that involved the lives of people he genuinely cared for, had told himself repeatedly that the math was correct, that the sacrifice was necessary, that Lily and James Potter had understood the risk. He had told himself all of this and believed it. And now, standing in the proof that he had been right, he found that being right felt substantially worse than he had anticipated. He left Harry there. Temporarily, just long enough to check the perimeter, confirm Voldemort's dispersal, and send his Patronus to McGonagall. He left the boy in the rubble for 11 minutes, and those 11 minutes would matter later in ways he did not foresee. Because Tony Stark arrived in minute 7. It was, from Tony's perspective, an entirely logical sequence of events that had brought him to a destroyed house in a village he'd never heard of in Godric's Hollow at 11:30 on a Halloween night. It just required knowing the sequence to see the logic. 6 weeks prior, Jarvis had flagged an anomalous energy reading from a cluster of locations across the British Isles. Not one location, a cluster, which was more interesting. The readings were consistent with what Tony had been privately categorizing as structured zero-point field emissions, a term he'd invented himself because no existing physics literature had a better one. He had been quietly tracking these readings for 2 years, since a night in a cave in Afghanistan when he had reached into a pile of Stark Industries ordnance and felt something reach back. Not physically. In the space behind his eyes. Something that recognized the arc reactor he'd built in his chest and found it familiar. He had not told anyone about that night. Not Pepper. Not Rhodey. Not SHIELD. Who would have filed it under a classification level he didn't have clearance for, and then asked him uncomfortable questions. He had come home and started a new project file instead, labeled it Project Archon, and begun the slow, methodical work of trying to understand something that his physics education insisted did not exist. 2 years of data later, Jarvis had a working pattern recognition model for these emissions. And on the night of October 31st, 1981, a location in Godric's Hollow, England, produced a reading that was 3 orders of magnitude above anything the model had previously logged. Not gradually. All at once, and then tapering like a shockwave from an explosion. Tony had been in a Stark Industries facility in London for a board meeting. He'd spent most of mentally redesigning the arc reactor's field geometry. Jarvis had the alert to him in 40 seconds. He'd been in a car 11 seconds after that, and en route to the village while his driver was still asking where they were going. He told himself it was scientific curiosity. It was mostly scientific curiosity. It was also, in a way he wouldn't examine until much later, the particular restlessness of a man who had recently survived something that should have killed him and was still waiting to understand why that mattered. He found the house, found it by following his modified EM scanner, which was leading him toward a residual field signature that Jarvis described as a decaying standing wave consistent with the cessation of a very large structured energy event. He found the house in rubble. He found the rubble recently destroyed, structurally interesting in its failure patterns, and apparently the site of something enormous. He pulled out a handheld sensor the size of a thick pen and started recording, already composing theoretical frameworks in the back of his mind. Then he heard the sound. It was small. Barely a sound at all, a soft, attentive noise, the sound a person makes when they are watching something and finding it interesting. Tony turned toward it, sensor still running, and found the baby in the rubble of the cot. The baby was looking at the sensor. Specifically, he was looking at the blue light the sensor emitted when it was in active scan mode. And his expression, insofar as a 15-month-old has expressions that can be read, was one of focused, absorbed attention. Tony Stark stared at the baby for approximately 4 seconds. Then he said to the empty ruined house, "Jarvis?" "Yes, Mr. Stark. There's a baby." "I can see it on the visual feed, sir. In the rubble." "Yes." He leaned in closer, squinting. The cut on the boy's forehead had mostly stopped bleeding, crusted over with the particular efficiency of very young children. "With a scar, fresh. That's a recent wound." "It appears so." "And the field readings in this immediate area are coming from him?" "Jarvis, the readings are coming from the baby." A brief pause. "That does appear to be consistent with the sensor data, sir." Tony straightened up. He looked at the boy. The boy looked at the sensor. Tony moved the sensor slightly to the left, and the boy's gaze tracked it with an attention that was, frankly, unusual for a 15-month-old. Then the boy reached out one small hand toward the blue light, and Tony, acting on an instinct he couldn't have articulated, lowered the sensor to within the boy's reach. The boy grabbed it. And for 3 seconds, while the boy held it, every reading on the sensor spiked simultaneously. Temperature, EM field, 0-point emission, 3 metrics Tony hadn't named yet, before stabilizing at exactly double their previous baseline. Tony took the sensor back gently, noted the readings, stood up, looked around at the destroyed house, at the October sky, at the dead leaves moving in the cold wind through what had been someone's living room wall. "Jarvis," he said, "pull everything available on this location. Property records, local news, anything anomalous in the regional police database for tonight." "Already running, sir. I'm finding a report of an explosion, unconfirmed structural collapse, and a name, James and Lily Potter. Residents?" Tony looked at the boy. "His parents, it would appear so." He crouched down in front of the rubble and looked at the baby at eye level for a long moment. The boy looked back. Green eyes, Tony noted, very green, with the particular steady quality of someone paying close and genuine attention. "You're having a really bad night," Tony said. "For what it's worth." The boy said something that was not quite a word but had the intention of one. "Yeah," said Tony. "Me too, usually." It was at this point that Dumbledore returned from his perimeter check and found Tony Stark crouching in the rubble of Godric's Hollow, talking to Harry Potter. The conversation between Albus Dumbledore and Tony Stark lasted 45 minutes. It took place in the partially intact kitchen of the ruined house, by the light of Dumbledore's wand and Tony's sensor pen, with Harry between them in a salvaged blanket, still watching the blue light whenever Tony turned it on. Tony was not magical. This was obvious within 30 seconds of the conversation. From Dumbledore's perspective, a wizard of his experience could feel the presence or absence of ambient magic in a person the way a musician can feel whether a note is in tune. Tony Stark was not in tune in that sense. He was entirely, comprehensively Muggle. But the equipment he had pulled from his jacket while Dumbledore was explaining the concept of a protective charm, the handheld sensor, the secondary device with a small screen. A third instrument Dumbledore couldn't identify that emitted a soft, modulated hum, was producing readings that no Muggle device should have been able to produce. The data on that small screen was describing the magical residue in this room in terms that were wrong in their vocabulary and entirely correct in their substance. Dumbledore had stared at that screen for a long time. "You built this," he said. "It was not a question." "Yes." Tony glanced up from where he was running the primary sensor along the blast wall. "You can touch it if you want. I'm more interested in where your measurements come from. These readings, what are you calling this field?" "I'm calling it a structured zero-point emission because I haven't found a better name yet. What are you calling it?" "A beat." "Magic. That's a less specific term than I'd prefer." "It is not," Dumbledore said, with the gentle precision of a man who has been using the word for 80 years. "Meant to be a technical specification. It is meant to describe something that resists easy specification. Everything resists easy specification until you measure it correctly." Dumbledore considered him for a long moment. Tony Stark was younger than he'd expected from the name. He'd been peripherally aware of Stark Industries, of the family legacy, of the arc reactor work that had made this particular Stark famous, even in circles that didn't follow Muggle technology. He was younger and more direct and significantly more alive in his attention than Dumbledore was accustomed to in men who had never encountered magic. "The boy's name is Harry Potter," Dumbledore said. "His parents were killed tonight by a dark wizard. He survived, as you can see. He has family, his mother's sister, in Surrey. I intend to place him there." "Why?" Dumbledore blinked. People did not usually ask him why at this stage of the explanation. "Protective reasons. The blood connection to his aunt will extend his mother's sacrifice, the charm that protected him tonight. It will keep him safe until he is old enough to." "What's the failure mode, I beg your pardon, of the protective charm? What happens if something goes wrong? What's the backup plan?" Tony had moved back to crouch near Harry, his sensor sweeping the boy's immediate vicinity in regular passes. "I'm not challenging the theory. I'm asking about the engineering." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. It was a specific kind of quiet, the quiet of a man who had not, in fact, fully modeled the failure modes, who had trusted the elegance of the solution and not asked what happened if the elegance degraded. "The charm requires the aunt to take him in willingly," he said, eventually, "and to call it home. And if she won't, she will. You've spoken to her." "Not yet." Tony said nothing. He kept sweeping the sensor. Dumbledore watched him work and felt something he hadn't felt in quite this specific configuration in a very long time, the minor, clarifying discomfort of being in the presence of someone who thought differently enough to be genuinely useful. "There's another child," Tony said, abruptly. "Jarvis found a second anomalous field signature 3 miles from here. Smaller, but consistent with the same emission type. Address comes back to a Jean and Robert Granger. Muggle names, I'm guessing, but the readings on their daughter." He turned the screen toward Dumbledore. "She's been generating readings like this for 8 months." Dumbledore leaned forward and went very still. "The Grangers are dead," he said quietly. "I received word 20 minutes ago. Death Eaters, Voldemort's followers, who went to ground tonight when their master fell. They were eliminating witnesses to the Muggle connection. The child, 18 months old," Tony said, "being held by a neighbor. Social services has been called." He was already on his phone, which was doing things phones in 1981 should not have been able to do. "Jarvis, pull everything on the Granger girl. Medical, local records, the works." "Running, sir. Mr. Stark." Dumbledore's voice was careful. "I understand what you may be considering, but these children belong to the wizarding world. Their futures are, their parents are dead," Tony said, not looking up from the phone. "Their futures are currently a social services holding facility in Hampshire, unless someone does something about it in the next few hours." He looked up then. His eyes were very direct. "You're going to put one of them in Surrey with an aunt who may or may not willingly take him in, banking on a charm that requires a specific emotional condition from a woman you haven't spoken to. What's your plan for the second one?" Dumbledore had, in truth, no immediate plan for Hermione Granger. She was not part of the prophecy. She was not yet a piece on his board. She was a baby with dead parents and considerable latent magical ability, and in the morning the wizarding world would know she existed, and someone from the ministry would arrange something appropriate. That was the plan. "The wizarding world will care for her," he said. The way it cared for Harry's parents tonight, it was not a cruel thing to say. It was said without particular edge, as a factual observation about a failure in the system. That somehow made it worse. Dumbledore looked at this young Muggle man crouching in the debris of a house his world had destroyed, holding a sensor that read magic as physics, asking the engineering questions that no one in Dumbledore's 70 years of strategic planning had thought to ask. And he understood something clearly. He could not stop this, and he was not entirely certain he should try. It took Tony Stark 6 weeks, 4 lawyers, 2 phone calls to Nick Fury that he would never fully explain, and one extremely tense meeting with a woman named Petunia Dursley, who, when presented with a documented alternative guardianship arrangement underwritten by Stark Industries, and accompanied by a legal brief the size of a small novel, turned pale and then red and then said, very quietly, "Fine," to become the legal guardian of 2 children he had met at a crime scene on Halloween. Hermione Jean Granger came home to Malibu first because the Hampshire social services process was faster. She was 19 months old, and she had, Tony discovered immediately, a relationship with books that was already anomalous. She would pull them off the shelf, open them to random pages, and stare at them with an intensity that suggested she understood more than she should have. When she didn't understand something, she made a small sound of dissatisfied concentration and turned the page, as if filing it away for later. Harry James Potter arrived 3 days after her, transported via a private arrangement with Dumbledore that involved more paperwork than Tony had expected, and a very long conversation about the nature of the protective charm, which Tony insisted on treating as an engineering problem until Dumbledore agreed to explain it in terms that allowed Tony to model it. He eventually did. The model was not complete. Tony suspected it never would be, but it was good enough to work with. On the first night both children were in the Malibu house, Tony sat in his workshop at 2 in the morning while Jarvis monitored the baby monitor feed, and he looked at the new project file he'd opened on his workbench screen. Project Archon, currently containing 47 months of field emission data, 2 sets of infant biometric readings, the partial framework of a theory that was going to require him to restructure his understanding of physics from the ground up, and 2 names. He stared at the screen for a long time. Then he opened a secondary file and typed, with the particular efficiency of a man who processes uncertainty by creating lists, what they need. Immediate, long-term, what I can provide, what I can't, what I need to learn. Though what I can't provide column was longer than he liked, he left it there. He didn't delete things because they were uncomfortable. Pepper Potts arrived at the Malibu house for what was meant to be a Tuesday morning briefing on the Stark Industries quarterly returns, and found Tony in the kitchen, wearing a shirt with a circuit burn on the left shoulder, attempting to make breakfast for 2 children who were watching him from their high chairs with expressions of polite, scientific skepticism. Hermione had Tony's spatula. She was examining it with the close attention of someone who found it structurally interesting. Harry was watching the scrambled eggs with the focused patience of someone waiting to understand the process before committing to the result. Pepper stood in the doorway for a moment, "Tony," she said, "good morning. The quarterly returns can wait. Tony! I know how it looks. You have children. I have wards. Legally, the paperwork is Tony." Pepper set down her briefcase. She crossed the kitchen, took the spatula from Hermione, who relinquished it with clear reluctance, and moved Tony gently to the side. "Sit down, I'll do the eggs. The eggs are. Sit down." He sat. Hermione immediately transferred her scientific attention to him, reaching out to touch the arc reactor housing visible through his shirt with one exploratory finger. Tony, who usually flinched at this, found he didn't. He looked down at her small hand on his chest and then up at her wide brown eyes and said, "That's my reactor. It keeps me alive. Please don't pull it." Hermione made a sound that was not quite a word but had the intention of careful noted. Harry had been watching this interaction. Now he looked at Pepper, then at Tony, then at the eggs, and said with great effort and improbable clarity for a child who had turned one barely 2 months ago, "Hot." "Yes," said Tony, startled. "The eggs are hot. Don't touch them yet." Harry nodded with an air of someone confirming a hypothesis. Pepper made the eggs. She made enough for all of them, though she'd already had breakfast, because the situation seemed to require the kind of normalcy that involves everyone eating together. She sat at the kitchen table with a plate in front of her and 2 babies, and Tony Stark, and the Malibu morning coming through the big windows, and she said, carefully, "Tell me how this happened." Tony told her. He left out some of the more inexplicable elements. The magic, the sensor readings, the part where the babies could generate measurable field emissions when interested in something, because he was still processing those himself. He told her the factual frame. 2 orphan children one night, a legal arrangement, and a problem he intended to solve. Pepper listened. She had many years of practice at listening to Tony explain problems he intended to solve, and she had developed a very precise sense for the difference between problems he was approaching analytically and problems he was approaching personally. This, she recognized, was the second kind. Probably the most personal problem she had ever heard him describe in the years of knowing him. When he finished, she said, "What do you need from me?" He looked briefly, nakedly relieved. "Help," he said. I'm not going to pretend I know what I'm doing here." "That," said Pepper, "is the most honest thing you have said to me in 3 years." She looked at the children. Hermione was now trying to feed her eggs to Harry with an air of benevolent scientific authority. Harry was accepting them solemnly. "Their names, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger." "Hello, Harry," Pepper said. "Hello, Hermione." Harry looked at her with those very green, very attentive eyes. Hermione waved the spoon, generously including Pepper in her eggs distribution project. "Okay," Pepper said. "I'll rearrange the week. We'll figure out the rest." The years that followed were not simple. But they were, in the ways that counted, good. Tony built a lab in the east wing of the Malibu house and let the children into it from the time they could walk steadily, which was earlier than average for both of them. He set rules, 3 of them, clear and consistent from the beginning. You don't touch anything that's live without telling me first. You ask questions when you don't understand something, and you don't pretend to understand things you don't. And if something you're working on hurts you or someone else, we stop and figure out why before we continue. Everything else was open territory. Hermione took to the lab with the intensity of someone who had been waiting for it. She read faster than any child her age had a right to, progressed through Tony's technical library with the patient aggression of a long-distance runner, and had the particular quality of a mind that does not let a thing go until it has been understood from all angles. She was meticulous, careful, and absolutely relentless. Tony, who had spent his professional life being the smartest person in every room, found himself having conversations with a 6-year-old that required him to think carefully before answering. He found this, to his surprise, entirely enjoyable. Harry was different, not less intelligent, but intelligence expressed differently. Where Hermione built understanding from the ground up, cataloging and cross-referencing until the whole structure was sound, Harry moved laterally. He saw connections between things that were not obviously connected, made intuitive leaps that were more often correct than the math behind them suggested they should be, and had an engineer's relationship with physical objects. He understood them by taking them apart. This cost Tony several moderately expensive pieces of equipment before he learned to provide Harry with designated disassembly subjects. After that, the workshop table that was Harry's had a permanent layer of small components in various states of organized deconstruction. At age 5, Harry levitated a circuit board. He had been trying to hand it to Tony, reaching up from where he was sitting on the floor, the board in his hand, and Tony was just a few feet too far away. And Harry had reached with both the intention and the object, and then the board had simply risen from his palm and floated, steadily, toward Tony's hand. Harry had watched it go with an expression of mild, analytical interest, as if noting that this was a new capability worth cataloging. Tony had stood completely still for 4 seconds. Then he had taken the board from the air as if this were ordinary and set it on his workbench and said quietly, "Jarvis, new camera angle on workbench 7. Start a new recording under Project Archon. Subsection, active field manifestation. Recording, sir. Harry." Tony crouched to the boy's level. "How did you do that?" Harry considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. "I wanted it to go," he said, "and it went. Did it feel like anything?" Another pause. "Warm," Harry said finally. "In here." He put his hand on his sternum, approximately where the arc reactor lived in Tony's chest. Tony noted this without expression. "Like when the light's on," Harry added, looking at the arc reactor housing. "But mine." Tony held very still. Then he stood up and said in his most ordinary voice, "Interesting. Do you think you could do it again?" Harry looked at the circuit board on the workbench. It rose 3 inches, hovered, and settled. He looked back at Tony. "Yes," he said. "Great," said Tony. "Don't do it at school yet. We need to understand it better first." "Okay," said Harry, and went back to the component he'd been disassembling. Tony waited until the boy's attention was fully elsewhere before he opened the Project Archon file and stared at the new camera feed for a long time. Then he typed, in the notes field, "Intentional, directional, child-generated. Source is internal biophotonic. Check against known zero-point models. This changes the hypothesis significantly. This changes everything significantly." 3 months later, Hermione turned 6 and accidentally transfigured her birthday copy of A Brief History of Time into a better organized version of the same book. Same content, improved index, color-coded chapter tabs. She stared at it for a long moment. Then she opened it to the new index, ran her finger down the entries, and made a small sound of satisfied approval. Tony, from across the room, watched this happen and laughed, genuinely, from somewhere unguarded, for the first time in longer than he could accurately remember. James Rhodes, Colonel, United States Air Force, currently assigned to a very long list of things he was not supposed to discuss, came to Malibu that summer for what Tony had described in the invitation as dinner and some things I need to show you, and what Rhodey had mentally classified as whatever Tony's gotten himself into now. He had not expected children. He had not expected, specifically, a small dark-haired boy who shook his hand with 4-year-old gravity and immediately asked him 3 precise questions about the aerodynamic tolerances of the F-22, all of which were technically correct and one of which was classified. Or a small brown-haired girl who brought him a drawing she had made of the arc reactor's magnetic field geometry and pointed out, with polite relentlessness, that the secondary field coil placement in Tony's current design was 17 degrees off optimal, and would he please explain why that decision had been made? He had sat in Tony's kitchen for 2 hours, and then he had followed Tony into the workshop after the children were in bed, and he had said, "Start talking." Tony talked. The full version, this time, the Godric's hollow anomaly, the field readings, the Grangers, the legal process. Dumbledore introduced as a very old man in England who knows significantly more than he tells people, and who I am choosing to monitor from a distance. And the accumulated 2 years of data in Project Archon that had moved from theoretical framework into something that looked increasingly like a unified field theory that would destroy approximately 60% of conventional physics. Rhodey listened to all of it. Then he said, "The kids, they do magic." "Yes, and you're what, raising them? You, specifically, with Pepper. Yes, you, Tony Stark, are raising two magical children. I find the repetition unnecessary. I find the entire situation unnecessary." Rhodey ran a hand over his face. What's the plan, Tony? What happens when they're older? What happens when whatever world they apparently belong to comes looking for them? Then we'll be ready for it. Tony's voice was quiet and entirely certain. They will be ready for it. That's the plan. Rhodey looked at him for a long moment. He knew Tony Stark, knew the brilliant, the reckless, the infuriating, the occasionally catastrophic. He knew the Tony who built things, because building was how he processed the world. He knew the Tony who had never, in all the years Rhodey had known him, been responsible for anything that wasn't a machine. And he knew, looking at him now, that something had shifted. That the weight Tony was carrying was not the kind a machine could distribute. "You can't protect them from everything," Rhodey said. "No," Tony agreed, "but I can make sure they can protect themselves." He paused. "And I can be there for the rest." Rhodey nodded slowly. He thought about the small boy who had asked him about the F-22 with such serious attention. He thought about the girl who had found an optimization error in Tony's arc reactor design at age 6. "I want to know what happens," he said finally. "Whatever this is, whenever it matters, I want to be in the loop. You'll be in the loop. And I want them to know me, properly. Not just as your friend, as someone they can come to if done." Tony's voice was simpler than Rhodey expected. That was, yeah, done. Tony's rules for raising them were not published. They were not formalized into a document. They emerged, gradually, from practice, from the 1,000 small decisions that accumulate into the structure of a childhood. And by the time Harry and Hermione were 7, they existed as bedrock, as the axioms of the world they'd grown up in. The first rule was one Tony had stated explicitly, early: emotion is information, not weakness. What it meant in practice was that feelings were not dismissed in the Malibu house. When Hermione was frustrated, Tony asked her what specifically was frustrating, and they worked backward from the feeling to the source problem. When Harry was frightened by something, a news report, a nightmare, the occasional instinctive flinch he had when someone raised their voice unexpectedly, Tony didn't tell him it was fine. He asked what the body was responding to and whether the response was calibrated to the actual threat level. This was, as Pepper pointed out more than once, an unusual way to help a child process fear. Tony acknowledged this. He also acknowledged that it worked, that Harry, after these conversations, was calmer and more functional than he'd been before them, and that the calm came from a genuine place rather than a suppressed one. The second rule: every system has a physics. Magic is a system, find its physics. This was the engine of Project Archon as an ongoing household project. Every manifestation, the levitation, the transfiguration, the increasingly frequent instances where something unexpected happened in the vicinity of either child, was logged, analyzed, discussed at dinner. The children did not think of their abilities as mysterious. They thought of them as incompletely understood, which was different. The third rule Tony never stated explicitly, but it was the one that would shape Harry most completely, and Pepper recognized it before Tony did. The goal is never to win. The goal is to make losing structurally impossible. Tony didn't frame problems as contests. He framed them as design challenges with failure modes. You didn't beat a problem, you built something the problem couldn't break. Harry absorbed this so completely that by age 7, he had stopped keeping score in any context where keeping score was optional. Hermione kept score. She had a competitive instinct she wore openly, but Harry's relationship with success was architectural. He wanted to build the version of a thing that worked. Winning, in the conventional sense, was just what happened when the thing you built was better than the alternative. What Pepper noticed, and what Tony did not, was the cost of this particular lesson. Harry stopped crying at age 7. Not abruptly, gradually, over the course of a few months, the way a habit fades rather than breaks. One day Pepper realized she hadn't seen him cry, and she couldn't remember how long. She thought about it carefully and placed the last instance. 6 months ago, when a dog he'd befriended in a Malibu park had been taken away by its owner, and Harry had cried for 15 minutes afterward, systematically, and then stopped and gone to his room, and she'd assumed he was still sad in there, but when she'd knocked, he had been drawing diagrams of the park's layout, for reasons he couldn't quite explain. He had not cried since. Pepper brought it to Tony one evening, carefully, as an observation rather than an accusation. "I don't think Harry is processing things the way he used to. I think he's filing things instead." Tony was quiet for a long time. "He's functioning better than he was," he said finally. "Functioning better isn't the same as healing better." Tony looked at her. He looked at the workshop around them, at the tools and components, and the arc reactor schematics on the wall, at the life he had built around the process of understanding and building and solving. He understood, in the specific way that brilliant people understand things they don't want to face, exactly what she was telling him. "I'll talk to him," he said. But he didn't know, quite, how to have the conversation he needed to have, because the language he would need for it was not a language he used, and the part of himself that might have taught him, it had been filed away at an age not entirely unlike Harry's. And so the conversation kept being deferred to a later week, a better moment. Hermione noticed. She was 7 years old, and she noticed, with the precision she brought to all things, that Harry was different about certain subjects than he had been the year before. She didn't have the vocabulary for it. She just knew that, when she talked to him about things that should be sad, he listened carefully and responded with accuracy, and she sometimes felt, afterward, as though she had been talking to a very clever summary of Harry rather than Harry himself. She didn't say anything. She was 7. But she filed it, the way she filed everything that mattered, not for later, but somewhere close. 4 years later, on the morning, a letter arrived from a school in Scotland carried by an owl that sat on the Malibu kitchen counter and regarded Tony's laser level with imperial contempt. She would still have it filed. Hermione Granger did not lose important things. The letter was addressed, in green ink, on heavy parchment that Jarvis identified as pre-industrial process vellum, to Mr. H. Potter and Miss H. Granger, with the address given not as the house number and street, but as the East Wing bedroom and the workshop-adjacent reading nook, respectively. Tony read both letters twice. He read the accompanying booklet listing the required school materials, including a wand, 3 sets of plain work robes, and a copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. He set the materials down on the kitchen counter. He looked at the owl, which had not moved. He looked at Jarvis's nearest camera. "Jarvis," he said, "find me everything on a Hogwarts school of witchcraft and wizardry." "I'm finding very little in accessible databases, sir." There is a reference in a 1973 Ordnance Survey footnote describing an area of northern Scotland as not of significant survey interest, with a field notation reading considerable environmental interference with magnetic compasses. I'm also finding a recurring anomalous weather pattern centered on a location in the Highlands that has been consistent for approximately 900 years. 900 years. The oldest records I can find suggest that age, yes. Tony looked at the letter again. He looked at the wax seal, which bore an H surrounded by 4 animals, a lion, a serpent, a badger, and an eagle, and at the signature of an A.P.W.B. Dumbledore, headmaster. Then he reached for his phone. "Jarvis, get me Dumbledore's contact information." A pause. "However he contacts people." "I'll try sending a letter by owl, sir. Don't be smart. I found an owlery registry in an archive that shouldn't be accessible to my systems but apparently is. I'll cross-reference." 2 days later, a second owl arrived with a time and place for a meeting in London. Tony went. He brought Jarvis in his earbud and a secondary sensor array in his jacket, and 4 hours of very specific questions. He came back to Malibu that evening and sat in the kitchen with Pepper and the 2 children, Harry, now 11, who had been calm and attentive all day. Hermione, 11, who had read both Hogwarts letters 4 times each and made a list of questions, and he said, "All right. Here's what I know, here's what I verified, and here's what I think." He laid it out. The magical world, the school, the political structure, limited, insular, and from his engineering perspective, operating on approximately the same institutional logic as a medieval guild. The curriculum, which was interesting in its power range and deeply limited in its theoretical framework. The social structure, which had complications he would explain later and which they should be aware of. And the fact that both Harry and Hermione had a place in this world that could not be declined, because it was part of what they were. "You're going," he said, "but you're going as what I've been building you into, not as blank slates for their system to write on. You keep your training, you keep your devices, modified for their environment, which I'm working on, and you come back here for summers every summer without exception." "Clear, clear," said Hermione immediately, who had been waiting for this conversation with barely contained urgency. Harry was quiet for a moment. He was looking at the Hogwarts letter on the table, at his name written in green ink on old parchment, Mr. H. Potter. As if the letter had known where he lived, not because anyone had written down the address, but because he was supposed to be found. As if the world he'd been told about in pieces over years had always been waiting for him. "Okay," he said. Tony looked at him. "Okay. Yeah." Harry looked up. His face was calm, attentive, processing. "When do we go to buy the wand?" Tony let out a breath. "Saturday. I've already arranged there's an alley, apparently, in London. Jarvis has the coordinates." He paused. "And Harry, one more thing. Yeah, this world, the magical world, it knows your name. It's been waiting for you to show up for 10 years. That means people are going to have expectations about who you are." Tony's voice was level. "You don't owe anyone the version of you they've been waiting for. You owe them the accurate one. Understood?" Harry considered this with the same seriousness he'd applied to the circuit board at age 5, to the Jarvis sensor array at age 8, to the first prototype handheld field emitter Tony had let him help build at age 10. He considered it the way Tony had taught him to consider any design parameter, not as a rule to memorize, but as a truth to verify from first principles. "Understood," he said. Outside, the Pacific was doing its evening thing, the light going gold and long, the kind of California light that doesn't apologize for being beautiful. Inside the kitchen, on the counter, the owl had finally moved, relocated itself to the top of the refrigerator, where it was watching Jarvis's nearest optical sensor with an expression of deeply considered mutual suspicion. Hermione had already opened her notebook and begun a list of things to research before Saturday. Harry was looking at the letters again, not with anxiety, but with the focused readiness of someone preparing for a problem they intend to solve completely. Pepper had made tea. Tony was mentally reorganizing the lab schedule for the next 6 weeks, and also quietly, and in a way he would not have found words for if asked, feeling something that he recognized because it was rare. The particular, unguarded sensation of something being exactly right. He didn't say it. He wasn't built for saying it, but he didn't file it away either. He let it stay where it was. Diagon Alley did not appear on any map Tony had been able to access, which meant, by Jarvis's logic and Tony's own, that it was either expertly hidden or comprehensively ignored. And the distinction mattered, because one implied active concealment while the other implied something stranger. A world that had opted out of being found. The entrance, a pub called the Leaky Cauldron wedged between a bookshop and a record store on Charing Cross Road, was invisible to anyone not looking for it in the specific way that required knowing what you were looking for. Tony had spent 20 minutes standing on the pavement with his sensor array, before Jarvis had quietly noted that the EM field density, directly behind the pub's rear courtyard wall, was approximately 9 times ambient, and that the brick wall in question was showing stress fractures consistent with repeated mechanical contact. He had tapped the correct brick on the first try. Hermione had made a small, satisfied sound when the wall began to move, as if confirming a hypothesis. Harry had watched the bricks fold away into a medieval street full of people in robes with an expression Tony recognized as his primary operational face, taking everything in, assigning nothing a final value yet. Tony had worn his least identifiable jacket and left the sensor array running in his inside pocket. Jarvis was in his earpiece, cataloging everything. The ambient field density in this environment is significantly elevated compared to the street outside. Jarvis observed, in the tone he used when presenting data he found interesting. I'm reading structured emissions from multiple sources simultaneously. The architecture appears to be partially self-maintaining. There are stress patterns in the older buildings consistent with magical load-bearing reinforcement operating for several centuries. The buildings hold themselves up with magic, Tony said quietly, to no one visible. That appears to be one component, yes. I'd estimate the structural magic accounts for roughly 30% of the load-bearing in the older structures. The rest is conventional stone and timber, which is actually quite good craftsmanship for the period. Harry, walking beside him, glanced up. He had heard Tony talking to Jarvis through the earpiece often enough that he no longer found it odd. What's he saying? The buildings run partially on magic. He's impressed by the stonework. I said the stonework was quite good, Jarvis clarified, for the earpiece's benefit. I did not say I was impressed. I don't experience impression. He's also slightly defensive, Tony added. Hermione had already pulled out a list. It was 2 pages, front and back, organized by location within the alley based on a layout she had reconstructed from the Hogwarts letters supply list, cross-referenced with 3 reference books she'd found in a specialty import shop in London that carried titles no conventional bookshop stocked. She was moving with the confident efficiency of someone who has pre-planned a route. Madame Malkin's first, robes take the longest because of fitting, then Flourish and Blots, then the apothecary. Wands last because Ollivanders operates on an appointment system, but the letter says walk-ins are accepted on Saturdays before noon. It's 10:43, Tony said. I know. She was already walking. Harry, come on! Harry looked at Tony. Tony looked at Harry. She's been planning this for 3 days, Tony said. I know, said Harry. She showed me the spreadsheet. They followed Hermione's spreadsheet through Diagon Alley, and Tony catalogued everything, the moving photographs in the shop windows, the owls in Aesop's Owl Emporium making sounds that his sensor identified as producing structured resonance patterns. The way the air tasted different here. Charged and specific, like the feeling before a lightning strike that went on indefinitely. The people moved around them without particular interest. A wizard world on a Saturday morning, busy with its own business. Several people recognized Harry. Tony noticed because he had been watching for it. The quick double takes, the whispers exchanged behind hands, one older witch who stopped entirely on the pavement and pressed her hands to her mouth when her gaze fell on Harry's forehead. Harry noticed too. He said nothing. He kept his face neutral and his pace steady, which was Tony's own approach to being recognized in public. And Tony felt something complicated move through him at the sight of it, pride and something heavier that he didn't name. At Flourish and Blots, Hermione bought every book on the required list plus 14 others. Tony paid without comment. The clerk, a thin man who kept glancing at Harry with poorly concealed reverence, wrapped everything with a haste that suggested he was trying not to make his excitement obvious and failing completely. Hermione accepted her books with the focused pleasure of someone receiving a necessary tool. Harry accepted his copy of A History of Magic, looked at the table of contents, and quietly asked the clerk if they had anything more recent. The clerk looked briefly startled and then went to find something. Ollivanders was narrow and tall and smelled of cedar and something else. The something else being, Tony's sensor confirmed, a field emission density roughly twice the ambient alley level. The wands in their boxes on the shelves were not inert. Each one was putting out a small, steady, individuated signal, distinct from every other, like a room full of people all humming different notes. Garrick Ollivander himself was a thin man with large, pale eyes that gave the impression of someone who had been looking at very small, precise things for so long that his vision had calibrated permanently to that scale. He looked at Harry for a long moment when they entered in a way that was not entirely comfortable, the look of a craftsman seeing his work returned. "Harry Potter," he said, not a greeting, a notation. "Yes," said Harry, who had been briefed on this moment by Tony and was not surprised by the recognition. He was also running, Tony knew, a personal assessment of the room, exits, sight lines, sources of structural interest. Not because anything was dangerous, because Harry ran assessments of rooms as naturally as he breathed. "I remember every wand I've ever sold," Ollivander said, moving toward the shelves. "I remember the wand that gave you your scar." He paused, fingers trailing across a box. "You and Phoenix Feather?" 13.5 inches, unyielding. He looked at Harry. "The phoenix that gave that feather gave only one other. It resides in your wand or will." "The same bird," Harry said, "the very same. Curious, isn't it?" He was pulling boxes now, his movements quick and certain. "Try this." "Harley 11 inches, Phoenix Feather. Give it a wave." Harry took the wand. He held it for 2 seconds and then set it down, not because something went wrong, because nothing happened at all. No spark, no warmth, no resonance. Tony checked his sensor and found what he expected. Harry's field emission and the wand's emission simply coexisted without interaction, like two people speaking different languages simultaneously. 14 wands later, Ollivander was looking at Harry with something between frustration and deep interest. Then he went to the very back of the shop and returned with a box that he held differently than the others, with both hands, with a specific care that telegraphed that this one was not routine. "Harley," he said. 11 inches, supple, and a phoenix feather core from the bird I mentioned." He opened the box and held it out. Harry took it. And Tony's sensor array went so far above the normal reading scale that Jarvis said, quietly in his ear, "I'm going to need to recalibrate 3 of the secondary sensors, sir. They weren't designed for this output level." The wand had produced a stream of red and gold sparks that arced to the ceiling and came back down as a warm light that settled briefly on the top of Harry's head like a crown, and then faded. Harry was looking at it with the expression Tony had learned to read as genuine, unguarded response, the look that came through even the practiced operational calm when something registered as real and important. "Curious," Ollivander said softly. "Very curious. You mentioned that already." Tony said from behind Harry. He had been quiet through the entire process, present, observing, not interfering. Now he stepped forward slightly. "Mr. Ollivander, the core interacts with the wielder's field. Is that the mechanism? The resonance between the biological emission and the material properties of the core?" Ollivander turned to look at him with the large, pale eyes, assessing. "Not precisely how I would describe it," he said, "but not entirely wrong either." He tilted his head. "You are not magical, correct? Yet you understand what you just saw." "I understand the output. The mechanism is what I'm working on." Tony held out a hand. "Tony Stark, he's my ward." Ollivander looked at the hand for a moment, then shook it. His grip was surprisingly firm for a man who looked like he might blow over in a strong wind. "You're the one who's been publishing papers on zero-point field emissions in biological systems," he said. Tony was quiet for exactly 1 second. "You read physics journals?" "I have had 900 years of institutional knowledge to draw upon," Ollivander said mildly. "I have had occasion to diversify my reading." He looked at Harry's wand, still in Harry's hand. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Stark. I find I cannot explain to you precisely why that is true in terms your framework would accept, but I suspect you will find a framework eventually." He turned to Hermione. "And you, Miss Granger." Hermione stepped forward. "How do you know my name?" "I know the name of every magical child born in Britain. It is a professional interest." He was already moving to the shelves. "Vine wood, I think, 10 3/4 inches." Hermione's wand found her in 4 tries. Vine wood, dragon heartstring, 10 3/4 inches. When she waved it, a warm amber light expanded from the tip in a precise sphere and then contracted back to a point, like a breath. Hermione looked at it with the expression she reserved for things that worked exactly as well as they should. "Powerful," Ollivander said, with satisfaction. "A Vinewood wand chooses a witch who has hidden depths, great potential not yet fully realized." "I'm aware of my potential," Hermione said, not arrogantly as a factual matter. "I intend to realize it systematically." Ollivander looked at her for a long moment, then, unexpectedly, he smiled. "Yes," he said, "I believe you will." On the way out, Harry turned the wand over in his hand, feeling the warmth Tony had seen register on his face the moment he picked it up, the recognition. "It feels like the thing in my chest," he said quietly, "but stronger, louder." "The internal field," Tony said. "The wand's amplifying it. That's the mechanism. It's a resonance amplifier, not a source." He made a note in the Project Archon file on his phone. "Your field drives it. The wand shapes the output, which means if the internal field is strong enough, the wand isn't the limiting factor," Harry finished. He looked at the wand, then at Tony. "What's the limiting factor?" "That," Tony said, "is the question I intend to spend the next several years answering." Tony's conditions for Hogwarts had been communicated to Dumbledore at their London meeting, and received with the careful attention of a man who was agreeing to terms while reserving the right to renegotiate the terms later. Tony recognized this approach because he used it himself. He had documented the conditions in writing, sent a copy to his legal team, and sent a second copy to Dumbledore via OWL, which Jarvis had sourced through the Owlery registry, with a brief note indicating that the documentation was for mutual clarity and not an expression of distrust, which was technically a lie but a diplomatic one. The conditions were: the children returned to Malibu for all summers and holidays without exception. They kept their modified devices, presented to Dumbledore as personal technology with limited functionality in high magic environments, which was accurate as far as it went. They were not placed in situations of physical danger without Tony being notified. And if the situation involving the dark wizard whose name Tony could not get any member of the wizarding world to say aloud, he had taken to writing it as V in his notes, escalated in ways that directly concerned Harry. Tony was to be informed immediately and included in the response planning. Dumbledore had agreed to all of these conditions with a warmth that Tony found slightly too smooth. He had made a note in Jarvis's monitoring protocol: "Dumbledore is agreeable in ways that require watching. The man plans in decades. We plan in decades too. Keep it mutual." The children's modified devices were small. Tony had spent 3 weeks engineering them specifically for the Hogwarts environment, miniaturized to the point of near invisibility, drawing on Harry and Hermione's own field emissions for power, so they produced no independent EM signature that might trigger the school's magic versus technology interference. Harry's was built into a modified watch, titanium-cased analog face, with a secondary sensor array running behind the watch face that fed data to Jarvis via a field entanglement protocol Tony had invented specifically for this purpose. Hermione's was a bracelet, a thin circlet of white gold that looked like a very simple piece of jewelry and was actually a passive sensor array, a short-range field analyzer, and a one-way communication link to Jarvis that could push alerts to Tony. He had not told Dumbledore about the communication links. He had not lied about them. He simply had not mentioned them, and Dumbledore had not asked specific enough questions to require a specific answer. Tony counted this as a draw. King's Cross Station on the 1st of September was, as far as Harry was concerned, mostly a logistics problem. You found platform 9 3/4 by walking through a barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Which was either the most obvious hidden entrance he'd ever encountered or a masterpiece of concealment by ordinariness. Tony had debated this with him at breakfast, and they'd landed on the latter because it worked on the same principle as the leaky cauldron. Hiding in plain sight by being invisible to people who weren't looking for the right thing. Tony walked them to the barrier himself. He stood on the platform side, not coming through, not today, with his hands in his jacket pockets, and the sensor array running quietly, reading the field density on the other side of the barrier from this one. Pepper was there too, standing slightly behind him, not saying the several things she had said at home already about being careful and writing and eating properly and knowing their limits. Because she had said them at home and repeating them here would make her cry, and she had decided not to do that. Rules, Tony said. Don't take anything apart without permission, Harry said. Don't let the tech show in class. Jarvis check-ins every Sunday at 9. If anything goes wrong, Tony said, you tell me first before you do anything about it, not after. Before, Harry agreed. Hermione? I've already memorized the check-in protocol, she said, and I've packed the secondary sensor calibration tools in case Harry's watch needs adjustment. She looked at Tony. You should update the field entanglement algorithm before Christmas. The drift rate at high ambient magic levels is going to introduce measurement error by November. Already on the list. Tony looked at them both for a moment, 11 years old, standing in King's Cross with trunks, and an owl Tony had let Hermione choose after she had spent 2 weeks presenting him with comparative data on owl species navigation accuracy, intelligence indicators, and field emission compatibility. She had chosen a small tawny named Newton after the mathematician who had reviewed her data with an air of approval. You're going to be fine, Tony said. The statement was flat and certain, not reassuring. Tony didn't do reassurance, he did assessment, and this was an assessment. You know more than they expect. Don't let them know how much more until you understand the environment. He paused. And enjoy it, some of it, the parts that are enjoyable. Hermione hugged him, which she did precisely and briefly, both arms, firm pressure, then released. Harry didn't hug him. They had never been a household of habitual physical contact, which was Tony's doing and which Pepper had tried to gently recalibrate over the years with partial success. But Harry put his hand briefly on Tony's arm, a contact point, specific and intentional, and Tony put his own hand over it for a second before letting go. Go, Tony said, before Jarvis starts narrating. I was simply going to note, Jarvis said in Tony's earpiece, that the train departs in 11 minutes and the barrier may experience congestion. He says go, Tony said. They went through the barrier. The signal on Tony's sensor array shifted, not lost, just filtered through the field boundary and then settled at a new reading as Jarvis adjusted the entanglement protocol. On the other side, Harry and Hermione found a train that smelled of steam and old wood and magic, red and gleaming in the autumn morning light, and boarded it. And Tony stood on the Muggle side of the barrier and listened to Jarvis's data feed for a long moment before he turned and walked back toward the exit, and Pepper walked beside him without saying anything, and that was enough. The compartment they found was empty. They loaded their trunks and settled in, and Hermione immediately opened Hogwarts, a history, which she had read twice before this morning, but which she was now reading with specific purpose, annotating the margins in her small, precise handwriting, flagging discrepancies between the historical account and what she could infer from Tony's field emission data on the building. Harry looked out the window as the platform slid away, and then, once they were moving, took the Hogwarts letter from his jacket pocket and read it again. Not the first time. He'd read it enough that the parchment had begun to soften along the fold lines. He wasn't reading for information, he was reading for something else, something he didn't have a clean name for. The compartment door slid open about 20 minutes in, and a freckled, red-haired boy looked in with an air of uncertain hope. Sorry, everywhere else is full. Mind if I sit down, Harry said, without particular ceremony. He moved his bag to make room. The boy sat. He looked at Harry with a recognition that Harry clocked immediately and which Harry chose to address directly, because Tony had taught him that unaddressed things metastasized. You already know who I am, Harry said. Yeah, sorry, Ron Weasley. He shook Harry's hand with a slight wince, as if he'd rehearsed how he wasn't going to be weird about this, and was now realizing the rehearsal hadn't taken. It's just everyone knows, the whole you-know-who thing. Voldemort, Harry said, Ron went slightly white. Hermione's head came up from her book. "Sorry," Harry said more carefully. "I know that name is, I know people find it uncomfortable. I'll try to be more." "No, it's—" Ron shook his head. "My dad says we should be able to say the name. It's just you hear it out loud and it's—" He stopped. "It's a bit startling is all." He looked at Harry with a curiosity that was trying very hard to be polite. "Are you really, I mean, is it true you were found by— My mum said something about a muggle, a famous one." "Tony Stark," Harry said. "He's my guardian, has been since I was 15 months old." "Right." Ron clearly wanted to ask several more things and was visibly restraining himself. "And," he looked at Hermione, who had returned to her book. "You're Hermione Granger, the other one, the one who, Muggle-born," Hermione said without looking up. "Also raised by Tony Stark." "Also not interested in being called the other one, Hermione is fine." "Right. Yeah, sorry." Ron settled back. There was a brief, tentative silence. Then he said, "Do you want to see a spell? I've been practicing. My brother's taught me one. It's supposed to turn Trevor's nose into a trumpet." "Trevor is Neville's toad, though to be honest it hasn't worked yet." Harry looked at him. Something about Ron Weasley, he was deciding, in the lateral, intuitive way he processed people, was disarmingly sincere. There was no calculation in him. He was simply being himself in public, without apparent concern for how it landed. Harry, who had spent 10 years being a project and an object of careful adult strategy, found this quality strikingly restful. "Show me," Harry said. Ron showed him. The spell didn't work. They spent the next 40 minutes productively determining that it wasn't working because the wand movement was wrong in the third syllable, which Harry diagnosed partly from Tony's theoretical framework, and partly from noticing that the field emission from Ron's wand stuttered on the upswing, and which Ron fixed with 3 tries once it was pointed out. The spell still didn't turn anything into a trumpet. They had no toad available to test it on, but the wand work itself became clean and functional, and Ron looked at Harry afterward with an expression of surprised respect that had nothing to do with the scar. "How did you see the—" He waved his wand. "The stuttery bit. I've been studying how field emissions respond to intent and gesture for a while," Harry said. "The mechanism it's complicated. But essentially the wand reads the caster's intention through the gesture, and if the gesture is inconsistent, the intention gets garbled." Ron stared at him. "That is not how we usually talk about spells." "No," Harry agreed. "I imagine not." Hogwarts was, from Harry's perspective, a masterpiece of engineering that had no idea it was a masterpiece of engineering. Jarvis had been feeding him data since the train crossed the Scottish border, the ambient field density rising steadily. The castle's emissions visible from distance as a structured wave pattern that overlaid the natural landscape like a second geography. The wards were not uniform. They were layered, complex, built up over centuries by dozens of practitioners with different theoretical frameworks and different intentions, accreted the way a coral reef builds. No single architect, just accumulation and interaction, and the occasional catastrophic failure that got built over. He had 3 hours to think about this on the train, and 4 minutes to think about it on the boats across the lake, before the castle was right in front of him and thinking became secondary to looking. He looked at it the way Tony had taught him to look at things that mattered, starting with the structure, the load-bearing elements, the evidence of repair and alteration and age. The towers were not decorative. The placement was not random. Someone, 900 years ago, had picked this location for a specific reason related to the natural field density here. Had built in stone because stone held magical charge the way a capacitor held electrical charge, had oriented the structure to maximize. "Harry," Hermione said beside him in the boat, "I know, you're making the face." "What face?" "I'm building a structural model in my head and I've temporarily forgotten I'm on a boat face." She was looking at the castle too. Her voice was quiet and genuine when she said, "It is extraordinary, though." "Yes," Harry said. He let himself look at it without modeling it for a moment. Let it be what it was, ancient and enormous and lit from within by magic, sitting above a black lake on a night in September while 41st years floated toward it in small boats, and not one of the 40 knew exactly what they were floating into. Yes, it is. The Sorting Hat placed Harry in Gryffindor after 12 seconds of internal conversation, which Harry experienced as a thin, dry voice in the deep of his mind saying, "Remarkable, remarkable indeed. The mind on you, yes, could do anything. Slytherin would make you great." And Harry thinking back. Clearly and without drama, "I'm not interested in being made great. I'm interested in being effective." And the hat had made a surprised noise that was more genuinely startled than anything else, and then said, with something like appreciation, "Gryffindor, Hermione's sorting took 9 seconds." The hat didn't argue with her at all. It simply said, with the air of something that had been waiting, "Gryffindor." They sat at the Gryffindor table slightly apart from the cluster of celebrating first years, not unfriendly, not distant, just occupying their own space while they assessed the room. Ron Weasley found them within 30 seconds and sat across from Harry with the comfortable ease of someone who had already decided they were friends, and saw no reason to revisit the decision. A small, round-faced boy named Neville Longbottom sat near Hermione and immediately knocked over his goblet, apologized 4 times, and then looked so miserable about it that Hermione wordlessly handed him her napkin and said it didn't matter, which was true. And Neville looked at her with the specific gratitude of someone who had expected a more critical reception. Harry was watching the high table. Dumbledore was there, older than the London meeting but consistent half-moon spectacles catching the candlelight. A man in a turban Harry had already clocked as Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher, who was seated 3 chairs away, and who had shaken Harry's hand briefly in the entrance hall, and whose palm had been clammy, and whose eyes had not quite met Harry's in a way that had triggered in Harry a low-level attentiveness that he was still processing. He checked his watch. The secondary sensor display, visible only to him at a specific viewing angle, showed the ambient field readings for the hall. Then he tilted the watch slightly, orienting it toward Quirrell's position at the table. The reading spiked, not dramatically, but spiked, a secondary field emission reading overlaid on Quirrell's own, structured differently. Layered. Harry noted it. He didn't say anything yet, not enough data, and Tony's first rule of investigation was never to act on incomplete data. He noted it and watched the feast appear in the empty dishes with a magic he still didn't fully understand, and ate roast chicken and thought, with the background processor that was always running. 2 field emissions from one person. Parasite or artifact? Investigate. Under the table, he pressed the watch's secondary control. In Malibu, at whatever ungodly hour it was locally, Jarvis registered the signal and began a background process. Cross-reference biophotonic field stratification patterns against possession models. Flag results. The first weeks of Hogwarts were, from a purely educational standpoint, a significant deceleration from the Malibu curriculum. This was not a surprise. Tony had warned them both, but the reality of it was still mildly disorienting, like switching from a sprint to a walk and having to consciously resist the urge to run. The magic itself was the interesting part. The theory classes were limited, history of magic, which Professor Binns taught as a ghost and which Harry used productively as a period for reading, had essentially no theoretical framework for how magic worked mechanically, only documentation of what it had done historically. Charms and transfiguration were practical, which was more useful, but the instruction method was performance-based rather than principle-based. You learned the gesture and the incantation, you reproduced the output, you moved on. No one asked why the gesture mattered, or what the incantation was doing to the caster's field emission, or what the underlying mechanism was that translated intent into physical change. Harry asked these questions in class, carefully, and received answers that were enthusiastic but ultimately circular. Magic works because magic is magic. He received these answers without expression, and kept his own framework running in parallel. The gesture as field shaper, the incantation as frequency modulator, the intent as directional input. and found that this framework produced predictions about spell behavior that were consistently accurate. By the third week, he could identify, before attempting a new spell, which parameters mattered most for that spell's mechanism and calibrate his attempt accordingly. His practical results were clean and consistent in a way that Professor Flitwick found impressive and couldn't quite explain. Hermione's approach was different but produced the same result. She memorized everything, every variation, every historical precedent, every documented exception, and built a model by induction rather than deduction. Where Harry started from principle and worked toward the specific case, she accumulated specific cases until the principle emerged from the pattern. They compared notes on Sunday evenings, sitting in the Gryffindor common room after the check-in with Jarvis, and the conversation was always useful to both of them in ways that were hard to articulate because the framework they were building together didn't have a name yet. Ron Weasley sometimes sat with them during these sessions, initially because the common room was warm and his homework was due, and Harry was apparently willing to explain things. And then, increasingly, because he had discovered that listening to Harry and Hermione think through a problem was both interesting and useful. Like having access to a translation service between the magical world he'd grown up in and the analytical framework they brought to it. He was not, he made clear without saying so directly, interested in adopting that framework wholesale. But he found value in having access to it, and he offered in return a knowledge of the wizarding world, its customs, its politics, its internal logic, that was to Harry and Hermione exactly what Tony had said to look for. Local knowledge that contextualized what their framework was mapping. Neville Longbottom, meanwhile, was struggling. He had been sorted into Gryffindor on what appeared to be a technicality of courage. The hat had seen something in him that his immediate performance didn't support, or hadn't yet. He regularly forgot spells, lost ingredients, and was in a state of low-grade distress in potions that Professor Snape's particular teaching approach, contemptuous, precise, and aimed with surgical accuracy at whatever a student was most uncertain about, did nothing to help. Hermione noticed this in the second week, and made a decision that surprised Neville more than anyone. She started explaining potions to him as applied biochemistry. The instructions weren't arbitrary sequences. They were reaction protocols, each step managing temperature and interaction and timing the way a laboratory procedure did. Neville had never been told to think about it that way. By the fourth week, his potions results were no longer catastrophic. By the sixth week, Snape had been reduced to finding different things to be contemptuous about, which he did, because Snape was very good at finding things. The sneakoscope that Harry had built at the end of summer, a standard design, pulled apart and rebuilt with a stark miniaturized field emission detector grafted inside, sat on his bedside table and generally did nothing, because it was calibrated to detect specific field stratification patterns rather than generic deceit. In the third month, it registered a hit, not at night, at breakfast. Quirrell walked past the Gryffindor table on his way to the high table, and the sneakoscope, in Harry's jacket pocket, vibrated 3 times, the signal Harry had set for a confirmed secondary field emission from a tagged source. Harry looked at Hermione across the toast. Hermione looked at him. Under the table, Harry's thumb moved to the watch control. He framed the data query carefully, not yet. There was something in this room that could hear things, he suspected, though he didn't know precisely what or where. He would send the data tonight via the field entanglement link when Quirrell was not within range. He ate his breakfast. He watched Quirrell eat his. He watched the turban, which he had been watching for 3 months, which he had found from a library search mentioned in a 1947 Daily Prophet archive as a garment sometimes used in specialized magical ritual contexts to contain or bind a spiritual element. He watched it, and the sneakoscope vibrated again, and Harry put his fork down and looked at his eggs and made with the background processor. Possession confirmed. Nature and purpose. Unknown but consistent with a second intelligence resident in the host. Priority. Escalate to Tony immediately after dinner. He ate the eggs. He went to class. He did nothing precipitous, because Tony's third engineering rule applied here just as it did in the workshop. You don't act on a structural problem until you understand what you're acting on, because the wrong intervention makes it worse. But he began, quietly, to build. The communication with Tony that evening was brief and encrypted. Harry used the watch's field entanglement link to push a compressed data package to Jarvis, who processed it and presented it to Tony in his workshop at 11:40 local time, Malibu. Tony read the data package. He read it again. He sat with a cup of coffee that was getting cold and looked at the field emission readings. Two structured outputs, one overlaid on the other. The secondary emission showing a coherence pattern that Tony's model identified as consistent with a second complex source operating inside the first. Jarvis, Tony said, best match for a second structured biophotonic field operating inside a primary host. Cross-reference everything we have. Running. A pause. The closest match in our existing dataset is the residual field reading I logged at Godric's Hollow on October 31, 1981. The secondary emission reading from Professor Quirrell is structurally similar to the dispersed field remnant of the entity we logged that night. Tony was very still. Similar how similar? 83% pattern correlation. The differences are consistent with field degradation over 10 years and partial coherence reconstitution. If the entity from Godric's Hollow reconstituted itself in a parasitic host configuration, that's what we're looking at. Tony set down the coffee cup. He stared at the field readings on his screen and thought very carefully about the next thing he was going to do. He thought about Harry, 11 years old, eating breakfast at a table 8 feet from the thing that had killed his parents and had tried to kill him, and had left a mark on his forehead that Tony's sensor array had never fully mapped to his satisfaction. He thought about the children he had sent to that school, under conditions he had negotiated with a man he did not fully trust, to learn things he was still only partly able to understand. He thought about what Tony Stark did when a threat presented itself in a context he had partially controlled for but not completely. He built, Jarvis, new project file under Archon, subproject, resonance trap. Theory. If Quirrell's secondary field emission is a partially reconstituted biophotonic intelligence, it requires field coherence to maintain its parasitic configuration. If we can generate a counterresonance at the correct frequency and amplitude, we could disrupt the coherence without harming the host, Jarvis said. Theoretically, build me the model. I'll send Harry the design specs. He can build the device from components he has on hand. The watch has enough of the architecture already. It'll need to be modified. Sir? Jarvis's tone shifted slightly, the shift Tony had learned to read as the AI equivalent of clearing a throat before a difficult note. Harry is 11 years old. Yes. And you are proposing to send him the design for a device intended to neutralize a partially reconstituted dark entity possessing his defense against the dark arts professor. I'm proposing to give him the option and the tools. He'll decide when and how to deploy it. Tony paused. He's not going to be left in that school with that thing and nothing to work with. Jarvis was quiet for a moment. I'll build the model, he said. I'd suggest we also send Hermione a copy of the design, 2 heads and all that. Already planning on it? Tony had his design interface up, his hands moving over the projection surface, the particular focused intensity that was his version of what other people called fear. Channeled, immediately, into doing something about the thing that had caused it. Get me the field coherence parameters for the Godric's Hollow remnant. I need to know what frequency we're disrupting. Retrieving. Sir, I want to note that you are going to need to tell Dumbledore, I know, and that the conversation may not go smoothly. It never does. Tony's hands didn't stop moving. That's never stopped me before. They deployed the resonance trap in the 3rd week of June, 3 days before end of term. The final design was elegant, by the standards of something that had been built in secret by 2 11-year-olds in a school bathroom over 4 weeks of careful, incremental work. Harry had modified his watch's secondary sensor array into an active emitter, converting it from a receiver to a transmitter, and tuned it to the counter-resonance frequency Tony and Jarvis had identified. Hermione had contributed the trigger mechanism, a field coherence threshold detector that would activate the emitter only when Quirrell's secondary emission was within 3 meters, preventing accidental activation during meals. They did not tell Ron. They had discussed this. Harry had argued for inclusion, citing Ron's consistent reliability and his more comprehensive knowledge of the castle's physical layout, which might be relevant for positioning. Hermione had argued that the more people who knew, the greater the risk of inadvertent disclosure, and that Quirrell was a professor who was potentially dangerous in ways that exceeded standard risk calibration. They had presented both positions to Tony, who had listened, and said, "Tell him after. He'll be annoyed, but he'll understand. And use his knowledge of the castle before you tell him. Ask him where Quirrell usually walks his evening route." They had asked Ron casually over dinner. Ron had told them without suspicion. The corridor adjacent to the third-floor staircase, always at 8:40, presumably because the gargoyle at the bottom of the staircase was totally blind. Everyone knows it. Quirrell uses it to sneak back from wherever he goes that he doesn't want anyone to know about. The corridor adjacent to the third-floor staircase at 8:40 on a Tuesday in June. Harry with his watch on his left wrist, set to transmit. Hermione beside him with the field coherence detector running on her bracelet, feeding Harry data. The castle quiet around them, most students in common rooms or already in bed. Quirrell came around the corner and stopped when he saw them. He had a look on his face that was not quite his own, a layered expression, the front of it flustered and professorial, and the thing behind it something else entirely. Something that recognized Harry Potter standing in a corridor with no obvious reason to be there, and did not like it. "Mr. Potter," Quirrell said. His voice stuttered slightly, the stutter worse tonight, the secondary field emission running hot. "USSS shouldn't be out." Harry activated the emitter. The effect was not dramatic. There was no flash, no obvious external sign, just a sound, just below the threshold of hearing, that made the torches in the corridor flicker simultaneously. And then a sound that was not quite a sound, more a change in the quality of the air, and Quirrell stopped walking. His face went through several expressions in rapid sequence, like a signal being disrupted, and then he dropped to one knee with a sound that was more like a crack than a fall. And the turban came loose at one end. Hermione said, "Harry, readings are spiking." "I see it," he said. He didn't move. He held the emitter steady and watched the field readings on his watch as the secondary emissions coherence degraded, losing structure, losing the ordered pattern that made it a functional intelligence. And Quirrell made a sound that was not Quirrell's voice. A sound that had no vocal architecture Harry recognized, something that had been inside that skull looking out for months and was now finding its grip on the architecture failing. It lasted 4 minutes. Then, the secondary field emission collapsed entirely. Quirrell crumpled the rest of the way to the floor, unconscious but breathing. Harry had checked the host harm parameters with Tony 3 times before finalizing the design. Hermione knelt beside him and checked his pulse with the efficient calm of someone who had been trained in basic field medicine by a man who considered first aid a minimum competency for anyone who worked around his equipment. "He's stable," she said. "Unconscious, but stable. We need to get Dumbledore." "Already sent the signal," Harry said. He had pressed the emergency contact on the watch, the one Tony had coded as intervention complete, adult required. No emergency. And was now standing in the corridor looking at the space where Quirrell had been standing and feeling in the space behind his operational comm. The thing he would not yet have a name for until he was much older. The specific weight of a win that doesn't feel like what you expected it to. There had been something behind those eyes tonight that recognized him, that had known his name and the shape of what he was before he could understand what he was. That had, 10 years ago, stood in a house in Godric's Hollow and done something to a family Harry would never have a memory of, only a scar. He stood in the corridor and held the reading steady in his watch, and it was gone now, dispersed, not destroyed. Tony had been careful about that distinction, and Harry felt the space where the thing had been the way you feel the space where a sound was after it stops. The particular quality of an absence. Dumbledore arrived 3 minutes later. He stopped at the end of the corridor, took in the scene, Quirrell unconscious, 2 11-year-olds standing over him with expressions of cautious assessment, and was quiet for a moment in a way that contained several complex things at once. "Would one of you," he said finally, "like to explain?" "I sent a full data package to Jarvis," Harry said. "Tony can walk you through the technical specifications if you need them." He met Dumbledore's eyes, steady, respectful, and not quite deferential. "We identified the secondary field emission in October. We spent 3 months confirming it and 7 weeks building the countermeasure. We kept Tony informed at every stage. The entity has been dispersed. Professor Quirrell is going to need medical attention, but he's physically intact." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. There was something in his expression that was very old and not entirely comfortable, a man encountering for the first time the gap between what he had planned and what had actually occurred. "You dispersed it," he said. "You didn't attempt to destroy it." "Destroying it would have required more force than we could safely deploy without collateral risk," Hermione said. "And Tony's model suggested the entity wasn't fully coherent enough to present a reconstitution risk at current energy levels. We'll need to monitor for re-emergence, but the immediate threat is neutralized." "We'll need to monitor," Dumbledore said very softly. "Yes." He looked at them, these 2 children who had done, in a school corridor with devices he couldn't fully understand, what he had been managing through 70 years of careful maneuvering and strategic placement, and had done it with incomplete information and excellent engineering and the particular fearlessness of people who have been taught to treat problems as solvable. "Yes, I suppose we will." Harry collapsed in his bed at 1 in the morning, after Dumbledore had asked his questions and taken Quirrell to the hospital wing, and sent them both to their dormitories with the particular weary grace of a man who is revising several significant assumptions simultaneously. Harry lay in his bed and looked at the ceiling and felt the day settling into him, the sequence of it, the weight of each decision point, the places where a different choice would have produced a different outcome. He didn't cry. He hadn't cried in 4 years. He felt the thing behind his chest that wanted to and noted it, information, not weakness, and let it sit where it was without acting on it, and thought about what needed to happen next. 3 beds away, Ron Weasley was already asleep, snoring faintly. Harry listened to it for a while, the ordinary sound of someone sleeping without a problem to solve, and found it, unexpectedly, comforting. Not because it solved anything, just because it was there. In the morning, he would tell Ron what had happened. Ron would be annoyed about not being told sooner. Harry was sure of this, and then he would get over it, because Ron's annoyance was never the complicated kind. Never the kind that required management. Ron was direct in his feelings the way a compass is direct in its needle, and Harry had not grown up around very many people like that. He would tell him in the morning. For now, he listened to the ordinary sound of Ron Weasley sleeping, and outside the tower windows the Scottish summer dark was doing the particular thing Scottish dark does in June, never quite fully arriving, a deep blue at the edge of black. And Hogwarts breathed around him with its 900 years of accumulated magic. All those centuries of field emissions settled into the stone. And Harry Potter, 11 years old, lay in his 4-poster bed and filed the day and waited for morning. The first time Tony Stark called Stephen Strange, it was 11:30 on a Wednesday night, and Strange was in the middle of a meditation session in the New York sanctum that he had been attempting to complete uninterrupted for 6 days. The phone ringing was, therefore, not welcome. The name on the screen was even less so. "Stark, Strange, I need 40 minutes of your time. You need 40 minutes of my time at 11:30 at night. When else would I call? You're always awake at 11:30. You've been awake at 11:30 every night for the last 3 years. Because you can't sleep more than 5 hours without the hand pain waking you up, and you haven't found a meditation protocol that fully compensates. I have, incidentally, a biofeedback design that might help with that, but that's not why I'm calling. There was a pause. How do you know about the hand pain? I know a lot of things about a lot of people. It's a function of having a very good AI and no ethical qualms about passive data collection in public spaces. Tony's voice had the quality it got when he was already 3 steps into a problem and was catching someone else up from the beginning, which Strange found both efficient and mildly offensive. I have 2 children, both magical. I've been building a theoretical framework for the mechanism of magic for about 12 years, and I've hit a wall that I think you can help me with. Are you going to tell me to call back at a reasonable hour, or are you going to let me explain? Strange considered this. He had been aware of Tony Stark in the peripheral way that the Sorcerer Supreme was aware of most significant concentrations of human ingenuity, not closely, but enough to know the shape of the man. The arc reactor work. The field theory papers published under enough misdirection that most physicists hadn't understood what they were actually about. The 2 children, that was less well known, but the magical world had its own intelligence networks, and the name Harry Potter had been generating low-level monitoring flags in the Sanctum's threat assessment system since the boy turned 11 and entered Hogwarts. Explain, Strange said. He closed his meditation posture and reached for the tea that was no longer hot. You have 40 minutes. Tony took 38 of them. He was precise and organized, and the framework he presented was wrong in several significant ways and startlingly, uncomfortably correct in several others. And by the 20-minute, Mark Strange had stopped drinking his cold tea and was standing at the window with his scarred hands wrapped around the cup and thinking at a pace he hadn't needed to think at in some time. When Tony finished, Strange said, "The wall you've hit is consciousness." Yes, you can model the field. You can model the amplification through the wand. You can model the directional output. What you can't model is why intent shapes the output at all, why 2 people with identical field emissions and identical wand mechanics produce different results based purely on what they're trying to achieve. Because that requires a framework for consciousness as a causal force, Tony said, which conventional physics doesn't have. Conventional physics, Strange said, is aware of approximately 30% of what is actually happening at any given moment. The other 70% requires a different vocabulary. He set down the cup. Send me your data, all of it. I want the raw field readings going back to Godric's Hollow. I'll have Jarvis transmit tonight. And Stark. Strange paused. The children, how old? 13, both of them, finishing their 3rd year at Hogwarts in June. Bring them to Camertage this summer. I'll give them a month. Tony was quiet for exactly 1 second. You'll give them a month. Don't make me repeat myself. I said what I said. I'll need to review whatever curriculum. You will not review my curriculum. You will send me your data and you will bring the children to Nepal in July and you will let me work. Those are the terms. Another pause longer. Strange could almost hear Tony running calculations on the other end of the line, assessing, modeling, looking for the failure modes, finding them acceptable. Fine, Tony said, but Jarvis monitors their biometrics the entire time. If anything in the health data flags, agreed. And I want weekly updates, weekly, Stark, Strange. A silence that was less hostile than it sounded. Weekly updates, Strange conceded, on condition that you stop passive data collecting on my sleep patterns. I'll tell Jarvis to deprioritize it, Tony said, which was not the same thing as agreeing, and they both knew it. Send me the Camertage coordinates. I'll send Wung. Who's Wung? My librarian. Don't underestimate him. Strange picked up his cold tea. Go to sleep, Stark. Even you need more than 4 hours. Pot, Tony said pleasantly, meet kettle, and hung up. Harry's first impression of Camertage was that it was the most deliberately understated important place he had ever been in. The compound was hidden inside the streets of Kathmandu, the same way the leaky cauldron was hidden on Charing Cross Road. Not by magic alone, but by ordinariness deployed as camouflage. A door in a wall that your eye slid past because nothing about it invited attention. Inside the door was a courtyard, and inside the courtyard was a complex of buildings that Jarvis, running through Harry's watch, identified as generating a field density that put Hogwarts to shame. Not louder, more structured, more intentional. Where Hogwarts's wards were accumulated and layered over centuries of different hands, Camertage's field architecture was coherent, organized, built to a design that was still legible 9 centuries after its construction. Someone who understood the physics built this, Harry said, standing in the courtyard on the first morning, while saffron-robed students moved around them and the Himalayan summer did its high-altitude thing with the light. "The Ancient One," said the man who had collected them from the Kathmandu airport. Wang was compact and unhurried, and had the particular quality of stillness that Harry associated with people who had spent a significant amount of time being completely certain of their own capabilities. He had not introduced himself until they asked, and when he did he gave only the one name without apparent interest in whether they found this sufficient. "The founder, the field architecture you're reading is hers. It has been maintained by successive masters, but the foundational design is original." He looked at Harry's watch with an attention that suggested he knew exactly what it was. "Your AI is running a scan." "Yes," Harry said. "Tell it that the Eastern Quadrant's field geometry is deliberate, not structural drift. Several students have attempted to correct it as an anomaly. It is not an anomaly." Harry relayed this to Jarvis, who noted it and updated the model accordingly. Wang watched this exchange with the expression of someone who has decided to find something acceptable and moved on. "Dr. Strange will see you after morning forms," he said. "I will show you where you'll sleep. The training schedule begins tomorrow." "What does the training schedule involve?" Hermione asked. She had her notebook out, which she had brought everywhere since the age of 6 and was already writing. "Tomorrow, physical conditioning and basic meditation. The week after, foundational sling ring theory, beginning with why it works before moving to how." Wang glanced at her notebook. "You may write whatever you find useful. The library is available to you between evening forms and lights out. I would suggest beginning with the 3rd century Mesopotamian texts on dimensional field theory rather than the more accessible introductory materials, given what Strange tells me about your existing framework." Hermione looked up from the notebook. "The 3rd century Mesopotamian texts? They have not been translated into English. Do you read Aramaic? No, you will by the end of the month. I'll teach you the relevant vocabulary tonight." He turned and walked toward the sleeping quarters. "Follow, please." Harry and Hermione looked at each other. Hermione's expression was the one she reserved for things that were going to be significantly harder than anticipated and significantly more interesting for it. Harry's expression was the one he reserved for situations that had just recalibrated his assessment of the available challenge level. They followed Wang. Stephen Strange arrived at the first training session the following morning with the unhurried precision of a man who has been on time for every appointment in his life, not because he is punctual, but because he has arranged space-time to accommodate his schedule. He was tall and wore the cloak of levitation with the casual authority of someone who has long since stopped noticing that their clothing occasionally moves of its own accord. He looked at Harry and Hermione for a moment with an assessment that reminded Harry strongly of the way Tony looked at a new piece of equipment, not hostile, not warm, but comprehensively evaluative. "Harry Potter," he said. "Hermione Granger." He said their names the way Ollivander had said Harry's 2 years ago, as notations rather than greetings. "I've reviewed your guardian's data package. His framework is wrong in 3 places and correct in 11. That's a better ratio than most people who have attempted this." "Don't tell him I said that." "He'd want to know which 3 places," Harry said. "I know. That's why I'm not telling him yet. I need him to keep working on it independently." Strange moved to the center of the courtyard and turned to face them. "What do you know about dimensional theory?" "We know Tony's version," Hermione said. which is based on the biophotonic field model, magic as a structured energy emission from the caster, shaped by intent, amplified by focus objects. We know the wand is an amplifier, not a source. We know the internal field is the limiting factor in most casting scenarios, not the external expression. She paused. We know Tony's model doesn't account for spells that exceed the caster's biological output capacity. Good. What does that tell you about those spells? They're drawing from somewhere else, Harry said. Yes. From where? Harry thought about it. He had been thinking about it for 2 years. Since the night he had held the resonance trap steady for 4 minutes in the Hogwarts corridor, and then collapsed, and had spent the recovery period wondering where the power had come from in minutes 3 and 4, because his own field hadn't been sufficient for that duration. The environment, he said slowly, the ambient field, the magic that's already in the space, the castle's stored charge, partially, and outside a high-charge environment, the dimensional substrate, Hermione said. She was reading from a note she'd made last night, he could tell, committing it to memory as she spoke. The field that underlies the physical plane, the source that the camouflage practices draw from directly. Strange looked at her with something that was not quite surprise, but was adjacent to it. Wang gave you the Mesopotamian texts last night. He gave me the vocabulary. I read the texts, all of them. The relevant sections, the cosmological framework sections, I'll finish those tonight. She looked up. The Hogwarts magical tradition draws from the dimensional substrate passively and incidentally. Camouflage draws from it deliberately and directly. That's the structural difference between the two systems. That, Strange said, is a better summary of the core distinction than most of my senior students could produce after a year. He was quiet for a moment, with an expression that Harry was learning to read as the strange equivalent of being genuinely interested in something. A slight focusing, a stillness that was attentive rather than impassive. You are going to be a significant problem for several existing institutions, Miss Granger. I know, Hermione said. I'm planning for it. The physical conditioning was harder than either of them had expected, and they had expected it to be hard. Tony ran a training regimen in Malibu that had evolved over 10 years from basic fitness into something closer to a tactical athleticism program. Endurance, strength, spatial awareness. The ability to function under physical stress without losing the precision that precision work required. They were not soft children. They were in better physical condition than most adults. The camouflage forms were different. They were not about strength or endurance in the conventional sense. They were about control at a granular level, the ability to produce specific physical states on demand. A particular quality of stillness, a particular distribution of weight, a particular relationship between breath and attention that Strange described on the 3rd day as the body as an instrument rather than a vehicle. The distinction, Harry gathered from 3 days of failure, was that a vehicle carries you and an instrument expresses you, and the forms were practice at the expression. He was bad at it initially in a way that was specific and interesting. His precision was good, the physical accuracy of the movements, the technical correctness. What was missing was the quality of presence that made the forms more than exercises. He could perform the motions correctly while his mind was somewhere else, and the motions performed without presence were, Strange explained, exactly as useful as a wand wave without intent, which is to say, not at all. You're used to thinking while doing, Strange told him on the 4th morning. You've been trained to run background processes during physical tasks. That training is useful. It is not useful here. Here you need to be only here. Why? Because dimensional access requires a mind that is not dividing its attention. The substrate doesn't respond to a fraction of your focus. It requires all of it. Strange demonstrated the form, a slow, pivoting motion that looked simple and clearly wasn't, because when Strange did it, the field density in the immediate area shifted in a way Harry's watch registered as a spike. The meditation practice is not a warm-up exercise. It is the core skill. Everything else is application of the core skill. Harry looked at the form. He had understood it technically on day 1. He ran it again, this time making a deliberate effort to put the background processor down, to not be simultaneously thinking about the field readings or the week's training schedule or the 3 things he needed to send Tony tonight. To be here, in the courtyard, in this body, doing this motion. It was, he found, significantly more difficult than anything Tony had ever asked him to do. Hermione, meanwhile, was struggling with a different problem. The meditation came to her relatively easily. She had the capacity for deep absorption that she'd always had, the ability to narrow focus to a single point and hold it. What she couldn't do was be still in the way the forms required when she felt she had understood something and wanted to move on to the next thing. Strange caught her doing the advanced version of the 3rd week forms in the 1st week, having read ahead in the sequence, and made her go back to the beginning. "I've already mastered the foundational. You've mastered the technical execution of the foundational forms," Strange said. "That is not the same thing. A musician who can play all the notes of a piece correctly at tempo has not mastered the piece. They have demonstrated the prerequisites for mastering it." He returned her to the 1st form with an air of complete inflexibility. "Precision without stillness is a knife that cuts its owner. Do the 1st form until I tell you to stop." Hermione did the 1st form for 6 days before Strange told her to stop. She hated every one of those 6 days with a methodical intensity. She also, Harry noted, got better at the 1st form every single day, not in ways that were visible to the eye, but in ways that registered on the watch's field emission reader. The output smoothing and focusing until by the 6th day it was something genuinely different from what it had been on the 1st. She didn't thank Strange for this, but she didn't argue with him again, either. The sling rings arrived at the end of the 2nd week, and they were not, as advertised, going to work without modification. Strange demonstrated. He produced a portal between the Camertage courtyard and a street in Hong Kong in approximately 4 seconds. With the particular ease of a man performing a motion his body has memorized completely. The mechanics were visible to Harry's watch, a rapid, forceful spin of the ring that generated a torsional field effect in the dimensional substrate, creating a stable aperture between 2 spatial coordinates. Clean, fast, elegant, Harry tried it with a standard sling ring. The ring spun. Nothing happened. He tried again. Still nothing. He checked the watch and found exactly what he'd expected. His internal field frequency was calibrated to wand resonance. The years of wand work had tuned his biophotonic emission to a specific harmonic that was incompatible with the substrate access frequency the sling ring required. His field was trying to speak to the substrate in the wrong language. "I need to modify the rings," he told Strange. "I know," Strange said. He had, Harry realized, known this before they arrived. "I've been curious what you'd propose." "The ring needs to act as a frequency translator, accepting input at my field's natural harmonic and converting it to the substrate access frequency. I can do that with rune-etched conduit lines. Ancient runes have their own frequency mapping properties. Hermione and I have been studying that for 2 years. If I engrave the conversion rune set into the ring material, it should bridge the gap." Strange was quiet for a moment. "You've been studying rune-based frequency mapping for 2 years. It's a Hogwarts elective. We took it in 3rd year. Harry paused. "We also did independent research outside the curriculum." "Of course you did." Strange looked at the sling ring, then at Harry. "The modification will reduce portal stability. The translation process introduces a lag that affects the aperture's coherence." "By how much?" "I don't know. I've never seen it done." Strange's tone was perfectly neutral, which Harry was learning meant he was paying close attention. "That's the experiment. Tony sent the rune-etching tools via courier to Kathmandu within 36 hours of Harry's request, along with a list of 12 suggested rune configurations. A note that said try the 4th one first. The resonance math looks cleanest. And a secondary note that said Strange won't tell me what the 3 wrong parts of my framework are. Find out and tell me. Use operational discretion. Harry showed the second note to Strange. Strange read it without expression and said, "Tell him the first error is in his model of intent as a unidirectional force. Intent is not a force, it is a field condition. The distinction matters for everything downstream." "He's going to want the other two," Harry said. "He can have them when he's corrected the first one." Handing someone 3 corrections simultaneously produces 3 half-corrections. Give him one at a time. Strange returned to the sling ring in his hand. "Use the 4th configuration. Your guardian's resonance math is correct on that one." The modified sling rings took 3 weeks to learn. The first attempt produced nothing. The second produced a portal that opened for approximately half a second and then collapsed with a sound like a soap bubble failing at a scale several orders of magnitude larger. The third produced a stable portal that lasted 4 seconds and opened between the courtyard and the inside of a wall in the eastern quadrant. Incorrect targeting. The aperture landing 3 meters from the intended coordinate. Strange watched all of this without comment. Wang watched it while drinking tea and reading, which Harry found somehow more unnerving than Strange's silence, because it suggested Wang had seen this many times and had concluded it was not worth interrupting his reading for. By the end of week 3, Harry could open a portal with a 3-second spin that remained stable for approximately 40 seconds and had a targeting accuracy within roughly 1 meter of the intended coordinate. He could not yet move while maintaining it. The mental load of holding the aperture open consumed attention he needed for spatial navigation. And attempting both simultaneously produced a specific feeling he described to Tony in his Sunday report as like running 2 operating systems on insufficient RAM. "That's exactly what it is," Tony said over the communication link from Malibu. "Your attention is a shared resource and you're oversubscribing it. The fix is that one of the tasks needs to become automatic. The portal maintenance needs to drop below conscious processing level before you can do anything else simultaneously. That's not a design problem, that's a practice problem. How long does it take to get there?" Strange would know better than I would, but based on the analogy, learning to drive. Most people can hold a conversation in a car after about 18 months of regular driving. The maintenance becomes automatic. The novelty wears off. Tony paused. The critical difference being that you don't have 18 months. "No," Harry agreed. "So you practice more hours per day. You know this." "I know." "How's Hermione doing? Her shields are extraordinary." Hermione's shields were, as Harry had reported, extraordinary in the specific way that things Hermione did became extraordinary. Not through natural ease, but through the application of analytical rigor to a physical practice, until the practice had no remaining inefficiencies to exploit. The shields of the Vishanti were, in their standard form, a broad-spectrum barrier that deflected incoming energy by reinforcing the local dimensional substrate into a reflective geometry. They required sustained attention to maintain, responded to the caster's intent about what to block, and were stronger when the caster's mental state was calm and ordered. For most practitioners, this meant the shields were strongest during low-stress practice and degraded under combat conditions when the mental state became difficult to maintain. Hermione's approach was different. She had spent the first 3 days of shield practice not practicing shields, but sitting in the library with the Vishanti texts and a notebook, deriving the mathematical structure of what the shield was actually doing to the substrate geometry. By day 4, she had a set of equations describing the deflection geometry in terms that were partly the Camertage theoretical vocabulary, and partly her own notation system derived from Tony's field emission models. By day 5, she was practicing shields while mentally running the equations, using the mathematical structure as a substitute for the experiential calm that the practice assumed. Strange watched her do this on the 6th day and was quiet for a long time. "You're running the geometry consciously?" He said, "Yes, I find it more reliable than trying to produce the correct mental state on demand." She held the shield up, a smaller area than a standard Vishanti shield, but the density on Harry's watch was reading significantly above normal. The emotional state approach assumes a consistency of inner conditions that I can't guarantee under stress. The mathematical approach is reproducible regardless of inner conditions. The shield is smaller than standard, because the conscious geometry requires more specificity. I have to define what I'm shielding against, which means the shield is optimized for specific threat classes rather than broad spectrum. She lowered the shield and made a note. I'm working on an adaptive version, but the computational load is significant. Currently, each new threat class requires an additional equation set that I have to run in parallel, and each parallel process reduces available attention for other tasks. Strange sat down across from her. This was unusual. He rarely sat during training, preferring to observe from a standing position that suggested he could intervene or demonstrate at any moment. Sitting meant he was done intervening and was now simply looking at what was in front of him. You understand, he said, that this approach has a ceiling. There will be threat inputs you haven't modeled. An optimized defense against known threats is simultaneously a vulnerability against unknown ones. I know. Hermione's voice was straightforward. The solution is to model as many threat classes as possible before deployment, and to accept that unknown threats will require real-time adaptation rather than precomputed response. She paused. Tony says the same thing about hardware design. You can't armor for every possible attack. You armor for the known distribution, and you build in enough adaptability to respond to the tail. Tony Stark is describing the same principle, Strange said, with the tone of a man finding something interesting despite himself. In different vocabulary. Most principles appear in multiple vocabularies, Hermione said. That's usually how you know they're real. Strange looked at her for a moment. He had, in his career as Sorcerer Supreme, trained several dozen students of genuine talent. He had a clear internal sense of what extraordinary looked like at various ages and stages. What he was looking at now did not fit neatly into that distribution. Not because the raw power was exceptional, though it was, but because the relationship between knowledge and application was inverted from the usual sequence. Most students moved from knowledge to application gradually, the knowledge translating to capability over time. Hermione Granger arrived with a complete theoretical framework already built and was now installing physical practice into it from the inside, fitting capability to theory rather than the other way around. You have one of the most precise magical minds I have encountered in a very long time, he told her. It was not a compliment in his delivery, it was an assessment, stated as fact. The meditation exercises I'm going to assign you will be the hardest thing I give you, not because they are complex, but because they require you to stop using the part of yourself you are most confident in. Stopping thinking, Hermione said, being present without analyzing the present. Different thing, he stood. You'll do them every morning before any other practice, an hour starting tomorrow. Hermione looked at him steadily. I'll do them, she said, but I want to understand the mechanism. Why does stopping the analysis improve the output? Because the dimensional substrate is not a computational system, Strange said. It is not improved by being calculated at. It responds to presence. You can calculate your way to a door. You cannot calculate your way through it. He paused at the edge of the courtyard. The mechanism will be obvious after 3 weeks of the exercises. Experience it first, theorize it after. He left. Hermione looked at her notebook. She wrote down what he'd said verbatim and then made a small notation in the margin, verify empirically. Harry, who had heard the exchange, looked at the notation and said nothing, because it was so perfectly Hermione that saying anything about it would have been redundant. In the 3rd week, Strange showed Harry the mirror dimension. He did not plan to initially. He had intended to introduce it in the 4th week, as a controlled demonstration with tightly constrained parameters and a specific safety protocol. What changed his timeline was an incident on the Tuesday of the 3rd week during a free training period when Harry was practicing portal targeting in the eastern courtyard and opened a portal that went somewhere he had not intended. The portal opened. Harry looked through it and went very still. Through the aperture was a space that was not a place in any conventional sense. A vast, folded geometry of reflective surfaces. Reality echoing back on itself at angles that shouldn't have been possible. The sky on the other side, a deep prismatic color that had no name in the spectrum of ordinary light. It was not dangerous, exactly. It was something more specific than dangerous. It was a space in which the concept of location was optional and the concept of consequence was deferred. Harry looked at it for approximately 4 seconds. Then he reached out and closed the portal with a clean reverse motion and sat down on the courtyard stone and said to his watch, "Jarvis, flag that last portal reading and log it under dimensional anomaly, unknown space. Send it to Tony with a priority marker." "Done," Jarvis said. "Should I also flag the reading for Dr. Strange?" "He already knows," Harry said. Strange had appeared in the courtyard archway approximately 2 seconds after the portal opened, and was now walking toward him with the measured pace of a man who is choosing his words carefully. "You found the mirror dimension," Strange said. "I found something. Is that what it's called?" "It's one of several names." Strange sat on the low wall at the courtyard's edge, the second time Harry had seen him sit during training. "It's a parallel dimension that reflects our own. Objects and people pulled into it are contained. They can interact with each other but cannot affect the physical world outside it. It's used to contain threats without destroying them." He paused. "It's not on the 3rd-week curriculum." "I wasn't trying to go there." "I know. You found it because your targeting was looking for a space outside normal physical coordinates. The sling ring went to the nearest available dimensional adjacency, which happened to be the mirror dimension." Strange looked at the spot where the portal had been. "Most students spend 6 months learning to access it deliberately. You stumbled into it by accident in week 3. "Can I learn to use it?" Strange considered the question for long enough that Harry understood it was a serious question requiring a serious answer rather than a reflexive one. "Yes," he said finally, "with significant caveats. The mirror dimension requires sustained mental presence to maintain, more than a standard portal, because you're not just holding an aperture open, you're holding the reflective geometry stable. It is considerably more taxing than anything you've done so far. But possible, slowly." Strange stood. "We'll begin tomorrow, and Potter, yes. Don't open another uncontrolled portal today. I'd rather not spend the evening retrieving you from somewhere inconvenient." "That's the most concern you've expressed about my welfare since we arrived," Harry said. "It's not concern for your welfare," Strange said. "It's concern for my evening." He walked back toward the training hall. The cloak of levitation shifted around his shoulders with what Harry could only interpret as agreement. Time manipulation came up once. Strange brought it up himself at dinner in the 4th week, which surprised Harry. Strange did not typically introduce topics he wasn't prepared to teach. "The time turner," Strange said, setting down his bowl. "You've heard of it." "Hermione used one in 3rd year," Harry said. "For scheduling, I know. I've been aware of the Ministry's Time Turner program for some time." Strange's voice was measured. "I want to show you something, not as instruction, as information." He took them to the Sanctum's time chamber, a room Harry had not seen before, reached through a corridor that Jarvis noted was accessing a dimensional fold that compressed roughly 40 feet of physical space into 6. The chamber itself was small and plain, and at its center was a glass case containing what appeared to be a golden hourglass, identical to the Ministry's time turners in construction, but larger, more precise, and radiating a field emission that Harry's watch immediately flagged as exceeding its measurement scale. "The Eye of Agamotto," Strange said. He did not approach the case. He stood at the room's edge and looked at it. "The most powerful time manipulation device in existence. I have used it once. Once was enough to understand something that I want you to understand without having to use it." He paused. "What do you know about timeline mechanics?" "Basic theory," Hermione said. The Ministry's time-turners operate within a closed loop. You can go back, but you can't change anything, because what you do in the past was already part of the past. The loop is fixed. The Ministry's time-turners operate within a closed loop, Strange said. The eye does not. He looked at them both. I am going to show you what an open timeline fracture looks like from the outside. I want you to watch carefully, and I want you to understand that what you are seeing is not theoretical. What he showed them was brief. A small, contained demonstration. A single branching event produced deliberately in a sealed temporal field within the chamber. The fracture point visible as a prismatic shattering of the local time field. The two timelines diverging from the point of intervention like cracks spreading through glass. Harry watched it and tracked the field readings and said nothing. Hermione watched it and made no notes. Her notebook stayed in her pocket, which told Harry she understood that this was not the kind of thing to be annotated in real time. Strange let them look for 30 seconds. Then he sealed the demonstration and the chamber's field returned to its baseline and he said, "Any questions?" "No," Harry said. Strange looked at him. "You're certain?" "I had questions before you showed us that," Harry said. "I don't have them anymore." He paused. "I understand what you were showing us. Then we'll say nothing more about it." Strange turned toward the corridor. "The chamber is off-limits for the remainder of your stay. I trust that's understood." "Understood," Hermione said quietly. They walked back through the dimensional fold of the corridor in silence. Harry did not look back at the chamber. He was running the image of the fracture, that prismatic shattering, the two timelines spreading from a single point like damage through glass, against a mental model of every intervention he had ever imagined making. Every death on the list in his watch. Every failure point he had ever catalogued and wondered about, he ran the comparison. He arrived at the same answer Strange had arrived at in his own time, in his own way. And he filed it, not with grief, not with the weight of acceptance, but with the clean precision of a door that has been measured, understood, and correctly identified as one that should remain closed. He did not open it again. The last week of the Camertage month was quieter than the ones before it. The formal training had reached a natural plateau. The physical skills that could be built in 4 weeks had been built. The theoretical foundations had been laid. And what remained was the long, slow work of practice that would continue for years. Strange shifted from instruction to observation, watching them work through their daily practice with the focused non-intervention of a man who knows that some processes cannot be usefully interrupted. On the penultimate evening, Harry sat alone in the eastern courtyard after the evening forms. The Himalayan night was very clear and very cold at this altitude, and the stars were visible in a way they were not in Malibu or Scotland, low horizon and enormous. The sky feeling closer, the distance between here and there seeming like something that could be closed. He had his watch off. He had asked Jarvis to suspend the monitoring for an hour, and Jarvis had said he would note the gap in the health data log and Tony would ask about it. And Harry had said he knew, and Jarvis had suspended the monitoring. He sat in the cold and looked at the stars and let the background processor be quiet, the way Strange had been teaching him. Let himself be in the courtyard without modeling the courtyard. Just the cold and the stars and the stone under him and the particular quality of the air at altitude. He had been practicing the mirror dimension for 10 days. He could now maintain a partial fold, not the full dimensional containment that Strange deployed, but enough to pull a small area into the reflective geometry for approximately 2 minutes before the mental load became unsustainable. It was nowhere near combat applicable. It was a beginning. On the 3rd day of mirror dimension practice, he had seen the reflection. It had lasted perhaps 2 seconds, an artifact of the geometry, an image produced by the dimensional fold's reflective properties that he had initially interpreted as data. And then, when it resolved into something specific, understood as something else. He had seen himself at what looked like 16 or 17, older, taller, standing in a space he didn't recognize. And he had been laughing at something, genuinely, openly, without the operational overlay. And there was someone beside him he couldn't quite resolve, a shape in the periphery of the image, an arm around his shoulders, a presence he couldn't identify. The fold had closed before he could look more carefully. He had not told Strange about it. He had not told Hermione or Tony. He had logged it in a personal file in his watch under a header that said simply, "Anomaly, non-data, personal." Sitting in the courtyard now, he thought about it again, not analytically, just let it exist in his mind the way Strange had taught him to let things exist without immediately processing them. The image of himself laughing, the unknown person beside him, the quality of the light in whatever space they'd been in. He didn't know if it was real or artifact. He didn't know if it was a possible future or a fiction generated by the fold's reflective properties. He knew, with the part of himself that was not the background processor, the part he was learning to pay more attention to, that it mattered to him. That the image of himself in that state, in that unknown space, with that unknown person, mattered in a way that was distinct from strategic or informational significance. He sat with this mattering for a while in the Himalayan dark without filing it. It was harder than the mirror dimension. It was harder than the portal targeting or the forms or the 6-day wait for Hermione to stop arguing with Strange's curriculum. It was the hardest thing Strange had asked either of them to do, though Strange had not technically asked Harry to do it at all. He pushed his mirror dimension practice harder the next day. He did not examine why. Strange came to see them off on the last morning. This was unexpected. Wang had overseen departures efficiently and without ceremony, and Strange's interest in ceremony was well established as minimal. He found them in the courtyard with their bags, waiting for the car to Kathmandu airport, and stood at the courtyard entrance with the cloak settling around him in the thin morning air. "What you've built this month is a foundation," he said. "Not a capability, don't mistake it for one." He looked at Harry. "Your portal accuracy will continue to improve with daily practice. The mirror dimension work. Do not attempt full containment until your stability sustain time reaches 10 minutes on a partial fold. Not before." "Understood," Harry said. "Miss Granger." He looked at Hermione. "The meditation practice, every morning, non-negotiable." "Every morning," she said. She paused. "The mechanism, I've almost worked it out. I know." Something shifted in Strange's expression, not a smile, but the structural precursor to one. "Tell me when you have it." "I'm curious whether you'll arrive at the same formulation I did, or something better." Hermione blinked. It was, Harry knew, the most significant thing Strange could have said to her, and Strange knew it too, and had said it anyway. And the precision of the offering, not effusive, not warm, but exactly calibrated to what she needed to hear, was so characteristic of what Harry had come to understand about Stephen Strange that he felt something like affection for the man, though Strange would certainly not have welcomed the word. "One more thing," Strange said, and his tone shifted, less instructor, more something else that Harry didn't have an immediate category for. "You are being prepared for something specific, both of you. You understand that?" "Yes," Harry said. "I want you to understand it clearly, not just operationally. You are weapons being refined. Whether you are also people, that is not something being built into you by your training. That is something you have to build yourselves around the training in the space the training doesn't occupy." He paused. "Your guardian is an extraordinary engineer. He is a man who built his humanity around a machine in his chest because he needed the machine to survive, and the machine and the humanity coexist imperfectly, and it works. The architecture is visible in you. It is not the worst architecture I've encountered." Another pause. "But the human part requires maintenance that the training does not provide. Do not let the training crowd it out." Harry looked at him. Strange had said this without warmth and without distance, said it the way Wang explained a text, the way Ollivander had named a wand's properties, as a true thing that needed to be said. Harry thought about the mirror dimension image, the laughing, the unknown person. "I hear you," he said. Strange nodded once. He did not say goodbye. He turned and walked back into the compound, the cloak moving behind him like a punctuation mark, and that was that. Wang appeared from a side door and escorted them to the courtyard gate with the efficient warmth of a man who was genuinely pleased to have had them there, and was equally genuinely pleased to have his library back. In the car to the airport, Hermione read. Harry looked out the window at Kathmandu going past. The density of the streets, the particular layered noise of the city, the way the magic here was different from Hogwarts and different from Camertage, woven into ordinary life in ways that the Western magical world had separated out into enclaves. He thought about what Strange had said, about maintenance, about the space the training didn't occupy. He thought about Ron Weasley, who would be at the Burrow right now, doing something uncomplicated and loud with his brothers, who had written him a letter last week that was entirely about a Quidditch match and a joke Fred had played on Percy, and a request for Harry's opinion on whether the Chudley Cannons had any realistic prospects this season, and which had required no operational processing at all, just reading, and the particular low-grade warmth of knowing someone was thinking about you in a way that had no strategic dimension. Harry had not written back yet. He would write back today from the airport, and he would tell Ron about Nepal, not the classified parts, but Nepal, the altitude, the cold, the stars, and he would ask about the cannons and whether Fred's prank had consequences and what the Burrow was like in summer. He would write back today. He pulled out the watch and opened a new message to Jarvis. "Remind me," he said quietly, so as not to disturb Hermione's reading. "Airport, write to Ron." "Noted," Jarvis said. There was a brief pause. "For what it's worth, sir, the gap in the health data log last night, I told Mr. Stark it was a sensor calibration interval." Harry looked at the watch. "You covered for me." "I provided a technically accurate alternative explanation for a data gap that he would otherwise have asked 17 questions about." Another pause. "You needed an hour." "The data was the same at the end of it." Harry was quiet for a moment. Outside, Kathmandu gave way to the city's edge, and the road began to climb toward the airport, and the Himalayas were enormous against the morning sky, the kind of enormous that resets your sense of scale every time you let yourself look at them properly. "Thank you," Harry said. "Don't mention it," said Jarvis. "Literally, Mr. Stark would recalibrate my decision-making parameters." Harry looked at the mountains for the rest of the drive and let himself, just for the length of it, not be running anything at all. The Triwizard Tournament had been suspended for over a century on the grounds that the death toll was unacceptable, and had been reinstated in Harry's 4th year on the grounds that adequate safeguards had been implemented, and Tony's response to this information, delivered by Hermione in a Sunday evening report with the careful tone she used when presenting data she anticipated would produce a strong reaction, was to sit very still for approximately 4 seconds and then say, "Define adequate safeguards." Hermione defined them. The goblet of fire as entry mechanism, the age line as eligibility filter, the magical binding contract as safety guarantee, and the panel of international judges as oversight. Tony listened to all of this and then said, "That's not a safety system, that's bureaucratic theater. A filter that stops underage students from entering, a contract that compels participation once entered, and a panel of judges with no apparent authority to halt the event if conditions become dangerous." Who designed this? Historically, the Department of Magical Games and Sports, in 1294. So the safety architecture hasn't been updated in 700 years. The Ministry considers it a tradition. The Ministry, Tony said, with the particular flatness he reserved for institutional failures that were too comprehensive to be usefully angry about, is going to hear from my legal team about what constitutes a duty of care. He paused. "Harry is not entering." "I'm not entering," Harry confirmed. He was 14 and had, on the subject of the tournament, a considered position. It was a meaningful intelligence-gathering opportunity in a year that had produced 2 significant data points. The first was the dark mark fired over the Quidditch World Cup campsite. The reconstituting entity from Quirrell's possession was mobilizing its network. The second was the tournament itself. which Tony had identified through his Muggle financial anomaly tracking as having been reinstated not through ordinary ministry channels, but through the influence of a man named Bartemius Crouch Sr., whose financial records showed a pattern consistent with someone operating under external pressure. The tournament was a mechanism for something. Harry intended to be present to observe it, not to participate in it. He said none of this at dinner with Tony and Pepper and Rhodey, who had come for the weekend, because Rhodey would have said something practical, and Pepper would have made the face she made when she knew Harry was running a more complicated internal calculation than the one he was presenting. He said it later to Jarvis in the workshop in the specific shorthand they had developed over 3 years of Sunday reports. Tournament is a setup, logging my observational priorities, monitor Crouch financial irregularities, flag any connection to the entity's known associate network. Logged. Jarvis said, Mr. Stark has independently flagged Crouch Sr. He's running the same hypothesis. I know, Harry said. He taught me how to run it. The Goblet of Fire was installed in the entrance hall of Hogwarts on the 29th of October. It was a large, roughly hewn wooden cup containing a dancing blue-white flame that Tony's sensor data, transmitted through Harry's watch, identified as producing a field emission consistent with an extremely powerful binding enchantment layered over a pattern recognition matrix. The goblet was, mechanically, an automated selection system running on several centuries of stored magical charge, evaluating submitted names against criteria that included magical ability, school affiliation, and something else that the sensor data suggested but didn't cleanly specify. Something in the evaluation matrix that looked, in Tony's framework, like a weighted variable. Dumbledore drew the age line, a thin golden circle around the goblet's pedestal, and explained that it would prevent anyone under 17 from crossing. Fred and George Weasley, who had spent the train journey developing an aging potion intended to circumvent this, crossed the line the following morning with visible confidence and were immediately ejected by a burst of blue flame. Landing outside the circle with long white beards that Hermione observed were actually quite well grown for a charm that had been active for less than 30 seconds. Harry watched this from across the hall with Ron, who was laughing too hard to speak, and thought about the age line's mechanism, a separate field layer, perimeter-based, keyed to a biological marker of maturity that it was reading through the magical field emission rather than through any physical characteristic. Robust against the aging potion because the potion altered physical markers, not the field signature. Reasonably well designed for 1294 standards. He did not enter his name. He had no interest in entering his name. He went to dinner and listened to the excited speculation of every student in the castle, and sat with Ron and Hermione and Neville, and felt, in a way that was mildly uncomfortable, the straightforward pleasure of an evening with no strategic dimension at all. Just food and noise, and Ron arguing passionately about whether Victor Crumb, who was here with Durmstrang, was the best seeker currently playing or merely the best seeker currently playing in Europe, and Hermione telling him that this was a false distinction, and Neville quietly eating his pudding with the expression of a person who finds the company of people arguing about things they care about to be genuinely comfortable. 2 days later, the goblet selected its champions. Victor Crumb for Durmstrang, Fleur de Lacquer for Beauxbatons, Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts, a 7th year, broad-shouldered and decent, who accepted the announcement with a grace that made the great hall cheer twice. Then the goblet's flame turned red one final time and produced a 4th slip of parchment, and Dumbledore read the name on it with an expression that Harry, watching from across the hall, identified as something behind careful neutrality. Harry Potter. The hall went very quiet in the specific way that large spaces go quiet when something happens that nobody has the immediate category for. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and did not stand up. He was running in the 4 seconds before Dumbledore said his name again. A rapid assessment of the field readings from the goblet the binding enchantment had activated, The selection was confirmed, and the contract layer was now keyed to his field signature. But there was something in the activation pattern that was wrong in a specific way. The binding had not initialized in the standard configuration. There was a secondary layer, inserted between the selection and the binding, in the gap that the goblet's architecture left open for the fraction of a second between selection confirmation and contract activation, that had modified the binding's terms. Someone had put something in the goblet, something that had triggered the selection and modified the contract simultaneously, in a window of milliseconds, which meant either an extraordinary piece of magical engineering or a very old exploit that the goblet's designers hadn't anticipated. He stood up. He walked to the front of the hall with the operational calm of someone who has already assessed the situation, and concluded that the immediate priority is information, not resistance. He met Dumbledore's eyes. The old man was watching him with the focused intensity of someone reading a text very carefully, and said quietly, "I didn't enter my name." "I know," Dumbledore said, just as quietly. "Come with me." The meeting in Dumbledore's office included the heads of all three schools, the ministry officials, Bartemius Crouch Sr. and Ludo Bagman, and Alastor Moody, the new defense against the dark arts professor, who had arrived that year in place of the position's increasingly rapid turnover, and who Harry had been watching since September. Moody had a magical eye that rotated independently of his other eye, and that Harry's watch had clocked as reading through surfaces, a form of magical X-ray that had a distinctive field signature. He had also, on 3 separate occasions Harry had logged, walked routes through the castle that corresponded with no obvious patrol logic, but made complete sense if you were mapping defensive positions relative to the goblet's location. Harry watched Moody during the office meeting, and Moody watched Harry, and they both understood, in the way that two people who are both watching rooms understand each other, that they were each doing it. The discussion of the binding was, from a legal standpoint, inconclusive. Crouch Sr. insisted the contract was binding regardless of method of entry. Dumbledore said that a contract entered under false pretense had legal vulnerabilities that the ministry's own charter supported. Bagman said several things that were clearly intended to sound authoritative and weren't. Moody said nothing and watched Harry. Harry listened to all of this and then said to the room, calmly, "I have a secondary sensor reading on the binding contract's initialization. The standard activation sequence was modified. There's an inserted layer between selection and binding confirmation that altered the contract terms. I'd like to share the data." The room went quiet in a different way from the Great Hall's quiet. This was the quiet of people who had not expected a 14-year-old to produce sensor data on a magical contract. "The data," Dumbledore said, "would be most helpful." Harry connected the watch's secondary display to a visual projection, a modification Tony had built into the device for exactly this kind of situation, though he'd envisioned it being used at a less politically charged meeting. The field readings came up on the projected display. The goblet's standard binding pattern and the inserted layer and the modification to the contract terms that the insertion had produced. Moody leaned forward. His magical eye had stopped rotating and was fixed on the projection. "The contract terms were modified," he said. His voice was like gravel in a tumbler. "Someone with access to the goblet before the tournament modified the selection criteria and the binding sequence." "Yes," Harry said. "The modification also partially insulated my field signature from the contract's standard enforcement mechanism. Not enough to dissolve the contract, the binding is real, but enough that the terms are negotiable in a way the original design doesn't allow for." He looked at Crouch Sr. "Your legal position that the contract is fully binding in standard terms is not supported by the field data." Crouch Sr. looked at the projection, and then at Harry, and then at the projection again, with the expression of a man who has prepared extensively for an argument and has arrived to find the other party holding a different document than expected. "The ministry's position," he began, "can be reviewed by my guardian's legal team," Harry said. "I'll transmit the field data tonight. We'll have a legal brief by Thursday." He paused. "In the meantime, the practical question is what I'm actually competing in. I don't believe refusing to participate eliminates the contract risk. The binding is real enough that the enforcement mechanism would activate regardless. But the term modifications mean I have some latitude in how I approach participation." He looked at Dumbledore. "I'd like to discuss that latitude with you and Tony together." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment, the reading a text carefully look again, and then said, "Of course." Moody said nothing. He kept watching Harry with the magical eye, and Harry, on the walk back to the Gryffindor common room, sent a Jarvis flag on Moody that said, "Increased monitoring priority." Something about this one is off-pattern, not sure yet what. Tony's response to the data package arrived at 2 in the morning in the form of a Jarvis priority alert that said the communication link was live if Harry was awake. Harry was awake. He had been, since returning to the dormitory, lying in his 4-poster bed running field models on the contract modification and getting incrementally less conclusive results. He took the watch to the bathroom, ran the water in case anyone woke, and said quietly, "What did you have?" "The contract modification is elegant," Tony said. His voice had the quality it got when he had been awake for a long time working on something and had arrived somewhere interesting. Whoever did this understood the goblet's architecture at a level that suggests either access to the original design documentation or a very long time spent studying it. The inserted layer functions as a wrapper. It accepts your field signature as the contract's principle, but routes the enforcement mechanism through a secondary binding that requires a specific trigger event to activate fully. What trigger? I'm not certain yet. The secondary binding's trigger condition is encoded in a rune set I haven't fully mapped. But the structure is consistent with something that activates at a specific physical location, a place binding rather than a time binding or an action binding. Tony paused. Someone wants you at a specific location. The tournament is the delivery mechanism. Harry absorbed this. The third task, most likely. The first 2 are preparation. They create a ranked field that determines who reaches the final task first, and the final task is almost certainly the delivery event. Another pause. "Harry, this is a trap. You understand that clearly?" "Yes. And you understand that knowing it's a trap doesn't eliminate the obligation to walk into it, because the contract binding is real enough that refusing participation activates an enforcement mechanism we don't want to test." "Yes. So we're going to walk into it with better preparation than whoever set it is expecting." Tony's voice was flat and certain. "I'm going to send you updated device specs. The watch needs modifications. The sensor array needs to be able to read place-binding triggers in real time, and I want a dead man beacon built in that sends me your precise coordinates the moment the trigger activates." A pause. "And I'm going to want to know about every task before you attempt it. Complete briefing with enough lead time to prepare." "Understood," Harry said. Then, "Tony, there's something else," the professor, Moody. "His behavioral pattern doesn't fit. He watches the castle the wrong way for someone who's just patrolling. He's mapping it. And his field signature has the same layered quality as Quirrell's did, except it's more sophisticated, more stable. Silence on the other end, not a thinking silence. A Tony has already thought of this silence. "I've been running the Moody anomaly since September," Tony said. "I flagged it when his biographical data didn't fully match the field emission baseline I'd expect from someone with his alleged history. The readings are consistent with a polyjuice potion, a sustained identity replacement." He paused. "Jarvis is building the comparison model. I'll have a confirmation reading by the end of the month. In the meantime—" "I don't tip my hand," Harry said. "You don't tip your hand. You watch him and you give me everything you get, and we build the picture before we act on it." Tony's voice shifted, the almost imperceptible shift that meant he was saying something he had decided to say rather than something that had emerged from analysis. "You're doing well, Harry. I want that on the record." Harry was quiet for a moment. "Noted," he said, in the tone that meant he had heard it and was keeping it, which Tony understood and which was enough. Get some sleep. The first task is in 3 weeks, and I want you well rested when we start the prep work. Harry got some sleep. It took a while. The first task was dragons. Harry found this out 11 days before the task from a source that was not Hagrid. He found it from a passive sensor sweep of the school grounds that registered 4 large biological field signatures in the Forbidden Forest, each one generating thermal and magical emissions consistent with large reptilian physiology, and a respiratory system capable of producing sustained combustion. He cross-referenced with Tony's Bestiary database, got a 91% match to Hungarian horntail, and sent a data package to Tony that same evening. Tony's response took 6 hours and arrived as a set of schematics. The device was small, it had to be constructed from components Harry could assemble in a Hogwarts bathroom without detection. 2 palm-sized emitters, magnetic field generators using a rune-modified coil design that Tony had developed for a different application and adapted overnight. The principle was simple. The inner ear of any sufficiently complex vertebrate, including dragons, relies on the semicircular canals for balance and spatial orientation. A targeted magnetic field at the correct frequency disrupts the fluid dynamics of those canals, producing vertigo, not pain, not damage, just a profound and temporary inability to maintain orientation. Harry built the devices in 4 nights, working after the dormitory was asleep. Components sourced from 3 separate OWL orders placed through different suppliers to avoid pattern recognition. He tested them on himself, a lower power version, holding the emitter near his own ear for 3 seconds, and experienced a convincing 10 seconds of the floor seeming to tilt, which he logged as proof of concept, and then spent 15 minutes recovering from. Hermione reviewed the schematics on the 4th night, seated beside him in the bathroom doorway while he soldered the final coil connection, and said, "The field coherence at this power level drops off significantly past 15 meters. Effective range is 12 meters. I need to get within 12 meters of the horntail. That's close. It's manageable." He set the soldering tool down and checked the completed device against the schematic. "I've been practicing the approach vector. The horntail will be chained limited movement radius. If I come in from the blind side relative to the chain anchor point, I can reach effective range before it requires me after the first pass." Hermione looked at the device and then at him. "You've already mapped the arena layout." Jarvis extrapolated it from the ground disturbance readings on the forest edge. Probable arena diameter, chain anchor position, likely handler positions. He packed the emitters into a cloth case. "The approach is 6 seconds of exposure after the blindside entry. 6 seconds is acceptable?" "To you," Hermione said, in the tone that wasn't quite criticism and wasn't quite worry and was somewhere in the territory between them that she occupied when she had assessed a situation, and concluded that the risk was real but the plan was sound, and both things were true simultaneously. "To the data," Harry said. He looked at her. "I know." She nodded once, briefly, and went back to her own room, and Harry sat with the completed devices in the empty bathroom and listened to the castle settling into its nighttime sounds. The particular creaks and shifts of 900 years of stone and magic and accumulated weight, and thought about 6 seconds of exposure, and decided that 6 seconds was, in fact, acceptable, and that the thinking was done and the preparation was done, and what remained was the execution. He went to bed. He slept surprisingly well. The first task had an audience of several thousand people, and Harry had, in his life, been in front of large groups on a handful of occasions. And what he had learned from those occasions was that the trick was not to stop feeling the exposure, but to treat the feeling as data. Your nervous system flagging an elevated stakes environment, which was accurate information, and then continue with the plan. He walked into the arena with the emitters in his jacket pocket and took 4 seconds to read the layout against his model. The horntail was where Jarvis had projected, chained to a post at the arena's northern end, the nest with the golden egg visible 30 feet beyond it, the chain giving the dragon a movement radius of roughly 25 meters. The handlers were positioned at the arena wall, well back. The judges were in the stands with the rest of the crowd. Harry did not produce a broom. Several of the Hogwarts students in the stands had been confidently predicting that Potter would summon his firebolt and outfly the dragon in a demonstration of seeker skill. And this prediction was based on a reasonable assessment of his capabilities. It was not based on the correct assessment of his priorities, which were not to demonstrate skill, but to retrieve the egg in the minimum time with the minimum risk. He walked toward the Horntail from the western approach, the blind side entry, at a pace that was measured rather than hurried, because hurried movement triggers prey response in large predators, and he needed the dragon's attention on him specifically after the first 6 seconds, not before. The Horntail tracked him at 40 meters. At 30, it oriented fully. At 20, it pulled against the chain and opened its mouth in a display that the crowd received with a sound like a collective inhale. Harry activated the first emitter at 15 meters. The effect took 3 seconds to build. The magnetic field needed time to penetrate the skull and achieve the necessary fluid disruption. And in those 3 seconds, the Horntail breathed fire in a column that passed 2 meters to Harry's left, because the dragon was still tracking him accurately, and he had moved 2 meters to the left as part of the approach vector he had calculated. The fire was loud and very hot at 2 meters. He noted both facts and kept walking. At 12 meters, the emitters reached full effective range and the Horntail stopped, not collapsed, not dropped. It stopped, mid-motion, chain slack, head swinging in a way that was visibly wrong, the powerful body compensating for an orientation signal that had become abruptly unreliable. It took 1 step sideways and then planted its feet and stayed very still, in the specific stillness of an animal that has learned that moving makes things worse. The crowd had gone entirely silent. Harry walked past the Horntail at 8 meters distance. He could feel the heat of its body from here, a significant biological furnace, the scale of it only fully apparent this close. He walked to the nest, picked up the golden egg and walked back. The Horntail tracked him with its eyes. The inner ear disruption didn't affect vision, but did not move, because moving made things worse, and it knew this, and Harry respected this about it. He kept the emitter active until he was 20 meters clear of the chain radius, and then deactivated it, and the Horntail immediately shook its head in a motion like someone clearing water from their ears, recovered its orientation, and roared at the sky with what sounded like retrospective indignation. Harry stood at the arena's edge, and the crowd made a sound he had not heard from several thousand people simultaneously before. Not a cheer exactly, more a collective exhale that became a cheer as it gained momentum. The particular noise of an audience that has watched something and does not yet have the category for what it watched, but has decided it was extraordinary. In the judges' stands, Dumbledore was applauding with an expression that Harry, even at this distance, read as genuinely delighted. The other judges were applauding with expressions of more complicated calculation. He returned to the champion's tent and sat down and checked the emitter readings and sent a data package to Tony that said, "Task 1 complete. Device performed within projected parameters. Recommend increasing effective range to 18 m for next version. The 6-second exposure window at 15 m is tighter than I'd like. Full sensor data attached." Tony's response came 20 minutes later, soared on a Muggle telescope feed Rhodey set up outside Hogsmeade. The 2-meter left move was good timing. Reconsidering the 18 m spec, the field coherence trade-off at that range might not be worth it. Talk Sunday. Also, Rhodey says to tell you he was holding his breath for 4 seconds, and he wants it on record that he considers this unreasonable of you. Harry read this twice. Then he sent back, "Tell Rhodey it was fine." "Tell him the data says it was fine," Tony sent back. "He says the data can go argue with itself." Harry almost smiled. He put the watch away and went to find out what the golden egg contained. The lake task was straightforward in principle and required two pieces of equipment: a modified bubblehead charm reinforced with a small oxygen recycler Tony had designed, disguised as a standard charm component, that extended the breathable air supply from the charm's standard 20-minute limit to approximately 90 minutes. The second piece of equipment was a passive acoustic sensor array the size of a pen, waterproof to 40 meters, that Harry clipped to his watch band before entering the water. The acoustic array was the piece Tony had been most interested in. The merpeople of the Hogwarts Lake used an acoustic communication system that Tony's models had flagged as worth recording, structured, complex, with a frequency range that overlapped partially with cetacean communication, and partially with something that the field emission data suggested was directly interfacing with the magical substrate. He had asked Harry to record it, and Harry had agreed, and had spent an evening explaining to Hermione why this was useful and not exploitative. And Hermione had said that she broadly agreed with the utility, but had reservations about recording the communication of an intelligent species without their knowledge or consent. And Harry had said these were fair reservations, and he would log them with Tony for consideration. Tony had sent back a response that said, "Fair point. We document but don't publish without establishing a consent framework first." Noted, Hermione had read this response and said, "Good," with a precision that meant she was satisfied the concern had been taken seriously and was now closed. The lake was cold and dark at depth, and Harry moved through it with the focused efficiency of someone who has mapped the route in advance. Jarvis had extrapolated the likely hostage location from the merpeople village's probable depth, and the acoustic readings Harry had taken from the surface in 3 separate passes over the previous month. He found the hostages, 4 of them, anchored to the lake bed with magical rope in 11 minutes. Ron was there. Fleur's sister was there, small and clearly distressed, even in her enchanted sleep. 2 others he recognized as the other champion's chosen people. The clue had said to take only what was his. Harry assessed the situation in approximately 4 seconds and concluded that Fleur was unlikely to reach her sister in time. The bubblehead charm, without modification, gave 20 minutes, and Fleur had entered the lake after him and was, by his estimation, dealing with the grindylows that Jarvis had mapped in the lake's midsection, which would cost her time. The sisters' distress readings were within safe parameters, but degrading. The math was simple, and the decision was simple, and he cut Fleur's sister free along with Ron and brought both of them to the surface, arriving at 4 minutes past the task deadline because he had taken the slower, safer ascent route to avoid decompression complications with 2 unconscious people. The time penalty dropped him to 2nd place in the standings. He logged this as acceptable. The acoustic data from the merpeople village was complete and clean, and he sent it to Tony on Sunday as the data packaged primary content, with a note explaining the consent framework he and Hermione had agreed on. Fleur found him at dinner that evening and thanked him for her sister in French-accented English that was direct and genuine. And Harry said it had been the correct decision, and she had thanked him again, and he had meant what he said, and she had understood what he meant, and it was an exchange between 2 people who both understood what correct decisions cost and were comfortable with that understanding. Ron, who had been the hostage, asked Harry what the lake had looked like at depth. Harry described it, with the sensory accuracy he applied to all environments, and Ron listened with the particular pleasure of someone experiencing a place vicariously through someone they trust. And Harry found that he had enjoyed describing it, not the data, but the quality of the thing itself. The dark water and the distance and the strange beauty of the merpeople village at 30 feet, which he had not logged in the acoustic report, but which he had noticed. He noticed that he had noticed. He filed it not in the watch, but somewhere closer to the surface. The fake Moody's unmasking came before the 3rd task. Tony had confirmed the Polyjuice hypothesis in February. The comparison model had reached 94% certainty that the field signature under the Polyjuice transformation was not Alastair Moody, but a different person, with a secondary field layer consistent with someone using a sustained identity replacement over several months. The secondary field was, in Tony's words, starting to show degradation consistent with long-term polyjuice use. The maintenance cost is accumulating and the efficiency is dropping. By April, the degradation was significant enough that Harry's watch could read the underlying signature through the disguise layer. The underlying signature was in Tony's database. Not prominently, a low-priority flag from 3 years ago when he had been mapping the financial networks connected to the entity's associate list. A name, Bartemius Crouch Jr., listed as deceased, clearly not. Harry had this information in April and spent 3 weeks deciding what to do with it, which was longer than he usually took, because the decision matrix had more competing considerations than usual. Acting too early would alert the real target, whatever the third task was meant to deliver, whoever was orchestrating it, and potentially cause them to accelerate or adapt. Acting too late risked the task proceeding as planned. Acting at exactly the right moment required knowing what the task was actually for, which he didn't know completely yet. He sent the data to Tony. Tony sent it to Dumbledore through the Field Entanglement Link's secure channel with a cover message that read, "I believe you already know most of this. I am sharing it to establish that we share it. Coordination seems mutually beneficial." Dumbledore's response arrived by owl and said, "Indeed. I suggest we discuss before the third task. The timing of the intervention matters considerably." They discussed it. Harry was included in the discussion. Tony insisted, and Dumbledore, with the expression of a man who is revising his models in real time, agreed. The conclusion was that Crouch Jr. would be dealt with immediately after the third task's entry. The moment Harry and Cedric entered the maze, before the task could fully develop, Dumbledore would move. The residual binding on the contract required Harry to enter the maze, but it did not require him to remain in it, and the trigger condition for the place binding was the trophy, not the maze itself. "Don't touch the trophy," Dumbledore said. This was the first time Harry had heard him state something with no surrounding strategic elaboration, just the direct instruction, plain and urgent. "Whatever else happens in the maze, do not touch the trophy." "Understood," Harry said. The plan was clean, and the timing was exact, and it held until the third task began, and Cedric Diggory, moving through the maze in the fourth section while Harry was in the third, touched the trophy first. The portkey activated before Dumbledore could reach Crouch Jr.'s position. Harry felt it from 3 sections away. The watch registered a violent field distortion consistent with long-range spatial translocation, the kind of energy spike that a portkey produces when it fires, and Jarvis said in his ear, "Portkey activation detected. Translocation event. The trophy has been activated as a portkey. Cedric Diggory's locator signal is." Harry was already running toward the trophy's last position. He reached it. The grass was disturbed where Cedric had stood. The trophy was gone. And Harry's watch was showing a residual translocation field that was, Jarvis reported, traceable. The portkey had left a coordinate signature in the magical substrate. And with the field entanglement link active and Tony's tracking algorithm running on the other end. "I have the destination coordinates," Jarvis said. Harry looked at the disturbed grass. He looked at his watch. He looked at the maze walls around him, the enchanted hedges, the distant sounds of the crowd in the stands outside. He ran the decision matrix in approximately 2 seconds. Follow, with the watch's tracking data and the dead man beacon primed, or stay and wait for Dumbledore. Following meant entering a situation that had been designed to receive him, with unknown preparation on the other side. Staying meant Cedric was wherever he was going alone. He activated the dead man beacon. It broadcast his current coordinates and the destination coordinates to Tony simultaneously. A signal that meant "I'm going in. Here's where, come now," and he picked up the trophy and followed Cedric into whatever was waiting. A graveyard. Somewhere in England, a small village, old headstones, a dark sky with a half-moon. A manor house visible on a hill. The particular silence of a place that is waiting. Cedric was on the ground already. The portkey had dropped them both, but the impact had hit Cedric harder. Or there had been something on arrival. Harry was on his feet in 2 seconds, watch active, field readings spiking in ways that Jarvis was flagging across 6 different monitoring categories simultaneously. He saw the robed figure across the graveyard. He saw the bundle in its arms. He saw Cedric getting to his feet, shaking his head. "Harry," Cedric said. "What? Stay behind me," Harry said. His voice was level. "Get up and stay directly behind me." The figure raised its wand and said, "Kill the spare." The spell hit Cedric before Harry could move. There was no warning, no build-up, no indication, just a flash of green light, and Cedric Diggory, who had been 17 years old and decent and graceful under pressure and the rightful Hogwarts champion, was dead before he finished falling. Harry stood in the graveyard and looked at Cedric's body on the grass and felt, in the place behind his operational calm, something that had no category in his framework. Not grief exactly, not yet, because grief requires time and he had no time. Something rawer and more immediate. The body's response to witnessing a specific kind of wrongness that the mind has not yet caught up to. He moved the response to the side. Later, he filed it like everything else he filed. He turned his attention to the figure and the bundle and the cauldron that had appeared, and he ran, in the time available, the analysis he always ran. Environment, threats, options, priorities. The ritual took 20 minutes. Harry watched it, monitored it, sent continuous data to Jarvis, and threw the link to Tony. He watched Voldemort reconstitute. Fully, this time, not the parasitic fragment from Quirrell, but something coherent and present and entirely itself. The entity from Godric's Hollow given a body and a face and a voice that was not quite human in its resonance. The field signature Jarvis was reading through the watch, almost exactly matching the Godric's Hollow remnant, but amplified, structured, whole. Voldemort looked at Harry with red eyes that had no warmth in them. Not cruelty exactly. Not the performed cruelty of someone who enjoys what they're doing, but the specific quality of an intelligence for which Harry Potter was a problem to be concluded and not a person to be addressed, and said, "Shall we duel, Harry?" "No," Harry said, a pause. Voldemort's expression shifted, a fractional adjustment, the recalculation of a mind that has encountered an unexpected input. "No, I'm not going to duel you," Harry said. His voice was even. "You've just reconstituted in a body that is currently in the first minutes of biological function. Your field coherence is strong, but your physical systems are not yet stable. Dueling in this state puts you at a disadvantage you wouldn't accept if you'd thought it through. And I'm 14, so the power differential makes the offer look strategic rather than honorable." He paused. "You want to establish dominance in front of your Death Eaters. You don't want a quick win, you want a visible win. Which means you'll give me enough time to attempt something before you end it, which gives me exactly the time I need." Voldemort looked at him with the red eyes for 3 seconds in which absolute silence held across the graveyard, and the Death Eaters in their ring made no sound. Then he said, "You are not what I expected." "No," Harry said, "I imagine not." He activated the Dead Man Beacon's secondary function, the one Tony had built in specifically for this contingency, the one that wasn't a location signal but a field disruptor. A burst of counter-resonance at the frequency Jarvis had identified as matching Voldemort's reconstituted biophotonic emission. Not enough to harm him. Enough to disrupt his field coherence for 3 to 4 seconds. Enough to break his control over the Death Eater's binding for a window too short to exploit militarily, but long enough to do one specific thing. He grabbed Cedric's body. He grabbed the trophy. Portkey return activation required physical contact and a specific intent word that Tony had extracted from the substrate data and encoded into the watch's vocal recognition system. He spoke the word. The portkey fired. He arrived back at the Hogwarts maze entry with Cedric's body and the golden trophy, and fell to his knees on the grass as the graveyard's field signature faded behind him, and the crowd noises from the stands reached him first, confused, uncertain. The sound of several thousand people who have been watching a maze and have just seen two champions appear at its entrance, one of them on the ground and the other on his knees, and something clearly and terribly wrong. Dumbledore reached him in 40 seconds. Harry had been counting. "Cedric," Harry said, which was not a report or a data point. He said it looking at Cedric's face, at the expression that was still on it, the mild surprise of someone who had not understood what was happening before it was finished, and felt the raw thing from the graveyard move closer to the surface. "Cedric is dead." "I know," Dumbledore said. His voice was very quiet and had in it something that was not surprise, but was, Harry recognized, the specific weight of a man who had calculated for this and found that the calculation didn't make it easier. He knelt beside Cedric and stayed there for a moment. Then he looked at Harry. "Are you injured?" "No, I have complete field data on the reconstitution. Jarvis has the full recording. I can have a report to you by morning." Harry paused. "Voldemort is back, fully. I need you to tell Tony I have the beacon active, but the communication link is saturated with the field data transfer. I need someone to tell him directly in terms he can." "I'll send Professor McGonagall to find a telephone," Dumbledore said. He stood and put one hand very briefly on Harry's shoulder, a contact point, not lingering, and then straightened up and turned to manage the crowd and the arriving teachers and the chaos that was building as word moved through the stands. Harry stayed where he was for a moment. He was looking at his watch, at the field readings from the graveyard, still transmitting, Jarvis still running the analysis. He looked at the data, and then he stopped looking at the data, and he looked instead at his hands on the grass, at the trophy lying where he'd dropped it, at the edge of the maze where the enchanted hedges were already beginning to thin as Dumbledore's countercharms unraveled them. He opened the private file in his watch, the one he had started in first year after Quirrell, the one he had never shown anyone. He opened it and he added a name, Cedric Diggory, and he thought about Cedric's father, who had been in the stands, who had been sitting in the stands watching his son compete in a tournament that the data had said was a trap, and who had not been told because the data hadn't been complete enough, and the timing hadn't been right, and someone with a complete plan and better timing would have found a way to. He stopped that line of thinking. He recognized it as one that had no productive destination, not because it was incorrect, but because it was the kind of reasoning that, followed far enough, collapsed into a total accounting that could not be closed, and he had seen what happened to people who tried to close accounts of that kind. And it was not functional. He closed the file. He looked at the Scottish summer sky, late and still pale with the northern light. He sat on the grass outside the maze and waited for Tony to arrive, because he had activated the dead man beacon and Tony would come. And the knowledge of this, certain, structural, not requiring verification, was the thing that held the night together. Tony arrived in 3 hours and 40 minutes, by private jet to Edinburgh, and then a method of transport involving a Muggle vehicle and Rhodey driving at a speed that Rhodey would later describe as inadvisable. He came across the Hogwarts grounds at a pace that was not quite running and found Harry in the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey had eventually installed him on the grounds that he had been outside in the night air for long enough, and someone needed to make sure he had no physical injuries he wasn't reporting. Harry was sitting on a hospital bed in the clothes he'd worn into the maze, watching the door, and when Tony came through it, he looked at him with the same green-eyed steadiness he'd had at 15 months old in a cot in Godric's Hollow, the look of someone paying close and genuine attention. And Tony crossed the room and sat down on the edge of the bed without saying anything, because there was nothing to say that covered the available territory. And Harry leaned slightly against him in the way he almost never did, and they sat like that for a while in the quiet of the hospital wing with the Scottish night outside. "I have the full report ready," Harry said eventually. "Tomorrow," Tony said. "There are time-sensitive elements." "Tomorrow," Tony said again, in a tone that was not a technical assessment or an engineering judgment, but something older and simpler. "Tonight is not a report night." Harry was quiet for a moment. Outside, the grounds were still, the last of the light had finally gone from the northern sky, and it was properly dark, and Hogwarts was settling into the particular silence of a place that has seen something significant and is not yet sure what to do with it. "Cedric Diggory," Harry said. "Not a report, just the name said aloud in the specific way that names sometimes need to be said to make them real in the present tense rather than in the past one." "I know," Tony said. He was decent," Harry said. "He was a decent person. His father was in the stands." "I know." The math was correct. Extracting him from the graveyard wasn't a viable option given the parameters. "I've run the model." "Harry?" Tony's voice was quiet. "The math was correct, and it was still terrible. Both things are true, and you're allowed to let them both be true at the same time." Harry said nothing. He was looking at the hospital wing wall, at a chart of magical ailments posted there in Madame Pomfrey's neat handwriting, at the window beyond it and the dark outside. He was not, in this moment, filing anything. He was letting the terrible thing be terrible in the same space as the correct math. And it was uncomfortable in a way that the filing had never been uncomfortable. And he was doing it anyway, because Tony had said he was allowed to, and because somewhere in him, in the part that was not the background processor, the part that Strange had said needed maintenance. He had known this for a long time. He did not cry. But he did not move away from the contact point either, and they sat together in the hospital wing until Madame Pomfrey came to say that visiting hours were technically over. And Tony said something polite that meant he was not leaving. And she looked at them both for a moment and said that she supposed she could overlook it just this once, and went back to her office, and the night passed. The summer after the graveyard was the quietest summer Harry could remember, which was not the same thing as a peaceful one. Tony ran diagnostics on Harry, on the devices, on every piece of field data from the reconstitution event, with the focused intensity of a man who is using work to manage something he hasn't yet named. Pepper ran the household with the particular warmth of someone who understands that the people around her need normalcy more than they need acknowledgement of how unnormal things are. Rhodey visited for 2 weeks in July and did not ask Harry to talk about the graveyard, and instead asked if Harry wanted to learn how to strip and reassemble a jet turbine, which Harry did. And they spent 3 days doing exactly that in Tony's workshop, while Jarvis played music and asked occasional technical questions that Rhodey said were unnecessary. And Harry said were useful, and Jarvis said nothing, because Jarvis had learned when to let a moment be what it was. Hermione spent most of the summer in the Malibu house as well, which had become the default, her own flat in London. Purchased by Tony 2 years ago, when she had pointed out that maintaining a fiction of a separate home address simplified certain Ministry of Magic documentation requirements, was functionally a mailing address. She was in the workshop most evenings, running her own analysis of the graveyard data, specifically the reconstitution ritual's field signature. She had a hypothesis she was building quietly and hadn't yet shared. Harry noticed she hadn't shared it. He didn't push. They had an understanding, born of 14 years of proximity, about the difference between privacy and withholding. Privacy was a space she was entitled to, and withholding was something she would come to him with when she was ready. He let her work and watch the data himself, and arrived, by August's end, at a partial version of the same hypothesis. He shared his partial version at breakfast on a Tuesday, the way he shared most things with Hermione, without preamble, as a continuation of a conversation they had technically not yet started. The reconstitution required specific components, he said over eggs. Bone, flesh, blood. The ritual was anchoring a field pattern to a new biological substrate. But the field pattern itself, the soul signature, for lack of a better term, it was already coherent before the ritual started. It didn't need to be reconstructed from scratch. It was being reinstalled. Hermione set down her fork. She was quiet for a long moment. "Which means it was stored," she said. The field pattern, before the body was destroyed, stored somewhere external to the host. Multiple somewheres, Harry said. The reconstituted field is too stable for a single anchor point. If there were one, destroying it would have collapsed the pattern, but the pattern reconstituted fully from a damaged state, which means redundancy. Multiple anchor points, multiple storage locations, each one capable of sustaining the full pattern independently. Hermione picked up her fork again. She ate a bite of eggs and looked at the table and said, in a tone that was very controlled, "I worked that out in June." "I know," Harry said. "I worked it out in July. I've been waiting for you to bring it to Tony." She looked at him. "I needed to be certain first. Are you certain now?" A pause. 92%. "That's certain enough." He picked up his own fork. "We tell Tony tonight." Tony received the hypothesis with the silence he reserved for things that were both very important and very bad. He sat in the workshop with the data on the screens around him and didn't say anything for 4 minutes, which was long for Tony. Then he said, "Multiple storage anchors for a sole field pattern, each one independently capable of sustaining the full pattern. So destroying the body doesn't destroy the pattern, it just triggers reconstitution from the next available anchor." "Yes," Hermione said. "How many anchors?" "Unknown." The reconstituted field shows 7 distinct resonance harmonics, each one consistent with a separately anchored subpattern. 6 external anchors and the body itself. She had her notebook. "We've been calling them Horcruxes in our notes. There's a term in a restricted magical text that describes the concept. The creation process is—" "Don't tell me the creation process tonight," Tony said. His voice was flat in a specific way, the flatness of a decision made, not considered. "Tell me the destruction mechanism," she told him. Tony listened and then sat very still for another 2 minutes, doing the engineering in his head, and then said, "Jarvis, new project file under Archon. Sub-project, Soul Anchor Detection and Elimination. Hermione, I need everything you have on the field signature of each harmonic. Harry, I need the complete graveyard reconstitution data cross-referenced against your first-year Quirrell readings. I want to see if any of the harmonic pattern was already present in the Quirrell data, because if it was, it means one of the anchors was in proximity to Hogwarts." He stood up. "And I need to call Strange." "Tonight," Harry said. "Now," Tony said, already reaching for his phone. Strange answered on the second ring, which suggested he had been expecting the call. This was, Harry reflected, probably not a coincidence. The Ministry denied Voldemort's return formally and completely, in a series of official statements that Tony described as a masterclass in institutional self-deception, and which had the practical effect of making the summer's war preparation invisible to the people it was most intended to protect. Dumbledore was removed from his position on the Wisengamot. His name was treated in Ministry communications, with the careful avoidance of someone who has been designated inconvenient. The Daily Prophet ran a series of articles about Harry Potter that managed to be simultaneously dismissive and defamatory, describing him as attention-seeking and unstable, and one of which quoted an anonymous Ministry source, suggesting that the trauma of the third task had produced in him a tendency toward delusion. Tony's response to this article was to have Jarvis compile a complete dossier on the journalist, her editor, and the anonymous Ministry source, who was not difficult to identify, and to have his legal team prepare a defamation brief that was technically not filed but was shared with the journalist's editor via a communication that made clear it existed and was ready. The articles stopped. The brief was never filed. Tony described this as a demonstration of the difference between having a weapon and using it, in a way that told Harry the distinction was intentional and educational. "You wanted me to see that," Harry said. "I wanted you to see that the credible threat of a consequence is often more efficient than the consequence itself," Tony said. "It's also cleaner. Using the brief would have produced a public conflict that serves neither party. Showing it produced a private recalculation that served both parties. The journalist keeps her job, we keep the articles stopped. Nobody wins dramatically, everybody wins functionally. Voldemort doesn't think that way, Harry said. No, Tony agreed, which is one of his significant structural weaknesses. He paused. People who only understand power as a thing to be deployed can't model people who understand it as a thing to be managed. He'll expect escalation. He won't anticipate positioning. Harry thought about this for a long time afterward. He thought about it on the train back to Hogwarts, watching the English countryside give way to Scottish hills. And he thought about it when they arrived at Hogwarts and found Dolores Umbridge waiting in the great hall in ministry pink robes with the smile of someone who has arrived somewhere with a plan and every intention of executing it. Dolores Umbridge was, in Harry's assessment, not stupid. This was an important distinction, and he made it carefully in his first Jarvis report of the year. Because underestimating her would be a mistake, and the temptation to underestimate her was significant. Because her aesthetic, the pink, the girlish voice, the cats on plates, the surface performance of sweetness so thick it bordered on parody, was so comprehensively at odds with her actual capability that it functioned as camouflage. She had survived the ministry's political environment for 30 years, which required either extraordinary competence or extraordinary ruthlessness, and she appeared to have both. Her defense against the dark arts curriculum was purely theoretical, no practical casting allowed, and her stated justification was that students didn't need to practice defensive magic because there was nothing to defend against. This was not, Harry noted, an incompetent position from the ministry's perspective. If Voldemort's return was being officially denied, then a defense curriculum that included practical combat training was an implicit acknowledgement that there was something to defend against. Umbridge's curriculum was the educational expression of the ministry's political position. It was internally consistent. It was also, from a practical standpoint, going to get people killed. He sent this analysis to Tony in the first Sunday report. Tony sent back, agreed on all points. Also, she's going to try to create a paper trail establishing that any practical defense training by students is unauthorized and potentially illegal. Watch for educational decrees. She'll use them to criminalize preparation. The goal is not just to deny the threat, but to prevent anyone else from preparing for it. Tony was correct. The educational decrees came in October, sweeping prohibitions on student organizations, meetings, and any group activity not specifically sanctioned by the High Inquisitor, which was the new title Umbridge had acquired through a ministry appointment that Dumbledore had not been able to block. Harry read each decree as it was posted and cross-referenced it against Tony's prediction model, and found the pattern exactly as Tony had described. The decrees were not random or reactionary, they were sequenced, each one closing a loophole left by the previous one, building toward a complete prohibition on organized student activity. He could have moved faster than Umbridge. He had access to the decree sequence 3 days before each one was posted, because Tony had a source in the ministry's legal department, not a spy, exactly. More someone who owed Tony a significant professional debt and who was disturbed enough by what he was being asked to draft to offer advance notice. Harry could have organized the defense group before the relevant decree made it illegal and established it under a grandfather clause. He chose not to. He sat with this choice and was honest with himself about why. Organizing a defense group was the obvious move, and obvious moves in an environment controlled by an intelligent opponent were worth examining before executing. Umbridge would expect the resistance. She had probably planned for the resistance. The educational decrees might be, in part, bait, designed to draw out exactly the organized student opposition that she could then use to justify further restrictions. He sent the analysis to Tony. Tony sent back, "Good instinct." But here's the counter. She's also counting on non-resistance. If nobody organizes, she wins without having to trigger her own trap. The question is whether you can organize in a way that's not the version she's planned for. Harry thought about this for 2 days. Then he sent Tony the proposal. not a resistance group, not a named organization with a membership list and a meeting schedule that could be documented and prosecuted. A curriculum, distributed, no meeting in any location more than twice, no written membership, skills taught individually or in pairs in spaces that were below Umbridge's detection threshold, the room of requirement, which Harry had found in his second year, and which had never appeared in any of Umbridge's surveillance sweeps, because its existence was tied to magical need rather than physical location, and which Tony's sensor data suggested was one of the most sophisticated spatial enchantments in the castle. The curriculum itself sent to Tony for design and returned as a structured program. Assessment criteria included, modeled on the physical training protocols Tony ran at home but translated into magical practice. Tony reviewed it and sent back. This is better than what I would have designed. 2 modifications, add a counter-surveillance protocol for each practice location and build in a rapid dispersion drill. If Umbridge discovers the group, the priority is clean dispersal with no recoverable evidence, not confrontation. Run it like a network, not a club. Harry ran it like a network. 26 students, recruited individually through conversations that were never in writing, who received the curriculum in pieces and practiced in rotating pairs and small groups in the room of requirement, and 2 other locations that Jarvis had identified as outside Umbridge's sensor range. Ron coordinated logistics with the organizational instinct of someone who had grown up managing the chaos of a large family and was actually very good at it when given a clear task. Neville ran the first aid component, which Hermione had designed, and which Neville taught with the particular thoroughness of someone who understood that the gap between competence and catastrophe in a physical confrontation was often a matter of knowing what to do when someone got hurt. Luna Lovegood appeared at the 3rd session and sat down and looked at Harry with her wide, unfocused gaze and said, "I'd like to learn the shield charm you're teaching. The standard version has a frequency gap that anything cast with serious intent can get through. I've been working on a patch for it." Harry looked at her. He had been watching Luna Lovegood since first year with the same quality of attention he gave to things that didn't fit neatly into existing categories. Not with suspicion, but with the recognition that things that didn't fit categories were often more important than things that did. Her patch for the shield charm turned out to be, when she showed him, a 3-syllable addendum to the incantation that closed the frequency gap by. And she described this in terms that were partly standard magical vocabulary and partly something she had apparently developed herself, borrowing the charm's own reflected energy to fill the gap, like a door locking itself. Harry tested it and found it worked and sent the modification to Tony and then to Strange, who responded 2 days later with a single sentence. The Lovegood girl found the Vishanti frequency problem independently. Pay attention to her. Harry already was. Dumbledore told Harry about the Horcruxes in November. He brought Harry to his office on a Thursday evening, tea, the portraits dozing on the walls, the particular atmosphere of a very old room that had held many important conversations and was not impressed by one more. He told Harry about the soul-anchoring concept with the careful precision of someone managing a difficult disclosure, watching Harry's face as he spoke. Harry's face showed attentive interest and nothing else, because Harry already knew about the Horcruxes and had known since August and had spent 3 months working on the detection and elimination framework with Tony and Strange. And he was now making a decision about how much of this to reveal and how quickly. He decided on honesty. Partial, immediate honesty, followed by the full picture as soon as Dumbledore demonstrated that the full picture would be used well. "I know," he said. "Since August, Tony and Strange have been working on a detection and elimination framework. We've identified 6 external anchors. We don't have all the locations yet, but we have field signatures for each harmonic and a detection protocol that can confirm a match from a range of approximately 12 meters. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. The portraits on the walls had stopped dozing. "Since August," he said, We worked it out from the reconstitution data. The ritual required an already coherent field pattern, which implied external storage. The reconstituted field showed 7 distinct harmonics, 6 external anchors plus the body. Harry paused. We've also identified a problem. One of the harmonics in the reconstituted field matches a residual reading from my first-year Quirrell data, which means one of the anchors was in proximity to Hogwarts for at least 5 years. The diary, Dumbledore said quietly. Tom Riddle's diary destroyed in your 2nd year. That was already destroyed by you in the Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that Harry now read more accurately than he had 2 years ago, the expression of a man managing the distance between what he knows and what he has decided to share, and finding that distance suddenly much smaller than he had planned. A basilisk fang. You destroyed it without knowing what it was. Then we have 5 remaining external anchors, Harry said. He was already updating the model. Plus whatever Voldemort is currently using as a body. The body can't be destroyed while the external anchors are intact. Reconstitution would occur from the remaining anchors. The sequence is destroy all external anchors first, then address the body. Yes, Dumbledore studied him. Harry, there is one more element I need to tell you. It concerns the 7th harmonic. Harry waited. The night Voldemort's curse rebounded in Godric's Hollow, Dumbledore said, choosing each word with care. The rebounding curse carried with it a fragment of the soul field that cast it. A fragment that was displaced in the moment of the curse's failure. Displaced and attached to the nearest available anchor point. The nearest available anchor point, the only other living thing in the room that night. Harry ran this and arrived at the answer before Dumbledore finished the sentence and sat with it for a moment. The 7th harmonic, the one in the reconstituted field that hadn't matched any external artifact reading, the one that Tony had flagged as anomalous because its frequency signature was unlike the others. It's in me, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. Very quietly, Harry looked at the tea in his cup. He looked at the fire. He looked at his hands, at the watch on his left wrist, which Jarvis was running through its standard monitoring cycle, the biometric data feeding to Malibu every 15 minutes, the field emission readings that Tony had been running for 13 years. He thought about 13 years of field emission readings that had contained, in the data, a 7th harmonic that Tony had classified as part of Harry's own field signature, because it was there from the beginning, always present, indistinguishable from the rest because it had been integrated so early and so completely. He thought about Tony reading that data every week for 13 years. Does Tony know? He said. Dumbledore hesitated. Not yet. I have not shared this specific element with him. I'm going to tell him tonight, Harry said. And strange. He looked at Dumbledore. I'm not keeping this from the people who have the best chance of doing something about it. No, Dumbledore said. I wouldn't expect you to. He looked older in this moment than Harry usually saw him, not frail, but carrying weight in a different way, the weight of a plan that has met a reality more complicated than the plan accounted for. I had considered in earlier years a different approach might have been necessary. One that would have required, he stopped. That approach is no longer applicable given what you've built. I am glad of it. Harry looked at him. He understood without needing it spelled out what the earlier approach had been. He had read enough history, enough strategic analysis, to recognize the logic of a plan that required an unknowing sacrifice. He recognized it and sat with it and felt something, not anger, because anger was a response to surprise, and he was not entirely surprised, but something colder and more considered, a clear-eyed understanding of the distance between what Dumbledore was and what he had been willing to do, and the space that existed between those two things. I know, Harry said, meaning, I understand what you almost did, and I understand why, and I am not going to pretend I don't understand it, and we are going to move forward from here with that understanding between us. I'll be in touch. He left the office. He walked back through the castle corridors with the particular quality of attention that came when the background processor was running something large and important. And he found Hermione in the Gryffindor common room, alone. Ron had gone to dinner early, sitting with a book that she wasn't reading, her fingers on the pages but her eyes somewhere else. He sat down across from her. "I need to tell you something," he said. She closed the book and looked at him, and he told her. She was quiet for a long time afterward. The fire crackled. Outside, the Scottish November was doing what it did, rain against the tower windows, the castle breathing its old breath around them. "The seventh harmonic," she said finally. "I thought it was yours. So did Tony. We've been reading it wrong for 13 years. She paused. "This is solvable," she said then, with the controlled certainty of someone who has run the initial models and found a path. "It's in you, but it's not you. The field signature is distinct from your own at the sub-frequency level. It's integrated but not native, which means an extraction approach is theoretically viable." She was already reaching for her notebook. "I'll need to cross-reference with the Camertage dimensional extraction literature. Strange mentioned something in the 4th week about targeted subfield extraction. And if that can be modified for a soul fragment rather than a dimensional tether." "Hermione," Harry said. She looked up. "Tonight, just let it be what it is, for a little while, before we start solving it." She held his gaze for a moment, then she put the notebook down. "Okay," she said. She didn't say anything else. She picked up her book, and Harry picked up his, and they sat on either side of the fire and read, or held their books and existed in the same space, which was close enough, until Ron came back from dinner and asked what they were doing sitting there looking like someone had died, and Harry said nothing, and Hermione said they were reading. And Ron said they were both terrible liars, and got a plate of dinner he'd saved for Harry and sat down with them, and the three of them were there together in the firelight, and the night passed that way. Tony's response to the 7th harmonic revelation was 6 hours of silence, followed by a message that said, "Coming to Hogwarts Saturday. I need to run the full sensor protocol on you in person. Don't tell me I'm wrong about this. I know I'm not wrong. I have the data, but I need to run it in person." He came Saturday. He ran the protocol. He sat in a room Dumbledore provided and looked at the field readings on his screen for a long time with an expression Harry had never seen on him before, an expression that had no engineering component, that was purely personal in a way Tony was rarely purely personal. Harry sat across from him and waited. "It's there," Tony said. "It's been there since the first reading I ever took of you. I classified it as part of your native field pattern because it was so integrated." He looked at the screen and then at Harry. "I should have caught this. The 7th harmonic only becomes distinguishable if you have the complete reconstitution data to compare it against," Harry said, "which we didn't have until last year. It wasn't catchable with the data we had." "I know." Tony's voice was flat. "I'm telling you I should have caught it anyway. The frequency signature is slightly off from your other harmonics, not by much, but it's there. I built the analysis tool. I should have built it sensitive enough to catch that." He paused. "This is on me." "It's not on anyone," Harry said. "It's a fact. We have it now. Strange is already working on the extraction model." Tony looked at him with an expression that was not satisfied by this reframing and was not going to be. And Harry understood that this was not the kind of conversation that reached a resolution through analysis. It was the kind that required sitting with the discomfort until the discomfort had said what it needed to say, which was something Tony had gotten marginally better at over 14 years, and which Harry was still learning from him, in the imperfect way that children learn things from people who are themselves still learning them. "I'm not broken," Harry said. "It's in me, but it's not me." Hermione and Strange both confirmed the sub-frequency distinction. "It's integrated but not native. We can get it out." "I know we can get it out," Tony said. "That's not." He stopped. He rubbed a hand over his face in a gesture that was very tired. "I know we can get it out," he said again, more quietly. "I know, I just—" He looked at Harry, and Harry recognized in Tony's face what Tony's face very rarely showed. The specific exposure of someone who has been carrying something and has arrived at the moment when carrying it is no longer something that can be managed silently. You have had something of his in you since you were 15 months old, Tony said. Something he put in you without your consent when you were 15 months old, and I have been reading your field emissions every week for 13 years, and I didn't catch it. Tony, let me finish. His voice was controlled, but the control was visible in a way it usually wasn't. I built Project Archon to understand what you were and what Hermione was, and to make sure that when the world came for you, because I knew it would come for you, I always knew you'd be ready for it. And I missed this. I missed something that was in you the whole time. He paused. That's what I'm sitting with, not that it's unsolvable, that I missed it. Harry looked at him. He thought about 13 years. The workshop, the lab, the Sunday reports, the 3 rules, the sensor array, the way Tony had crouched in front of him in a ruined house in Godric's Hollow and held a blue light within his reach and talked to him like a person. He thought about what it meant to be seen as clearly as Tony had always tried to see him, and what it cost the person doing the seeing when the seeing was imperfect. You didn't miss me, Harry said. You caught everything that mattered. The rest is data. He paused. And the data is fixable? Tony was quiet for a moment. Then he said, with the careful lightness that was his version of returning to operational ground. Strange thinks the extraction is viable. He thinks it's viable with significant caveats and a preparation period of at least 8 months. He used the phrase theoretically unprecedented, which he described as a neutral observation and not an expression of doubt. From Strange, that's practically enthusiasm, Tony said. That's what I thought, Harry agreed. They sat with the data between them and the fire going and the Scottish afternoon doing its grey thing outside, and it was not resolved. It would not be resolved for a long time, but it was shared, and that was what it needed to be. The Horcrux detection work ran through the winter in parallel with everything else. Umbridge's escalating surveillance, the distributed defense curriculum, the ongoing Voldemort network monitoring that Tony was running through his financial anomaly tracking. By February, they had confirmed 3 additional Horcrux locations through a combination of Tony's field detection models and Hermione's cross-referencing of known magical artifact registries going back 2 centuries. Hermione did the registry work alone, mostly at night, in the library after hours using a permission Dumbledore had granted for independent research purposes, and which Umbridge had attempted to revoke, and Dumbledore had declined to allow her to revoke in a confrontation that the portraits on the office walls had apparently found very satisfying to witness. She was in the library most nights from 9 to midnight, and Harry knew this, and Hermione knew he knew this, and they had an arrangement where he would walk past the library at 11 to check that everything was fine, and she would look up from whatever she was reading and nod once. And that was the check-in. In March, on a Tuesday, he walked past the library at 11 and she did not look up. He pushed the door open. She was at her usual table, surrounded by her usual spread of documents, writing in her notebook with her left hand. Her right hand was flat on the table. She was holding her right arm very still in a way that was not her usual posture. Hermione moved constantly when she worked, small adjustments, the restlessness of an active mind. Holding still was wrong. Hermione, he said. She looked up. Her expression was the one she used when she was processing something she did not want to discuss, not distressed, but controlled in a specific way that was close enough to distress to matter. "I'm fine," she said. "You're holding your right arm still. A beat." "I bumped it against the shelf." She said, "It's nothing." Harry walked to the table and sat down across from her and looked at her right arm and then at her face and said quietly, "Show me." She held his gaze for 3 seconds, which was long for Hermione. She usually made decisions in one. And then she pushed the sleeve of her robe up to the elbow. The mark was on her forearm. Not a wound in the conventional sense. The skin was intact, but the color underneath it was wrong. A deep bruised quality that pulsed very faintly once while Harry watched. The pulse was blue at its center and dark at its edges, and the field reading on his watch spiked in a way he had not seen outside of a combat context. "When?" he said. "The Ministry," she said. "The Department of Mysteries." One of the spells in the dark. I didn't identify it in time. She pulled the sleeve back down. I've been analyzing it. It's a necrotic curse variant. Delayed activation, it establishes in the tissue and builds over time. The activation timeline is approximately 8 months from exposure. 8 months, Harry said. He was doing the math he did not want to do. The Ministry battle had been in June. It was now March. That's 9 months ago. Yes. Her voice was very steady. The activation window was 8 to 10 months. We're in the window. You've had this since June and you've been... He stopped. He looked at her face and found there what he had expected to find. Not guilt exactly, but the specific expression of someone who has made a calculation they believe is correct and is now sitting with the cost of it. You did the math, he said. Yes. And you decided that telling me would compromise the mission. I decided that telling you would compromise your focus during a critical preparation period, she said, precise as always. The Horcrux identification work required your full analytical capacity. The 7th harmonic revelation in November was already a significant cognitive load, adding a personal crisis on top of Hermione. His voice was quiet and very even. You were dying and you ran the calculation and filed it. I was managing it, she said. I have been researching countercurse protocols. There are 4 viable approaches in the literature. Stop, he said. She stopped. The library was very quiet around them, the late-night quiet of a room full of books, the particular thickness of it. Harry sat with what he was feeling, which was something he had been learning to do since the hospital wing after the graveyard, since Tony had said the math was correct, and it was still terrible, and both things are true. He sat with it, and let it be what it was, the specific, raw quality of understanding that someone he loved had been carrying something alone that she did not have to carry alone, and had chosen to carry it alone because she had been shaped by the same upbringing that had shaped him. To prioritize mission function over personal cost, he had done this, he did this, he recognized it from the inside. You learned this from me, he said. She looked at him. I learned it from Tony, she said, the same way you did. Yes. He was quiet for a moment. We're both wrong about it. She didn't argue. That, more than anything, told him she had been sitting with this herself, that the calculation she'd run in June had been revised at some point in the month since, and she had not liked the revision. Tony needs to know tonight, he said. I know. And strange. I have the full curse analysis ready. I've been preparing the data package for... She stopped. For when I told you, she said. I've been preparing it for when I told you. Harry looked at her, at the notebook with its months of careful research, at the sleeve covering the mark on her arm, at the face that was composing itself from controlled back toward ordinary with the efficiency of someone who has had a great deal of practice. He thought about what Strange had said in Camertage. The human part requires maintenance the training does not provide. He thought about Tony saying it with a different vocabulary in the hospital wing. The math was correct, and it was still terrible. When did you decide to tell me? He said. Not accusing, genuinely asking, she was quiet for a moment. When I finished the countercurse research, she said. When I had a viable solution to present alongside the problem. A pause. I didn't want to bring you a problem I couldn't solve. Harry understood this completely. He understood it in the bone-level way of recognizing a thing that lives in you too. Next time, he said, bring me the problem, I'll help with the solution. She nodded once. It was not a promise she was making casually, she was filing it, the way she filed everything that mattered, somewhere permanent. Come on, Harry said. He stood up and started packing her research materials into her bag for her, because her right arm was clearly uncomfortable even if she was not saying so, and she let him do it, which meant she was more tired than she was showing. We'll call Tony from the watch. He'll have Strange on the line in 20 minutes. It's midnight, she said. Tony doesn't sleep before 2, you know this. He handed her the bag. And Strange never sleeps before we call him anyway. I think he waits. Something shifted in her expression, not quite a smile, but the structural precursor to one. He doesn't wait, she said. He absolutely waits, Harry said. He just won't admit it. He held the library door open. Come on. They walked through the quiet castle together, and Harry activated the communication link, and Tony answered in 4 seconds, which meant he had been awake and near the link, and Harry said, "I need you to get Strange on the line." "Hermione needs to tell you something," and Tony said, "What's wrong?" in the tone that was not a question, and Hermione said, clearly in a single breath, "I've been cursed since June, and I've been researching the countercurse, and I have a viable treatment protocol, but I need Strange's help with the dimensional component, and I should have told you sooner, and I'm sorry." And then she stopped and waited. Tony's silence lasted 6 seconds. Harry counted. Then Tony said very quietly, "I'm getting Strange, don't move." And then, after another moment, and in a voice that was not quite steady in a way that Tony's voice almost never was, "You're going to be okay, Hermione. We're going to fix this." "I know," she said. "I have 4 viable approaches in the literature." "I know you do," Tony said. "I know you do." Another pause. "I'm proud of you for telling us. I know what it cost." Hermione was quiet for a moment. The castle corridor was dark around them, the torches low at this hour, and Harry was standing next to her and could feel the slight adjustment of her breathing, the shift of someone holding something very carefully so it doesn't spill. "It cost less than I thought," she said finally. And that was true, and they both knew it. And Tony said he was getting Strange now, and the line went briefly to the sound of him moving through the Malibu house at midnight, and Hermione and Harry stood in the corridor and waited together for what came next. The Ministry battle came in June, as it had always been going to, because the targeted psychic transmission that Harry registered as a vision in the first week of June. Sirius Black in the Department of Mysteries, in pain, in danger, was flagged by Tony as a probable trap before Harry had fully woken from it. The transmission characteristics are consistent with a targeted psychic insertion, Jarvis reported to Tony, while Harry was still sitting on the edge of his dormitory bed in the 4 in the morning dark. The field signature at the source end, extrapolated from the transmission's residual characteristics, is consistent with the entity's known emission profile. This is almost certainly deliberate. "A lure," Tony said, "from Malibu. He's putting something Harry cares about in the vision to draw him out." "Yes," Jarvis said. "Is Sirius actually there?" "Unknown. The vision contains elements consistent with the real Department of Mysteries layout, which Harry knows from prior research. It could be accurate, or it could be constructed from information the entity already possesses." Harry was listening to this through the communication link. He sat in the dark dormitory with Ron asleep 3 beds away and the Scottish summer pre-dawn making the windows gray, and he ran the matrix. Trap, high probability. Sirius in genuine danger, probability unknown but non-negligible. Cost of going, walking into a prepared position. Cost of not going, if Sirius was actually there, the cost was serious. He thought about the private file in his watch. 2 names. "Jarvis," he said very quietly. "Can you verify whether Sirius is at Grimmauld Place right now?" "Attempting." "The Order's communication network has several detectable nodes. I'm cross-referencing presence indicators." A pause. "I cannot confirm Sirius's presence at Grimmauld Place. The usual indicators are absent, which doesn't confirm he's in the Ministry. It means he might have gone somewhere." "Correct." Harry made the decision. He told Tony. Tony was quiet for 3 seconds, which was his own version of running the Matrix, and then said, "Full preparation, full kit. I'm alerting Dumbledore now. He needs to move on the Ministry at the same time, not after. And Harry—" A pause. "The goal is extraction with everyone intact, not confrontation. Get in, verify the situation, get everyone out. If Sirius is there, you get him out. If he's not, you get yourself out." "Understood," Harry said. "I mean it, not confrontation. I know. I'll be on the link the entire time." "I know that too," Harry said. And then, because it was 4 in the morning and he was about to walk into something he had modeled but not fully predicted, and some things needed saying at those moments. "Tony, the work we've done. The preparation, whatever happens tonight, it's good work." Tony was quiet for a moment. "Yeah," he said, "it is." Another moment. "Now go wake Hermione and Ron up." The Department of Mysteries was dark, and layered and strange in the specific way that Ministry of Magic architecture was strange, built to contain things that didn't fit neatly into the world, and therefore required rooms that didn't fit neatly into each other. Harry moved through it with the floor plan he had reconstructed from public records and Dumbledore's descriptions, and 3 sessions with an order member who had worked in the ministry in the 1970s and remembered the department's general layout. And his floor plan was good enough to navigate by, but not complete enough to account for everything they encountered. Sirius was not there. There was a glass sphere in a rack of thousands, the sphere that contained the prophecy. And there were, within 12 minutes of their arrival, Death Eaters, who materialized from the darkness with the efficiency of people who had been waiting and knew exactly where to wait. The fight was not what Harry had been trained for, not precisely. Training prepares for a general class of situation, not the specific one. And the specific one was dark and fast and confined. And the Death Eaters were experienced in ways that the 26 students Harry had run through the distributed curriculum over the past 8 months were not. Ron went down early, a confundus variant that left him mobile but disoriented, his responses misaligned with reality in a way that made him dangerous to himself and useless in a fight until it wore off. Ginny took a spell to the ankle and was limping. Neville, who had been steady through every training session in the room of requirement, was holding a blood-soaked sleeve over a broken nose and casting clean, accurate shield charms with the other hand, which was the closest thing to a tactical bright spot in the first 7 minutes. Harry reached the room where Sirius wasn't, identified the trap's full shape, and made the call. The goal was out, not through. He sent the signal to Tony, location confirmed, trap confirmed, extraction mode, and turned back into the department's corridor and found Hermione. She was facing 2 Death Eaters alone, her right arm at her side and her left casting the runic shield. The smaller, denser, predefined version she had developed at Camertage, layered with the modifications she had built over the past year. She was holding 2 of them off simultaneously, which was not supposed to be possible with a predefined shield, and which she was managing by switching between threat class configurations at a speed Harry had not seen her achieve in training. The cost was visible. She was completely stationary, all available attention committed to the shield cycling, no capacity left for anything else. He cleared the corridor. He did not count how many spells it took. He used the partial mirror dimension fold for the first time outside of practice, pulling 1 Death Eater into the fold and holding it for 90 seconds while dealing with the other, and then releasing the fold before it collapsed under the load. And the Death Eater landed back in the corridor disoriented and was dealt with. The fold held for 90 seconds, which was 30 seconds longer than his previous record, and when it collapsed, Harry felt the specific exhaustion of overextended field emission and filed it and kept moving. Hermione lowered her shield when the corridor was clear. She looked at him. Her right arm was hanging wrong. "They hit the same arm," she said. "The curse location. I don't think it's related to the original curse. I think it's a physical impact, but the readings are—" "I know," Harry said. "Can you walk?" "Yes." "Then walk." He took the left side, the good arm side, and they moved back through the Department of Mysteries toward the others. And the Order of the Phoenix arrived through the atrium at almost exactly the right moment, which meant Dumbledore had moved when Tony had told him to move, which meant the communication line had held, which meant the preparation had worked in the ways it had been designed to work. Sirius came through the atrium with Lupin and Moody, the real Moody, back from his unlawful imprisonment in his own trunk, present and furious in a way that translated immediately into combat effectiveness. He was alive. He was intact. He had not been in the Department of Mysteries at all. He had been at Grimmauld Place with a communication problem, a damaged 2-way mirror that had produced no signal. And when the order alert came, he had arrived 8 minutes after the main group. Harry looked at Sirius across the atrium and felt something that was not the strategic calculus or the field analysis or the background processor. Something simpler and more primary. the specific relief of a thing that you had been carrying the weight of and have been told you can put down. He crossed the atrium, and Sirius met him and put both hands on Harry's shoulders in the way that people who have known someone since they were very small sometimes do, and looked at him with eyes that were tired and fierce and alive. "I'm not in the habit of needing to be rescued," Sirius said. "You weren't," Harry said. "This was intelligence gathering with complications." Sirius made a sound that was not quite a laugh. "Your father would have said something similar," he said. "He would have been lying too, but similarly." Harry thought about this later, on the walk out of the ministry, on the journey back to Hogwarts, in the hospital wing where Hermione's arm was examined, and the curse site was assessed by Madame Pomfrey with a thoroughness that involved 3 diagnostic charms and an expression of deep concern that Hermione translated calmly into a reassuring summary of Tony and Strange's countercurse framework. Harry thought about what Sirius had said and felt something he didn't have a clean category for, the particular quality of being connected to people who had known you before you knew yourself, who carried a version of you that predated your own memory. He added no names to the private file that night. Everyone had come back. The list stayed at 2 in Malibu. At 2 in the morning local time, Tony sat in his workshop and ran the full post-operation analysis, and the communication link was still live, and he said to no one visible, "Good work tonight, all of you." And Jarvis said, "I'll include that in the morning report," and Tony said, "Don't bother, they know," and went to make coffee, and the night settled around him, and in Scotland the hospital wing was quiet, and the list stayed at 2. Albus Dumbledore died on a Thursday in June, between the end of his last class and the beginning of what should have been a routine evening, and the manner of his dying was this. He refused, quietly and completely, to be saved. Harry had known for 8 months that Dumbledore was dying. Not from anything Dumbledore had told him, Dumbledore had said nothing, maintained the full performance of health and authority through every meeting they had shared since November, and had done it well enough that Harry had not caught it in Dumbledore's face or voice. He had caught it in the field readings. The ring Horcrux's destruction had left a necrotic field trace in Dumbledore's right hand, visible on Harry's watch sensor from the 3rd week of 6th year, when he had sat across from Dumbledore in a meeting about the Horcrux elimination sequence and noticed that the field emission from Dumbledore's right hand was structured differently from the left. Not absent, decaying, the specific signature of magical tissue being consumed by a curse that had been contained but not cured, held back by counteractive spellwork that was buying time rather than reversing damage. Harry had sent the reading to Tony that evening. Tony had sent it to Strange. Strange had run his analysis and sent back 4 words, 8 months, perhaps less. Tony had wanted to tell Dumbledore they knew. Harry had said, "Give him the choice. If he wants our help, he'll ask." Tony had said this was very respectful and also potentially very costly if Dumbledore was too proud to ask. Harry had said he didn't think it was pride. Tony had said, what did he think it was? Harry had said, "He thinks if he tells us he's dying, we'll spend the next 8 months trying to cure him instead of hunting Horcruxes, and he's probably right, and he's decided the Horcruxes matter more." Tony had been quiet for a long time after that. Then he had said, "He's probably right." And then, "I don't like it." And then, "Keep the sensor running on him. If the decay rate accelerates past the model's projection, we intervene whether he wants it or not." Harry had agreed. He had run the sensor every week. The decay rate had held within the model's projection until March, when it had accelerated slightly, not enough to trigger the intervention threshold, but enough to revise the timeline downward from 8 months to 6. Harry had updated Tony. Tony had updated Strange. Strange had said, "His countercurse work is holding it, but the structural damage is cumulative. There is no clean solution at this stage." In May, Dumbledore had called Harry to his office and told him that Snape would be taking a specific action on the astronomy tower that Harry was not to interfere with, and that this action was prearranged and necessary, and that Harry was to trust it regardless of how it appeared. His voice had been perfectly steady. He had offered biscuits. He had asked about the Horcrux hunt's progress with genuine interest, and listened to the update with the focused attention of a man who wants to understand something completely before he leaves it. Harry had understood, sitting in that office with the portraits sleeping on the walls and the fire warm and the biscuits untouched between them, exactly what Dumbledore was telling him without saying it. He had run the sensor one more time and looked at the reading and closed the watch. "Is there anything you need from us before?" Harry had started. "No," Dumbledore had said. "You have everything you need. You have had it for some time." He had looked at Harry with eyes that were tired and clear and full of something that had no strategic dimension at all. "What you've built, you and Hermione and Tony and the rest, it's more than I planned for. That is not a criticism of my planning. It is a statement about what you are." A pause. "I want you to know that I understand now the things I was willing to do that I should not have been willing to do, and that I am grateful, genuinely, without reservation, that I was not required to do them." Harry had looked at him. "I know," he had said, meaning the same thing it had meant in that same office 2 years ago. "I understand what you were and what you were willing to do, and we are past that now, and what remains between us is real." Dumbledore had nodded once. He had picked up a biscuit, finally, and eaten it with the satisfaction of a man who has decided to be present in whatever time is left. "Go finish the hunt," he had said, "and Harry, enjoy some of it, the parts that are enjoyable." Harry had recognized those words. Tony had said them 4 years ago on the platform at King's Cross. He had not said so. He had taken his leave and walked back through the castle and sent Tony a message that said simply, "Soon." Brace yourself. Dumbledore died on a Thursday in June on the Astronomy Tower, as planned. Snape took him there under the pretext of the Darkmark, and cast the killing curse with a precision that Harry's sensor data, running from the base of the tower, registered as the cleanest, most deliberate casting he had ever logged. It was not a cruel death. It was a chosen one, delivered by a man following an instruction he had been given by the person now dying. And Harry stood at the tower's base and watched the field readings, and added no name to the private file, because this was not a thing that had been done to Dumbledore. It was a thing Dumbledore had done. He sent Tony the data package. Tony's response came in 40 minutes. "I know. I've been watching the sensor feed." "I'm sorry, Harry." Harry stood at the base of the tower for a while longer. The Scottish summer night was doing its pale thing with the sky, and the castle was very quiet, and he stood there and did not file it. He let it be what it was, the loss of someone he had not entirely trusted and had deeply respected, and who had, in the end, trusted him back in the only way available to someone who is running out of time. He let it be that complicated and that real, and then he went inside, because there was work to do and it was not going to wait. The Horcrux hunt ran for 14 months across 2 parallel tracks that Tony had color-coded in Jarvis's project management system as red, the external anchor elimination sequence, and blue, the 7th harmonic extraction from Harry. The color coding was practical rather than symbolic, but Harry noticed that Tony had put the extraction track in blue, which was the color of the arc reactor, and said nothing about it. The hunt itself was the cleanest part of the 14 months, in the sense that it was the part that most closely matched the plan. Tony's detection model worked. Strange's dimensional coordinate mapping worked. Hermione's artifact registry cross-referencing worked. The 5 remaining Horcruxes fell in the sequence Strange had specified, the sequence that collapsed the anchor network without triggering a cascade, and each one was harder than the one before, and each one left a mark in the way that things which matter always leave marks. The locket was first because it was the most accessible. Strange opened the dimensional pocket at the coordinates he had identified, a cave on the western coast of Scotland, a basin of dark water, a chain at the bottom. Harry and Hermione stepped through the portal together. The pocket held for 11 minutes, which was long for Strange, and required a level of concentration that Harry had only seen him apply once before, in the mirror dimension demonstration. They retrieved the locket and stepped back, and Strange closed the pocket, and leaned against the courtyard wall of the New York sanctum, for a moment in a way that suggested the 11 minutes had cost him considerably. Harry had the rune circuit destabilizer, Tony's device, built to disrupt soul fragment field coherence by interrupting the harmonic pattern at its resonance frequency. He held the locket in his left hand and activated the destabilizer with his right, and the locket screamed. It was not a metaphorical scream. It was an acoustic event, produced by the magical resonance of a soul fragment in the process of coherence collapse. And it lasted 11 seconds, and Harry held the locket through all 11 of them because releasing it would have allowed the fragment to attempt re-anchoring, which the destabilizer's field could contain, but only if contact was maintained. He held it and counted the seconds and watched the field readings on his watch tick down toward 0 and felt, through the metal of the locket, something that was not physical heat, but was its analog, the final presence of something that had been alive once in a different configuration, and was now ceasing to be. When it went dark, Harry set it down on the courtyard stone and straightened up, and Hermione was beside him, and she did not say anything, and neither did he. Strange pushed off from the wall and looked at the locket and then at them and said, "4 remaining." His voice was flat and professional, and Harry understood that Strange had seen things die before and had learned to hold the weight of it without being crushed by it, which was not the same as not feeling it. 4 remaining, Harry confirmed. The cup is next per the sequence. He paused. How long do you need before we move? Strange looked at him and then at his own hands, the scarred hands, the hands that had held a portal open for 11 minutes and were slightly trembling with the residual strain. An hour, he said. Take 2, Harry said. The sequence timing has a 12-hour window. We're not rushed. Strange looked at him with the pale eyes. You're telling me to rest. I'm optimizing for the next 4 operations, Harry said, which requires your full capacity. 2 hours is the efficient choice. Strange was quiet for a moment. Then, Wang will make tea. He walked toward the sanctum's interior. Come inside, both of you. They drank tea and Strange rested, and Harry sent Tony the locket's field data and Hermione sat in Strange's library and read for 2 hours with the focused pleasure of someone in the best library they have ever personally accessed, which was an accurate description of how she felt about the sanctum's collection, and the 2 hours were the most peaceful 2 hours of the entire 14 months, and Harry recognized this and stayed in them without rushing. The Gringotts operation took 22 minutes and involved no dragons. Tony had spent 4 months building the cloaking array specifically for the Gringotts environment, a system that matched the bank's magical detection frequencies, and produced a counter-emission that made Harry and Hermione's field signatures invisible to the standard ward configuration. He had done this by sending Jarvis to systematically map the detectable edge of Gringotts' ward field from the street outside, extrapolating the internal detection frequency from the external boundary behavior, and building a counter-emission array that fit in a modified version of Harry's watch. This is technically illegal, Hermione had said, reviewing the design. This is technically unprecedented, Tony had said, which is different from illegal in that no one has written a law against it because no one thought it was possible. That is a Tony Stark argument for why something is acceptable, Hermione had said, and I want it on the record that I recognize it as such. Noted, Tony had said. Also, you've been helping me build it for 3 weeks. Also noted, Hermione had said, and returned to the circuit she was soldering. They walked into Gringotts on a Tuesday morning in late October. They walked through the main hall and down the appropriate corridor, and through a specific security gate that the cloaking array made them invisible to, and down a cart track that Harry had memorized from Hermione's floor plan. She had spent a week reconstructing the subterranean layout from the vault registration documents Sirius had obtained through his legal estate holdings, which included a defunct Gringotts account whose documentation contained incidental references to the bank's internal geography. The cup was in a vault that belonged to the Lestrange family. The vault door yielded to the destabilizer's secondary function, a ward interaction mode Tony had added in the third revision in 40 seconds. Harry picked up the cup. It burned, not with heat, but with the specific resonance of a soul fragment registering the approach of the destabilizer. He held it through the burn and activated the device, and the cup collapsed in 17 seconds, faster than the locket, the fragment less coherent after years of isolation in a vault. When it was done, he set it on the vault floor and they walked back out the way they had come, and 22 minutes after entering they were on the street outside and walking toward the alley where Strange had a portal waiting. 3 goblins registered the anomaly 71 hours later. Tony received a strongly worded owl from Gringotts's legal department. He had his lawyers respond, and the matter was addressed through channels that cost a significant amount of money and resulted in a formal agreement that was not quite an apology from either party but functioned as one. Harry read the final agreement and noted that Tony had included a clause establishing a framework for future interinstitutional cooperation on matters of mutual security concern, which was Tony's way of turning a conflict into a relationship, which Harry recognized as the same principle Tony had applied to the journalist's editor 2 years ago. "You're building bridges while you burn them," Harry said. "I'm not burning them," Tony said. "I'm rerouting them. There's a difference." The diadem was in the room of requirement, which was not a surprise. Harry had suspected it since 4th year, when Jarvis had flagged an anomalous field reading in the room's vicinity that he hadn't been able to account for at the time. The room of requirement responded to need, which meant it contained, in its accumulated version of itself, everything that had ever been hidden there by anyone who needed to hide something. The diadem had been in there for centuries. Getting it out required going in, which required deciding which version of the room to access. Harry stood outside the 7th-floor corridor on a November afternoon and thought about what he needed, and the door appeared, and he opened it into the room's hidden things version. The vast, cathedral space full of accumulated generations of concealed objects, towers of broken furniture, and nameless artifacts and things that had been hidden and forgotten and things that had been hidden and were still being looked for. Jarvis guided him through the room with the field detection data, the diadem's harmonic signature, isolated from the Horcrux detection model, leading him through the labyrinth of objects like a compass needle. 20 minutes in, he found it on a stone bust, sitting in a shaft of light from somewhere above, looking entirely ordinary. He picked it up and activated the destabilizer and used a channeled fiendfire variant, a rune array Tony had designed that directed the cursed fire with surgical specificity, burning what the array targeted and nothing else. The diadem collapsed in the fire, and the fire died at the array's boundary, and nothing else in the room burned, and Harry stood in the aftermath and looked at the ash on his palm. Draco Malfoy was there. He had been in the room, hiding, Harry gathered, from something or someone, or the general weight of a situation that had become considerably more than he had signed up for. He stood between 2 towers of furniture, and looked at Harry with an expression that Harry read as the specific combination of fear and exhaustion, and something underneath both that might have been relief. Harry looked at him. He ran a quick assessment, no immediate threat, no wand drawn, the field readings showing no hostile intent in Malfoy's emission pattern, and made a decision based on the data and on something that wasn't quite the data. "Go home," Harry said. "Don't come back for whatever's coming. Go home and stay there." Malfoy stared at him. "You're not going to. I'm not going to do anything. Go home, Malfoy." A long moment. Then Malfoy nodded, once stiff with the dignity of someone accepting something they hadn't earned and knew it, and he turned and walked toward the room's exit. Harry watched him go and did not add the interaction to any official report, because it was not strategic and not significant, and was simply a person making a choice that was available to them, and the availability of that choice was sufficient. Nagini was Neville's. This was not how Harry had planned it. The snake was meant to fall in the sequence's final phase, coordinated with the confrontation. but the snake was present during the attack on Hogwarts's outer wards in the second week of May, and Neville Longbottom, who had grown 4 inches since first year, and had the particular solidity of someone who has been through a significant amount and is no longer surprised by it, came face to face with the snake in the school's entrance hall and killed it with a sword he had pulled from Godric Gryffindor's hat, which had appeared for him in the same way the room appeared for Harry, responding to need, to genuine and specific and urgent need. With something adequate to the moment, Harry received the news via the communication network they had established for the battle and updated the Horcrux elimination log and sent a single message to Tony: 5 down. Nagini done. Neville, sword from the hat. Tony's response came in 90 seconds. Tell him from me that that is one of the best pieces of practical problem-solving I have heard about in a significant amount of time. Harry relayed this to Neville during a brief quiet in the battle's second phase. Neville, who was holding his sword and had a cut above his eye that he had not appeared to notice, looked at the message and then at Harry and said, with the understated precision that Harry had always valued in him, "Tell him thanks, and that the hat was heavier than it looked." The blue track, the 7th harmonic extraction, was the harder of the two, not because the work was more difficult, though it was, but because it was the one where the cost of failure was not a set of external objects, but the person who was also responsible for executing the red track. And those two facts were in a relationship that required careful management. Tony managed it by working. He had spent every available hour since November of 5th year building the extraction model, the theoretical framework for a targeted dimensional pocket inside Harry's consciousness that could isolate and sever the 7th harmonic without disrupting Harry's own field pattern. The challenge was specificity. The soul fragment and Harry's native field were integrated at the sub-frequency level, cohabiting the same biological substrate for 16 years. Separating them required a distinction that was precise to a degree that Tony described as working at the resolution limit of everything we know about field theory. Strange had spent the same period in the Sanctum's most restricted archive, looking for precedent. He found something in the 3rd month, a partial account of a 3rd-century sorcerer supreme who had performed a related operation, extracting a fragmentary dimensional entity from a willing host using a technique that required the host to be present in both the physical and dimensional planes simultaneously, conscious and cooperative, while the extraction was performed around them. The host had survived. The account noted that the host had flatlined for approximately 2 minutes during the procedure, and had woken with no apparent lasting damage and a complete memory of the experience. Strange had sent Harry this account with a note attached that said, "The 3rd-century practitioner described the experience as the most unpleasant thing that had ever happened to him, significantly worse than the injury that led to the entity's attachment. I want you to have accurate expectations." Harry had read it and sent back, "Understood." "When can we attempt it?" Strange had sent back, "When the external anchor count reaches 0. Not before. The soul fragment in you will attempt to reconstitute through the external network if we extract it while anchors remain. We need the network fully collapsed before extraction. So there's nowhere for the fragment to go except dissolution," which meant the blue track depended on the red track being complete first, and the red track had to be completed in time to attempt the extraction before the Battle of Hogwarts, which Voldemort was going to initiate regardless of whether Harry was in a condition to respond to it. Because Voldemort did not know that the Horcrux network was being systematically dismantled and had no reason to wait, Tony had built a timeline model. The model had one critical node. The external anchors needed to be fully eliminated no later than 72 hours before the battle, giving the extraction procedure time to complete and Harry time to recover. The timeline was tight and the margin for error was small, and Tony had run the model every week for 8 months and the margin had held. And then in the second week of April, the model had flagged a risk. The 5th Horcrux, The snake, Nagini, was mobile and unpredictable, and the planned elimination method required proximity that could not be guaranteed. Tony had presented this risk to the team: Harry, Hermione, Strange, and Neville, who had been brought into the full picture in March when it became clear that the snake problem was going to require someone with specific capabilities and specific access to the right moment. Neville had listened to the full briefing with the same steady attentiveness he brought to everything since the Department of Mysteries, and had said, "I can do it, if I'm there at the right moment with the right tool." "The right tool is a specific problem," Tony had said. "Nagini's field resistance is a basilisk fang or a sword of sufficient magical charge," Hermione had said. "We've run the options." "A sword of sufficient magical charge," Neville had repeated. He had looked at Harry. "Do you think the hat would give me one?" Harry had thought about Neville Longbottom, about the boy who had knocked over his goblet at the first feast, who had learned potions as applied biochemistry, who had held shield charms with a broken nose in the Department of Mysteries, who had been steady through every training session and every subsequent operation with the specific quiet steadiness of someone who has decided what they are for. He had thought about what the hat responded to, and what need meant, and what genuine and urgent and specific meant in the context of a 15-year-old and a sword that needed to exist at the right moment. "Yes," Harry had said, "I think it would." The extraction happened on the 14th of May, 3 days before the Battle of Hogwarts, in a room in Grimmauld Place that Strange had prepared over the preceding week, with a series of dimensional anchor markers that Tony had spent 4 months engineering into a precise geometric array. The room smelled of ozone and old plaster and the particular quality of air in a space where a lot of very careful work has been done. Tony was there. Hermione was there. Sirius had offered the house, and then retreated to the kitchen, because Strange had said the operation required controlled conditions, and Sirius's specific quality of anxious presence was not a controlled condition, which Sirius had accepted with the dignity of a man who knows when he is being told a true thing. Rhodey was in the hallway with his phone and his field kit, and an expression that meant he had assessed the situation, and concluded that the only useful thing he could do was be present and ready. Strange explained the procedure once. He was precise and complete and did not soften any of it, because Harry had told him once, years ago in Camertage, that accurate expectations were more useful than reassuring ones, and Strange had remembered. The portal enters the dimensional layer adjacent to your consciousness, not your mind, not your memories, but the field substrate that your consciousness operates in. The fragment is resident there. I open the extraction pocket at the fragment's anchor point, which Tony's array will hold steady during the operation. The pocket severs the anchor and draws the fragment through. The fragment then dissolves. It has nowhere to go. The external network is collapsed. It will simply cease to cohere. He paused. During the operation, your field substrate will be simultaneously active in this space and in the dimensional layer. The experience of this is significant. You will want to stop. You will not be able to stop because the extraction cannot be interrupted once it begins. You need to understand that clearly. "Understood," Harry said, the flatline period. "The 3rd century account records approximately 2 minutes. I cannot guarantee that figure. It may be longer. I cannot predict the upper bound." Strange looked at him with the pale eyes. "Are you certain?" Harry looked at Tony, who was looking at the geometric array with the focused attention of someone checking a design one final time, running the tolerances, finding them acceptable. Tony had not said anything since they arrived. He had set up the array and checked it twice, and then stood beside it and looked at it and not at Harry, which was Tony's way of holding something that he didn't have a framework for holding. Harry looked at Hermione. She was standing at the array's edge with her notebook and 3 monitoring instruments Tony had built for this specific operation. She looked back at him with the expression she had for things that were going to be significantly harder than he was showing and significantly more important for it. "I'm certain," Harry said. He lay down on the prepared surface, a low platform specifically built. The array's geometry centered on his chest, where the seventh harmonic's primary anchor point was located in the field data. The platform was not comfortable. He noted this as an irrelevant fact and set it aside. Strange began. The first part was familiar, the feeling of a dimensional operation in progress, the specific quality of reality becoming somewhat optional in the immediate vicinity, the air changing the way it changed when a portal was open. Then it became something else entirely, and the third-century account had not been wrong about the experience being significant. It was like being in two places at once, where one of the places was not a place in any conventional sense, and the thing that was being removed from him was doing what Strange had predicted it would do. It was trying to hold on, generating resistance as its coherence was interrupted. And the resistance was not physical, but was felt physically in the way that field disruptions are sometimes felt, a pressure that had no identifiable location and was everywhere simultaneously. He heard Tony say something from a very long way away. Then the room became optional. He was in the dimensional layer, which was not dark. It was a quality of existence that predated the distinction between light and dark, vast and structured and humming with the energy of a substrate that had been running for longer than the physical world it underlay. And in it, he could feel the fragment, the seventh harmonic, the thing that had been in him since Godric's Hollow, the piece of Voldemort that had lodged in a 15-month-old child and had lived in him for 16 years. He could feel it the way you can feel a splinter you have long since stopped consciously registering, not painful, not intrusive, just present. Always present. The background hum of something that was not him, but had always been adjacent to him. Strange's extraction pocket opened around it. The fragment pulled away from its anchor point, and Harry felt the anchors release the way you feel a sound stopping, the absence of something that had been so consistent it had stopped being noticed. The fragment went into the pocket. The pocket closed. And then the room was not optional, and the platform was very hard, and he could hear Tony's voice clearly now. Not words, just tone, the specific urgency of a person saying something that needs a response. And he tried to respond, and could not. And the monitoring instruments Hermione was running were doing something with a lot of sound. And Strange's voice above him was saying something in the specific cadence of a practitioner maintaining a protocol under pressure. Steady and continuous. And the light in the room was very bright and also very far away, 93 seconds. That was what Tony told him later. He was gone for 93 seconds by the watch. And during those 93 seconds, Tony stood at the edge of the array and did not move and did not look away, because there was nothing else to do, and looking away was not something he was capable of. Harry came back with a quality of arrival that Strange described afterward as clean. Not gradual, not flickering, but a clear return to full field coherence that the monitoring instruments registered as an unambiguous step change. He opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling of the room at Grimmauld Place and took a breath and said, because it was the accurate thing, "It's gone!" "Yes," Strange said from somewhere nearby. His voice was controlled and slightly rougher than usual, which was Strange's version of having been through something. "It is." Tony was beside him in the time it took Harry to register that Tony had moved. He sat on the edge of the platform and looked at Harry with the specific expression he had worn in the hospital wing in fourth year. The expression with no engineering component, the purely personal one. And Harry looked back at him and felt the room settle around him. The air ordinary and the floor solid, and the severed anchor point in his field substrate not painful, just empty the way a room feels when something heavy has been moved out of it. "You were gone for 93 seconds, Tony said. "I know, I heard your voice." Harry sat up slowly. His head adjusted to the vertical with mild protest. "What were you saying?" Tony looked at him for a moment. "I was talking to Jarvis, asking for a field coherence update every 5 seconds. He paused. It was something to say. Harry understood this. Talking to Jarvis was Tony's version of what Ron did when he got nervous, which was to talk about Quidditch. a way of maintaining the anchor of the familiar while everything around it was uncertain. He understood it and was glad of it and said nothing about it, because some things are adequately communicated by not being commented on. 4 down on the external list, Harry said. Nagini is on Neville. We need 72 hours before the battle. I know the timeline, Tony said. Jarvis has it. Lie down for 20 minutes first. I don't need 20 minutes, Tony said in the tone that was not a technical assessment. The timeline has the 20 minutes. Lie down. Harry lay down. He looked at the ceiling of the room at Grimmauld Place, at the old plaster and the hairline cracks that had been there since the house was built, and the geometric array above him that Tony had spent 4 months designing, and Strange's dimensional markers still faintly visible at the room's edges, and the monitoring instruments that Hermione was quietly running down to their base state with the thoroughness she brought to all endings, making sure everything was logged and nothing was left active by accident. He felt different. Not dramatically, not the transformation story version of different, where everything is suddenly clear and light and reconstituted. Just different in the small, specific way of an absence that you have stopped expecting to find and then do not find, and the not finding is what is different. The 7th harmonic was gone. His field was his own for the first time since he was 15 months old, and it felt like not more, not stronger, but cleaner. More precisely his, he lay there for 20 minutes and thought about nothing in particular. This was something Strange had taught him, and that he had been practicing for 4 years, with improving but still inconsistent success. Tonight it was easy. The background processor was quiet. He lay on the platform in the room at Grimmauld Place with his field entirely his own, and was simply there in the room in that minute, and it was enough. The curse on Hermione's arm was addressed 3 days before the battle, the same day Harry's extraction was completed, because Tony had planned it that way deliberately, stacking the 2 operations on the same day so that the team's attention and Strange's dimensional capacity could serve both sequentially, rather than requiring 2 separate preparation windows that the timeline could not have accommodated. Strange had found the countercurse in the 5th month of searching, in a text that predated Merlin, written in a form of Proto-Aramaic that Wang had spent 6 weeks translating with Hermione's assistance, and which described a technique for reversing necrotic field degradation in magical tissue by introducing a dimensional repair substrate at the cellular level. It was, in Strange's assessment, the most sophisticated piece of practical magical medicine he had encountered in 50 years of practice, and it required a precision of field application that he had spent the remaining months of preparation practicing on progressively more complex targets, until he was confident in the execution. Tony had built the delivery mechanism, a modified version of the runic field emitter from the Gringotts operation, calibrated to the specific frequency of the countercurse's repair substrate, designed to work in conjunction with Strange's technique rather than independently. The combination of the ancient countercurse and the engineered delivery mechanism was, Strange said, better than either component alone, which Tony received with the specific satisfaction of a man who has spent his career proving that 2 different frameworks applied together produce something neither could produce separately. The procedure took 40 minutes. Hermione sat in the same room they had used for Harry's extraction, with her right arm extended and the monitoring instruments running and Tony at the delivery mechanism, and Strange performing the countercurse with the focused precision of someone doing something very difficult and very important and trusting completely in his own preparation. Harry sat across from her and held her left hand, which was not a clinical contribution, but which she had not refused when he offered it, which told him what he needed to know about how much the controlled exterior was costing. When Strange finished, the bruised quality under the skin of her arm faded in a period of about 30 seconds. Not dramatically, not like a film effect, just a gradual return of normal tissue color as the necrotic field degradation reversed. She looked at her arm for a long moment. Then she looked at Harry. "It's done," Strange said. He stepped back and the monitoring instruments confirmed it. The necrotic signature was gone, the tissue field emission returning to its baseline. You'll have a resonance mark, a permanent alteration in the field signature at the curse site. It won't affect function. Hermione pushed her sleeve down and then up again, looking at the mark, a faint luminescence in the skin, visible only in low light or when she was casting, the specific blue of a biophotonic field emission caught in scar tissue. She looked at it for a long time. It pulses when I use magic, she said, not complaining, noting. Yes, Strange said. It will for the rest of your life. The tissue has integrated the countercurse's substrate as a permanent feature. He paused. Consider it a record, evidence of something survived. She looked at it for another moment. Then she looked at Harry. He looked back at her and at the mark on her arm and at her face, which was doing the thing it did when she had processed something and arrived at a position on it, and the position was stable. I would have stopped the whole thing. Harry said, if you'd told me in June. I know, she said. That's why I didn't tell you. I know why you didn't tell me, he said, and I understand the calculation, and I want you to know, he stopped. He was looking for the right version of what he wanted to say, which was not a technical formulation, and he was getting better at those, but they were still slower for him than the technical ones. I want you to know that the mission would have waited. Whatever needed to pause, it would have waited. You matter more than the timeline. Hermione looked at him with the wide brown eyes that had spent 40 years equivalent of reading time looking at things and understanding them. You believe that, she said. It was not a question. Yes, he said, I do. It took you a while to believe it. It did, he agreed. Tony helped. She was quiet for a moment, then she said, the mark is actually quite interesting structurally. The field integration is, I want to run some readings on it when there's time. The countercurse has produced a permanent resonance structure that might tell us something useful about how the repair substrate interacts with biological field tissue at the cellular. Hermione, Harry said. She looked at him. Not tonight, he said. Tonight it's just a scar. Tomorrow you can make it a research project. She held his gaze for a moment, then something shifted in her expression. Not a smile exactly, the structural precursor to one, the same thing Strange's face did when he was genuinely interested in something and wasn't going to say so directly. Okay, she said. Tonight it's just a scar. Tony, who had been disassembling the delivery mechanism with his back to them in the way he positioned himself when he wanted people to feel less observed, said without turning around, for what it's worth, both of you. The work you've done this year, the research, the preparation, the thing you did in March when you told us about the curse. He set down a component and picked up another and kept not turning around. That took more than the Gringotts operation. What you did in March took more. I want that on the record. Hermione looked at the back of his head. It's on the record, she said quietly. Good. He picked up the next component. 3 days to the battle. Everybody sleep tonight. That's an instruction, not a suggestion. Strange, who had taken a chair in the corner and was reviewing the procedure notes with Wang, said without looking up. An instruction that applies to you as well, Stark. I'll sleep, Tony said. You'll lie down and think about engineering, Strange said. That is not sleeping. It's restful engineering. It is not restful. Harry looked at Hermione. She looked at him. Something passed between them that was not a plan or a briefing or a field analysis. Something that was simply the recognition of a moment, of these specific people in this specific room on this specific night. 3 days before the thing they had been building toward for 16 years. The recognition of it as real and present and worth noticing before it moved on. He noticed it. He let it be what it was. He did not file it. Outside, London was doing what London does at night, the particular steady murmur of a city that doesn't fully sleep, traffic and light, and the low constant frequency of several million people living their lives in proximity to each other. Ordinary and unaware of the room above them and what had happened in it and what was coming in 3 days. Harry listened to it for a moment through the window. Then he went to find somewhere to sleep, and he slept, and 3 days later the Battle of Hogwarts began. The Warlock Array had been installed over 9 months, in pieces. During school terms and holidays, and every weekend that Harry could arrange access to Hogwarts's foundational ward structure with McGonagall's knowledge and Dumbledore's prior approval. And the specific understanding that what Tony Stark was building into the castle's 900-year-old magical architecture was not a replacement, but an integration, a second system laid over the first, speaking to it in the language the castle already understood, borrowing its charge and shaping its output into something the original builders had not imagined because they had not needed to. McGonagall had agreed to the array's installation after 2 meetings with Tony, and one evening spent reviewing the technical documentation with Hermione translating between Tony's engineering framework and the vocabulary of classical ward theory. Her concerns had been 3. That the array would alter the castle's fundamental magical character, that it would be detectable to external parties during installation, and that it would create a dependency on Muggle technology in a structure whose integrity was purely magical. Tony had addressed all 3 in writing with supporting data and then had said in person, "Professor, I'm not replacing what the castle is. I'm adding a second voice to a chorus that's been singing alone for 9 centuries. The chorus doesn't become something else because there are more voices. It becomes louder." McGonagall had been quiet for a long moment and then had said, "That is a more poetic argument than I expected from you, Mr. Stark," and had given her authorization. The array was, in its completed form, a distributed system. No central node. Tony had learned from every centralized system he had ever built that the central node was the vulnerability, and had designed the array with the specific intention of making it impossible to disable by disabling any single component. 247 sensor nodes integrated into the castle's stone, each one drawing power from the ambient magical field, each one connected to the others through a field entanglement protocol that Tony had spent 3 months refining to work at the density of Hogwarts's magical environment. The sensors fed data to a processing system that Jarvis ran from a distributed architecture Tony had embedded in the castle's ward matrix itself. Not hardware, not software in any conventional sense, but a pattern of encoded instruction sets written in runes into the foundational stone, reading and processing the sensor data in real time. The weapons nodes were 41 stasis field emitters, built into the castle's turrets and parapets, and the foundation arches of the main gate, each one capable of producing a targeted field disruption that would interrupt a human biophotonic emission at a frequency that caused immediate, temporary, non-damaging incapacitation. Non-lethal. Harry had specified this with Tony in the first design meeting and had not moved from it through any subsequent revision. The array was not an execution system. It was a containment and neutralization system, and the distinction was not semantic. Voldemort did not know it existed. This was the thing Tony had been most careful about, not the engineering, not the installation, but the information discipline. The array was known to 7 people: Harry, Hermione, Tony, Strange, McGonagall, Rhodey, and Wung. The Order of the Phoenix did not know. The Ministry did not know. Neville knew it existed in general terms, enough to understand why the battle plan called for him to operate in specific corridors at specific times, but not its full capability. The Death Eater network, which had infiltrated the Order repeatedly over the preceding 2 years, had no thread to pull on because there was no thread that reached beyond the 7. Voldemort was marching on Hogwarts for theater. He had enough power to destroy it conventionally. His assembled forces outnumbered the castle's defenders by a factor that Tony's network mapping put at approximately 3-1. He could have simply attacked. He chose to march because the march was a statement, a declaration of dominance, the final act of a 16-year campaign to be the thing that could not be stopped. He wanted to be seen arriving. He wanted the wizarding world to understand what was about to happen to it. He had no idea that the castle had been watching him for 9 months. That every Death Eater who had passed within range of Hogwarts's expanded sensor field during that time had been catalogued, field signature, identity, financial network connection, known associate mapping. That Tony had spent those 9 months building a database of Voldemort's forces that was more complete than anything the Ministry had ever assembled, and had done it passively, from a castle that Voldemort considered a target and not a vantage point. Harry stood on the battlements at 2 in the morning, the night before the battle, and looked out over the grounds, the dark lake, the forbidden forest, the sky doing its May thing with the last of the spring stars. The array was live in its passive mode. Sensors running, Jarvis processing, the weapons nodes in standby. Beside him, Hermione was running her own final check on the shield configuration she had designed for the outer curtain wall. A series of runic shield emitters Tony had built to her specifications, producing a modified version of her Vishanti-influenced shield geometry that could cover an area instead of a person. Tuned to deflect the specific spell classes the Death Eater network, most commonly deployed based on the combat data Harry had been logging since 5th year. Array reads nominal. Harry said, checking the watch. Curtain shield is holding at 94% capacity, Hermione said. It'll drop under sustained attack. I want to warn you, the sustained attack threshold before we see significant degradation is around 20 minutes of concerted effort from more than 30 simultaneous casters. 20 minutes is enough, Harry said. By 20 minutes, the Phase 1 neutralizations will be complete, if the identification database is accurate. 91% match confidence on 73% of Voldemort's confirmed associate network, Harry said. He had run this number every week for 3 months. The remaining 27% are unknown unknowns, people we don't have a field signature for. The array won't catch them automatically. That's what Phase 2 is for, Hermione said. That's what Phase 2 is for, he agreed. They stood on the battlements in the dark, and the array hummed around them at a frequency below hearing. And the castle held them the way it had held everyone who had ever stood on these stones and looked out at something coming. And Harry thought about 9 centuries of that holding. All the people who had stood here before him, the generations of it, the weight of a place that has seen many things and remained. He thought about Tony, who was in the room of requirement with the array's central monitoring terminal, as close to a central node as the distributed system had, more of a dashboard than a command point, running final diagnostics with Jarvis. He thought about Rhodey, who was in the castle's entrance hall with the Order's combat team, wearing the war machine armor that Tony had brought through the Hogsmeade apparition point at midnight because certain situations, Rhodey had said, required the full kit. He thought about Strange, who was somewhere above them both in the dimensional substrate, maintaining the mirror dimension fold that would contain any operational overflow from the battle's early phases. He thought about Ron and Neville and Luna, who were positioned according to the plan he had given them, who had accepted the plan with the particular trust of people who had been through enough together to know when a plan was good. Hermione, he said. Yes, the mark. On your arm, does it hurt? She looked at him. No, it pulses when I'm doing intensive casting, otherwise nothing. A pause. Why? I wanted to know. He looked out over the grounds. I think I should have asked more often over the years how things felt, not just how they were performing. She was quiet for a moment. You're getting better at it, she said. Not reassurance, assessment stated as fact. You've been getting better at it since the hospital wing in 4th year. Slowly, he said. Most important things are slow, she said. She pulled her robe slightly tighter against the May night air. I should have told you about the curse in June. I've thought about that every day since March. I know, Harry said. I don't think I'll make the same mistake again. I know that too, he looked at her. Neither will I. They stood together for a while longer. Then Harry said, Get some sleep. I'll take the first watch. You should sleep too. I will in 3 hours. He looked at the watch. Jarvis will alert me if anything changes on the perimeter. She went inside. Harry stayed on the battlements and watched the dark grounds and the dark lake and the star-scattered sky. And the array ran its patient monitoring cycle around him, and the castle breathed, and the night passed. Voldemort's forces crossed the Hogsmeade perimeter at 5:47 in the morning, which was earlier than the model had predicted. Tony flagged it immediately from the monitoring terminal, and the battle plan shifted 12 minutes forward without requiring any communication beyond a single alert, pushed to every team member's designated device simultaneously. This was something Tony had spent 6 weeks engineering specifically, the ability to push a single-bit update to the entire team in under 1 second, so that a plan change could propagate faster than anyone could misunderstand it. The forces came across the grounds in a formation that suggested military advice, not the chaotic mob that Voldemort's early campaigns had employed, but a structured advance with a vanguard and flanking elements and a rear guard holding the apparition point open. Someone in the Death Eater network had studied tactics. Harry noted this in his real-time assessment log and adjusted the Phase 1 targeting priority to address the formation's command elements first. The curtain shield took the Vanguard's first volley at 6:02. It held. The array's sensors logged every casting in the volley, spell class, caster field signature, trajectory, impact point, and Jarvis matched 61% of the casters against the identification database in 4 seconds. Phase 1 ready, Jarvis said in Harry's earpiece. 61% identification match. 44 weapons nodes have firing solutions, awaiting authorization. Harry looked at the advancing formation. He thought about the briefing he had given the Order the previous evening, the honest one, where he had told them what the array was, and what it would do and what it would not do, and had watched their faces process the information and had seen in most of them the same thing. Relief that was complicated by the recognition that their world was changing in ways they had not anticipated and could not fully assess yet. He had not apologized for the array. He had said, "This is what we built. This is what it does, and the people it will stop tonight will be alive tomorrow to face whatever justice the wizarding world can manage, which is more than most of them would have offered us." McGonagall, who had been at the back of the briefing room, had said, "Authorized," and that had been the end of the discussion. Jarvis, Harry said now, on the battlements watching the formation cross the grounds. Phase 1, execute! 44 weapons nodes activated simultaneously. The stasis fields projected from the castle's turrets and parapets in a pattern that Jarvis had optimized for simultaneous coverage. No node firing in the arc of another. No redundant coverage, maximum efficiency of the available 41 emitters across the identified targets. The effect was not dramatic in the way that combat magic was dramatic. There was no flash, no explosion. The targeted Death Eaters simply stopped, mid-stride, mid-gesture, mid-incantation. Their biophotonic fields interrupted at the frequency that disrupted voluntary motor function, and they stood in the grounds of Hogwarts in the early morning light in their dark robes like a field of suddenly frozen figures. 60% of Voldemort's advancing force, incapacitated in 4 seconds. The remaining 40% kept coming because they had not been identified, or had been identified at insufficient confidence, or were among the unknown unknowns that the database did not contain. They kept coming, and they were confused, visibly, even at this distance. Confused by the sudden cessation of 60% of the people around them, by the absence of dramatic opposition, by a castle that had responded to their attack by simply removing most of their allies without apparent effort. And confusion in a military formation is not a tactical asset. Harry watched the confusion and thought about Tony's lesson from 5th year. People who only understand power as a thing to be deployed cannot model people who understand it as a thing to be managed. Voldemort had deployed his force expecting resistance in kind, a magical battle, spell against spell, will against will, the kind of confrontation he had been winning for decades. The array was not that kind of resistance. It was management. And the 40% who were still advancing had no category for what had just happened to their formation and were advancing into a situation they did not understand. Phase 2, Harry said into the earpiece. All teams. Phase 2 was the Order of the Phoenix, and it was entirely conventional. and it was exactly as difficult as Harry had told them it would be. The remaining Death Eaters were Voldemort's core, the inner circle, the ones who had never touched Muggle banking networks, the ones who had been with him through both rises and both falls, and whose loyalty was not financial or ideological, but something older and more personal. They were experienced, and they were dangerous. And they were now furious, because what had happened to their formation was wrong in a way that violated their understanding of how power worked, and violated understanding produces rage. And rage in experienced combatants produces recklessness that is both dangerous and exploitable. The Order met them on the grounds and in the corridors and in the entrance hall and on the staircases, and in every space where a castle's layout becomes a tactical asset. Narrow approaches, choke points, lines of sight that the defenders knew and the attackers were learning in real time. Rhodey moved through the outer courtyard in the war machine armor, and the Death Eater's spells broke against the armor's field shielding, and Rhodey did not fire back, because Tony had been very specific about what the armor was for tonight. It was for being something they couldn't hurt, which was different from being something that hurt them, and the difference mattered for what came after. Neville was in the entrance hall at 6:18 when Nagini came through the main doors. Harry saw it on the array's sensor feed, the snake's thermal signature, large and distinctive, moving with the specific urgency of a familiar following a command, sent ahead of Voldemort the way a general sends a runner. Neville saw it from across the hall. He had the sword. The Hat had given it to him that morning, appearing from the sorting ceremony chair where it waited every September, producing the sword from somewhere that was not its interior in the conventional sense, but was whatever the room of requirement was when it was being a hat. Neville had taken it without ceremony, the way he took things that were necessary. The kill was clean and fast, and Harry was not there to see it directly. He was on the outer curtain wall managing the Phase 2 operations, but he felt the Horcrux network's response on his field sense, the absence of the final anchor point hitting him the way all the others had hit him. As a cessation, a closing, the specific quality of a door being shut, 5 external Horcruxes had felt like that. This was the 6th and last, and Harry stood on the curtain wall in the middle of a battle and felt it close and thought, "It is done. The network is collapsed. He is mortal." He pushed the thought through to Jarvis, who transmitted it to Tony in the monitoring room in under 1 second. Tony's response took 2 seconds. "Confirmed on the field data. The 7th harmonic is gone from your readings. His reconstitution capability is at 0. A pause that was not quite steady. "You're clear, Harry. Whenever you're ready." Harry was ready. He had been ready for 3 days. He had been building toward this moment for 17 years, since a night in October 1981 when he was 15 months old, and had reached for a blue light in the rubble of what had been his home. And the light had been there, and someone had crouched down to put it within his reach. He went to find Voldemort. Voldemort was in the Great Hall. He had entered the castle when the Phase 1 neutralizations had cleared his path, not understanding what had cleared it, only that it was clear, and had moved toward the center of the building with the instinct of someone who has always moved toward the center of whatever space he occupies. Because the center is where the meaning is, and he has always understood meaning as something that accretes around his presence. The Great Hall was empty except for him. The students and staff who had been in it had moved to their battle positions when the alert came through. The enchanted ceiling was doing its May dawn thing. Pale light coming through clouds, the first suggestion of morning, the stars gone and the sky not yet fully decided about the day. The long house tables were still in their usual positions, the benches undisturbed, the ordinary furniture of a school morning in a space that had been cleared of people. He stood at the hall's center, and his red eyes moved across the empty room and then settled on Harry in the doorway. Harry looked at him. He ran a field reading on the way to the hall, a habit, constant since first year, and the reading was clean. No secondary harmonics, no anchor network. One field signature. A body, recently acquired, running the biology of the person it had been made from with the specific efficiency of someone who has spent years learning to manage a physical form that is not natively his. Mortal. Completely, irrevocably mortal. Had been for 3 days, though he did not know it. Hermione came through the doorway behind Harry and positioned herself at the left flank. Ron came in on the right. They had not discussed this positioning in the plan. It was not in the plan, but they were here, and Harry looked at them briefly and looked back at Voldemort and said nothing about their presence because their presence was right, and the moment was not for management. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. His voice was the voice Harry had heard in the graveyard, the specific resonance of a human vocal apparatus being used by something that is not quite human in its relationship to human sound. "I had expected you sooner." "I had preparation to complete," Harry said. He walked into the hall, unhurried. He stopped at approximately 12 meters, far enough to speak comfortably, close enough that the watch could read the field data clearly. "I want to tell you something before we proceed. I think you should hear it from me directly." Voldemort's expression shifted, the fractional recalculation, the same one Harry had seen in the graveyard. The input that didn't match the expected sequence. "A speech," he said, not quite contempt, more like curiosity about the form. "An explanation," Harry said. "You've earned one, I think." "For the effort." He reached up and checked the watch, not for the data, just the gesture, the habit of it. "The Horcrux network is gone. All 6 external anchors, eliminated over the past 14 months in the sequence Stephen Strange identified as optimal for avoiding a cascade collapse. The 7th, the fragment in me, was extracted 3 days ago. The procedure took 8 months to design and 93 seconds to execute." He paused. "You have been mortal for exactly 72 hours. Voldemort said nothing. The red eyes were very still. "The locket," Harry continued, in the tone he used for data presentations, "was retrieved from the cave and eliminated on the 14th of September, 1996. The cup was taken from Gringotts on the 3rd of November. The diadem in the room of requirement on the 8th of February. The ring was destroyed by Dumbledore in the summer of 1996, before I knew about the network, but it was part of the sequence regardless. Nagini died in this castle 42 minutes ago. Neville Longbottom killed her with a sword from the Sorting Hat." He watched Voldemort's face through this recitation, and saw what he was looking for, not fear, not yet, but the specific quality of an intelligence confronting a structural reality that its model had not contained. Voldemort had built his immortality on the premise that it was beyond the reach of conventional magical opposition. He had been right about conventional magical opposition. He had not accounted for the intersection of Tony Stark's physics framework and Stephen Strange's dimensional theory and Hermione Granger's artifact registry cross-referencing, and Harry Potter's sensor array, running continuously since first year, building the picture one Sunday report at a time. "You are trying to disturb me," Voldemort said. His voice was controlled, not quite steady in the way it had been when Harry had arrived. "No," Harry said. "I'm giving you accurate information. I find it's usually better to have accurate information than not." He paused. "You're going to attack me in a moment. You've been waiting for a gap in what I'm saying to do it, and I don't have a gap in what I'm saying, and the gap not appearing is making you more certain you need to attack. That's fine. I want you to know before you do that I've already decided how this ends." "Harry," Ron said, very quietly, from the right flank. Not a warning, something else. The tone of someone who has known you long enough to recognize when you are doing the thing you do and wants to mark the moment. Voldemort attacked. The killing curse came fast and clean, and with the full power of someone who has been casting it for 40 years. There was nothing technically wrong with it. No hesitation in the intention or the execution. It was a precise and lethal thing, produced by a genuine and focused will to end what was in front of him, and it crossed the 12 meters between them in a fraction of a second. Harry brought the mirror dimension up. Not the partial fold, the full containment, the complete reflective geometry. the version he had been working toward since his first accidental encounter with it in Camertage's eastern courtyard. The version Strange had set as the combat viable threshold at 10 minutes sustained, and which Harry had reached, by the measurement, on the 22nd of March, and which he had been practicing every day since. He brought it up around the space between himself and Voldemort, not around Voldemort, not around himself, but around the spell in transit, around the gap between them, the area of air that the killing curse was crossing. The mirror dimension caught the curse, reflected it. The reflective geometry of the dimensional fold did what it always did. It turned incoming energy back on the direction it came from, altered by the fold's geometry, returning at the angle the fold's structure determined. The killing curse hit the fold's interior surface and came back. Voldemort had no Horcrux to catch him. The curse landed. His own curse, returned by a piece of dimensional geometry that had no more personal feeling about it than a mirror has about what it reflects. His field emission collapsed. The clean, total collapse of a biophotonic field that has no external anchor to reconstitute from. The final and permanent version of the cessation Harry had been reading on the watch for 17 years in various forms. The body fell in the way that bodies fall when the thing animating them is simply and completely gone, without drama, without the theatrical weight that Voldemort would certainly have preferred. The great hall was very quiet. Harry lowered the mirror dimension fold. He had held it for 31 seconds, which was well within his sustained capacity, and the field exhaustion was minimal, less than the Ministry corridor in 5th year, less than the 4-minute fold in 2nd year that had knocked him unconscious. He had the capacity left over and the steadiness to look at the reading on his watch and confirm what he already knew from the silence in his field sense. No secondary emission, no residual harmonic, no trace of reconstitution potential. It was done. He looked at his watch for a moment longer than the confirmation required. He looked at the data, at the clean field reading where there had been, for 17 years, a secondary presence of one kind or another. Quirrell, the graveyard, the anchor network, the 7th harmonic, and now this. All of it gone. The field reading was clear in a way it had never been in all the time he had been running it. He closed the watch. He looked up. Ron was standing 6 feet to his right with an expression that was several things simultaneously. The way Ron's expressions often were: relief and shock, and something fiercer underneath that Harry recognized as the particular quality of someone who has been through a thing with you, and is looking at you from the other side of it, and is very glad you are both there. Hermione was on the left with her wand lowered, and her breathing even and the mark on her arm pulsing faintly blue in the hall's morning light. A steady rhythm, alive and present and permanent. From outside the hall, through the open doors, came the sounds of the battle resolving, the specific quality of a fight ending, the noise shifting from the sharp exchange of active combat to something lower and more complicated. Voices and movement and the sounds people make when something has stopped and they are beginning to understand what they are on the other side of. The array, Harry said to the watch. Jarvis, full stand down on the weapon's nodes. Passive sensors remain active. Open the perimeter. Standing down, Jarvis said. Sir, all phase targets confirmed incapacitated. No active hostile field signatures within the castle perimeter. Mr. Stark is asking for your status. Tell him it's done, Harry said. Tell him the field is clear. A pause. He says, good, and that you should eat something. Ron made a sound that was almost a laugh. Hermione put her wand away. Harry looked at both of them and felt the morning coming through the hall's high windows. The real morning now, the day deciding to be a day, and thought about all the mornings in this hall, the first one, when he had walked in as an 11-year-old and looked at the ceiling and seen the sky, and had thought about the engineering of a space that made you feel as though there were no ceiling at all. He thought about all the mornings between that one and this one, the accumulated weight of them, the Sunday reports and the Sunday breakfasts, and the particular quality of light in this hall at this hour that he had been measuring against itself for 7 years. Ron, he said. Yeah. Ron said in the tone that meant, "I'm here, I've been here, whatever you need." "Is it over?" Harry asked. He knew it was over. He was asking because some things need to be said aloud to become real, and this was one of those things, and Ron was the person to say it to, because Ron had always been the person who treated things as real rather than as data. "Yeah," Ron said. "It's over." Harry nodded. He looked at the hall for a moment. He looked at Voldemort's body on the floor and thought about the private file in his watch. 2 names, Cedric Diggory and Albus Dumbledore. The list that had been held at 2 through every subsequent operation by the work and the preparation and the things they had built. He thought about the names that were not on the list because they were still alive. Sirius, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, McGonagall, Rhodey, Tony. The 26 students from the distributed curriculum who had made it through the night. Everyone who was not on the list because the preparation had been good enough. The list was still 2. He held that for a moment. He let it be what it was. Then he put the watch away and walked out of the great hall into the corridor where people were beginning to gather. Students and order members and teachers and people he knew and people he didn't. All of them doing what people do at the end of something enormous, which is move toward each other and make sound and be present in the same space in the specific way that means. "We are here, we made it. What do we do now?" Tony arrived at Hogwarts at 8:12 in the morning, coming from the room of requirement through corridors that the castle was slowly returning to their usual configuration. The emergency ward modifications receding, the array shifting into its permanent passive mode. The castle breathing differently now that the thing it had been holding itself ready for was no longer coming. He moved through the corridors with the quality of attention he brought to aftermath, reading damage, assessing structural integrity, running the diagnostics that were his version of checking that a thing had held. He found Harry on the front steps, sitting on the stone in the morning air. Not doing anything, just sitting, which was unusual enough in Harry that Tony stopped in the doorway for a moment and looked at him, at the 17-year-old boy who had been a 15-month-old in a ruined cot in Godric's Hollow, who had held a blue light in his palm and tracked it with the focused attention of someone paying genuine attention to the world. He sat down beside him. The step was cold through his jacket, and the Scottish morning was doing the thing Scottish mornings did, which was be beautiful in a way that was not apologetic about the previous night's events. "Field is clear," Harry said. "I know. I've been watching the sensor feed." Tony looked out over the grounds at the damage that was visible, scorched earth. The outer wall's curtain shield having absorbed enough that the stone behind it would need attention. The specific patterns of a space where a significant magical conflict had occurred and which would take time to fully understand. The array held. The array held, Harry confirmed. Phase 1 caught 61% of the known network. Phase 2 took the rest. Neville and the Hat. Neville and the Hat. A silence that was comfortable in the specific way of silences between people who have been through the same thing and don't need to narrate it to each other. "The file," Tony said. "The list." He had known about the private file since 3rd year, when Jarvis had flagged its existence in the watch's data architecture, and Tony had looked at it and made the decision not to mention it unless Harry chose to. "2 names. 2 names," Harry said. Tony nodded. He didn't say anything about it. There was nothing to say that the 2-name count didn't already say, and Tony had learned, over 17 years, that some things were better honored by silence than by articulation. "Rhodey wants breakfast," he said. "He says he's been in the armor for 3 hours and the suit's internal catering is, and I'm quoting, a protein bar and a thermos of cold coffee, which is an insult to what he just did." Harry almost smiled. "He's not wrong. He's almost never wrong about food." Tony looked at him. "How are you?" Harry considered the question. Genuinely, the way Strange had taught him to be present with a question before answering it, treating it as a real inquiry requiring an accurate response. He thought about the mirror dimension fold, and the 31 seconds, and the clean field reading, and the 2 names, and the morning on the steps of Hogwarts. and all the mornings before this one going back to the first one when everything in his life was rubble, and a blue light had been put within. His reach? I don't know yet, he said. I think I'm going to find out. Tony looked at him for a moment. The answer was right. Harry could tell from the quality of Tony's stillness that he recognized it as right, that it was the honest answer and not the functional one, and the distinction was visible. Tony nodded once and didn't say anything further because it didn't need anything further. They sat on the steps in the morning light for a while. The grounds were busy with people moving, the aftermath of a battle asserting its ordinary urgencies, the injured being helped, the neutralized Death Eaters being organized for ministry collection. McGonagall moving through it all with the specific authority of someone who has decided that the next thing to do is get it organized, and is doing that. Hermione was visible on the far side of the grounds with Madame Pomfrey, running triage with the focused efficiency she brought to every operation. Sirius was standing near the gates with Lupin, alive and intact, talking with the expression of someone who has survived something and is still processing the survival. Ron found Harry on the steps at 8:47. He came around the castle's corner with his hands in his pockets, and his hair doing the thing it always did when he'd been through something physical, which was to become even more architectural than usual, and he looked at Harry and then at Tony and said, "Right. The kitchens are functional. Dobby and the elves have been at it since 6. Neville's already in there. Luna too. They're asking if you're coming." Harry looked at Ron. He looked at Tony, who was already getting to his feet with the manner of someone who has been waiting for a specific cue and has received it. He looked at the grounds and the morning and the living people in it. Hermione crossing toward the castle entrance, raising her hand in a brief acknowledgement when she saw them on the steps, the mark on her arm catching the light as she moved. Neville somewhere in the kitchens with his sword, probably still in his hand, because he had not yet had a moment to put it down. Luna, who had been in the battle because she had decided to be and had explained this to no one, because to Luna explanations were for things that needed them and this didn't. Ron, standing on the steps with his hands in his pockets, waiting in the uncomplicated way Ron waited for things, present and ready and here. Harry stood up. His legs were stiff from the cold stone, and he stretched briefly and felt his own field settle around him. His alone, clean and clear. The 7th harmonic gone and the anchor network gone, and the only thing in his biological field the thing that had always been native to it. The warm internal frequency he had first described at age 5 as like the arc reactor's light, but his completely for the first time. "Yes," he said, "I'm coming." He went down the steps with Ron and Tony followed behind, and Hermione fell into step beside him at the castle entrance, and they went through the corridors of Hogwarts together in the morning light, and the castle moved around them with its 9 centuries of accumulated presence, its stone holding all the weight it had always held, and the array ran its quiet passive monitoring cycle in the background, not watching for threats anymore, just watching the way a place watches when it has become something more than a building and knows it. The kitchen smelled of toast and something hot and good, and Neville was there with the sword leaning against his chair, and Luna was there looking at the ceiling with the expression she wore when she was finding something beautiful that no one else had noticed, and the elves were moving between the tables with the particular dignity of people who take their work seriously and had decided that this morning was a morning that required their best work. Harry sat down. Ron sat across from him. Hermione sat beside him and put her elbows on the table in a way she never did in the Great Hall, and which meant she was genuinely, completely relaxed, the operational overlay down, just here. Tony sat at the end of the table and accepted a cup of something hot from an elf with the specific grace of a man who is tired in a way he doesn't usually let himself be tired, and is letting himself be it now. Neville looked at Harry across the table. He still had a cut above his eye from early in the battle that he had clearly not had a moment to have looked at, and his expression had the quality of someone who has been through a thing and is now in the process of becoming someone who has been through that thing, which is different from being in it. "The hat," he said. "Did you know it would give me the sword?" "I thought it would," Harry said. "I wasn't certain." Neville considered this. "I wasn't certain either," he said, "right up until it did." He looked at the sword leaning against his chair. "It's heavier than it looks." "That's what you told Tony," Harry said. "It's still true," Neville said and reached for the toast. Luna said, without looking down from the ceiling, "The castle is different now, the field is different. Can you feel it?" She looked at Harry. "Can you feel it?" Harry considered. He ran a passive reading on the watch, the array's sensor data, the ambient field, the castle's 900-year accumulated charge. Luna was right. The field was different, not weaker, not changed in any fundamental sense, but altered in the specific way that spaces alter when the thing they have been braced against is no longer coming. Relaxed was not the right word for a building, but it was the closest one available. "Yes," he said. "I can feel it." "Good," Luna said with satisfaction and returned to looking at the ceiling. Rhodey arrived at 9, having removed the war machine armor and replaced it with a Stark Industries jacket and the expression of a man who has had a protein bar and a thermos of cold coffee for 3 hours and is now approaching a kitchen with focused intent. He sat down and looked at the spread of food the elves had produced and looked at Tony and said, "I want it on record that the armor's internal catering is your fault and you should do better." "Noted," Tony said. "Eat something?" "I intend to." Rhodey reached for the nearest plate. He looked at Harry. "You okay?" Harry thought about what Tony had asked him on the steps and the answer he had given and the accuracy of it. "I'm going to find out," he said. Rhodey looked at him for a moment. Then he nodded, the specific nod of someone who recognizes an honest answer and respects it, and said, "Fair enough," and applied himself to breakfast with the thoroughness of a man who has earned it. The kitchen table was full and warm, and the toast was good, and outside the castle, the Scottish morning was being beautiful in its unapologetic way. And the battle was over, and the list was too, and the field was clear, and they were all here. 2 weeks later, Tony Stark stood before the Wizengamot. He had requested the address through Dumbledore's mechanisms. Dumbledore was not there to manage the request, but the mechanisms remained, and McGonagall had used them with the particular efficiency of someone who has been waiting for permission to do something, and has now decided permission is not required. The Wizengamot had accepted the request with the careful political neutrality of a body that had seen the Battle of Hogwarts, and understood that the world it was governing had changed in ways that required the courtesy, at minimum, of listening. Tony stood at the Wizengamot's podium, a carved stone structure that had been addressed by wizards and witches for several centuries, and had never been addressed by anyone like him, and looked out at the assembled members. And behind him, Hermione had her notebook ready and Harry had the full array data on the watch, and both of them were very still. Tony spoke for 40 minutes. He was not, in the delivery of these 40 minutes, polite. He was precise. He covered the Horcrux detection framework, and the timeline of its development, and the specific sequence of eliminations, and the engineering and dimensional theory that had made them possible. He covered the Warlock array, its design, its installation, its performance in the battle, the complete operational data from the 6 hours of the conflict, and he presented it not as a Muggle imposition on a magical institution, but as what it was: an integration, a second framework applied alongside the first, each one doing what it did best, and the combination doing what neither could do alone. He covered the Ministry's denials. He covered the educational decrees. He covered the period between Voldemort's confirmed return and the Battle of Hogwarts, during which the Ministry had actively impeded preparation, while Hermione Granger was carrying a necrotic curse, and Harry Potter was running a classified intelligence operation from a school dormitory, and Tony Stark was building a weapons array into a castle that the Ministry had not protected. He did not raise his voice during any of this. He used the podium's visual projection system, which Jarvis had interfaced with through the watch 15 minutes before the session began, in a modification that the Wizengamot's technical staff had not detected, to display the field data, the timelines, the operational records. He made the record visible and complete and unarguable in the specific way that Tony Stark made things unarguable, which was by ensuring that the argument had nowhere to go. Then he said, "I am not here to ask permission for what was done. It is done. I am here to establish that this body understands what was done and why and how, because the alternative, a wizarding governance structure that does not understand the nature of the threat it just survived and the nature of the response that addressed it, is a structure that will produce the same threat again in 30 years and will be equally unprepared for it." He paused. "I am prepared to discuss a framework for structured cooperation between this body and the institutions and individuals I represent. I am not prepared to pretend that the cooperation is optional, because the alternative to cooperation is a world where the next Voldemort. And there will be a next version of this problem in some form, because human institutions produce this problem reliably, encounters a wizarding world that still thinks the only response is to find its own Harry Potter and wait." The Wizengamot was very quiet. "Miss Granger," Tony said, without turning, "has a proposal." Hermione stood up. She had the notebook, but she didn't need it. She had been drafting the reform proposal since 5th year, in parallel with everything else. The long, slow work of imagining what it would look like to rebuild a system that had been built on the wrong foundations and had kept producing the wrong results. She had 27 pages, organized into 7 sections, with supporting data in 3 appendices. She had also, on Tony's instruction, prepared a 2-page executive summary for people who were going to read the 2 pages and nothing else, because Tony had said, "Give them the summary first, make it so good they ask for the rest, never lead with the appendices." She led with the summary. They asked for the rest. The reform process took 4 years. It was not clean, and it was not fast, and there were moments in it where it seemed more likely to collapse than to continue. And Hermione was in every one of those moments with her notebook and her precision, and the specific quality of her determination that Strange had described 4 years ago as relentless, and which had not diminished. Harry was in most of them with the field data and the communication network, and the occasional presence of Tony Stark, who appeared at key moments with the specific ability to make an argument in a way that left no comfortable alternative to agreeing with it. Neville became the herbology professor at Hogwarts in the 2nd year of the reform process, and was, by all accounts, a very good one, the kind that taught students why the plants worked the way they worked, the mechanism rather than just the practice, which was a pedagogical approach that had never been standard at Hogwarts, and became standard at Hogwarts, beginning with Neville Longbottom, and his conviction that understanding the reason was more important than memorizing the rule. Luna wrote a column in a publication that was not the Quibbler, and was also not the Daily Prophet, but occupied a space between them that she had apparently identified as available and had decided to fill. The column was called Field Notes, and covered, with the specific oblique precision of Luna's perspective, the intersection of the magical and non-magical worlds during the reform period. It was widely read in both worlds, which surprised everyone except Luna, who had expected it. Ron joined the Aura program and was good at it in ways that surprised the people who had not paid attention to him carefully enough to know that he was coming. He was particularly good at the parts of Aura work that required understanding how people thought and what they needed, and when they were lying and when they were scared, which turned out to be most of the parts that mattered. Sirius spent the reform years doing what Sirius had always done, which was everything at once, and doing some of it very well, and some of it badly, and all of it with a quality of aliveness that was the specific joy of someone who has been given time they were not sure they would have, and is using it without reservation. He was, Harry thought, the most alive person he had ever known, in the way that someone is alive when they know what the alternative is. Strange went back to the Sanctum, and the Sorcerer Supreme's ongoing work of managing the dimensional boundary of a planet that was regularly attempted by things that found it interesting. and sent Harry a message every 6 months that was always brief, and always contained at least one thing worth thinking about for longer than it initially seemed. Harry always thought about them for longer than they initially seemed. Tony built things. This was not a change from what Tony had always done. He had been building things since before Harry could remember and would continue to build them for as long as building things was possible, and probably a little after. But the things he built during the reform years were different in character from the things he had built before. They were things that assumed a world more complicated than the one he had started from, things designed for an interface that had not previously existed, things that could speak both languages simultaneously. He was, in the way that people become when they have spent 17 years being changed by something they took responsibility for, different from the person who had crouched in the rubble of Godric's Hollow and talked to a baby about having a bad night. Not unrecognizable. Just fuller. More of whatever he had always been, the hard edges and the brilliance and the restlessness, and more also of what Pepper had been building in him since the beginning in the patient way she built things, without making a project of it. Pepper, for the record, was entirely herself throughout all of it and continued to be, which was the most extraordinary thing about her, and the thing Tony had known since the beginning and kept discovering. Harry and Hermione came back to Malibu the summer after the battle, the way they had come back every summer since they were 11 years old, and the house was the same, the workshop, the lab, the Pacific doing its evening thing with the light, and they were different in the small, specific ways of people who have been through something and are in the process of becoming who they will be on the other side of it. Tony asked Harry, one evening in July, sitting in the workshop with nothing particular in progress, the question he had not asked on the Hogwarts steps, because the Hogwarts steps had been the wrong place and the wrong time, and he had known both of those things. He had been waiting for the right version, and here it was, the workshop in Malibu in July, the Pacific light coming through the big windows, Jarvis running a quiet background process that was not monitoring anything urgently, just present. "Are you okay?" Tony said. Harry considered it. He did what Strange had taught him to do, was present with the question before answering it. Let it settle. Gave it the genuine attention of someone who has been asked something real and is treating it as real. He thought about the months since the battle and the work and the reform process and the Sunday reports that were now different in character, but still present. Still the rhythm of a relationship that had organized itself around the habit of communication. He thought about what it felt like to have a field that was entirely his own. He thought about the list at 2 names. He thought about the kitchen at Hogwarts, and the toast, and Luna looking at the ceiling and Rhodey applying himself to breakfast and Neville with his sword leaning against his chair and Hermione with her elbows on the table and Ron across from him, present and ready and here. He thought about the image in the mirror dimension, years ago in Nepal, himself at 16 or 17, laughing at something, an arm around his shoulders, a presence he hadn't been able to identify. He thought about whether he knew now who that presence was, and found that he didn't need to know, because the image had not been a prophecy or a data point. It had been a possibility, a glimpse of a version of himself that could exist, and the possibility had held open through everything. And he was standing in it now in some form, in the form that the years had actually produced, which was not the same as the image but was real in the way that the present is always more real than any image of it. "I think so," he said. "I think yes." He paused. "I'm still finding out. But I think yes." Tony looked at him. The arc reactor in his chest was doing its low, steady blue thing, the light that Harry had reached for at 15 months old, and that had been the first light he remembered, and that had been there consistently through all of it. "Good," Tony said. And then, because it was July in Malibu and the light was right and the workshop was quiet and some things could be said in these conditions that couldn't be said in others. "I'm glad you're here, both of you, that you're here." He looked at the workbench. "I'm not always good at saying that." "I know," Harry said. "I know you know, I'm saying it anyway." Tony turned back to whatever was on the workbench, something new, something Harry didn't recognize yet, which meant Tony had started a new project and had not explained it, which was standard and would resolve itself in the next few days when he got to the point of the project where another person's input was useful. You should go find Hermione. She's been in the library for 3 hours, and she's probably found something she wants to tell someone about. Harry stood up. He looked at Tony, at the arc reactor's blue light, at the bent head over the new project, at the workshop that had been his first real home, and that smelled the same as it always had. A specific combination of metal and solder and the particular quality of air in a room where a great deal of work is consistently done. He looked at all of it and let himself look, the way Strange had taught him without modeling it, just seeing. "Thank you," he said, "for everything, all of it." Tony's hands didn't stop moving. He didn't look up. "Don't mention it," he said, which meant, "I hear you, I receive it, it doesn't need more than that between us." Harry went to find Hermione. She was in the library, as advertised, with 3 books open and a 4th in her hand, and the expression that meant she had found something she wanted to tell someone about and was composing how to explain it. He sat down across from her and she looked up and said, "You're not going to believe what the 1943 edition of." And he said, "Tell me." And she told him. And outside the Pacific was being the Pacific, enormous and indifferent and beautiful. And the Malibu evening came through the windows in its unhurried way, and the house held them the way houses hold the people who have been in them long enough to become part of what they are. The field was clear. The list was too. The work was not finished. It was never going to be finished. There was always more work. The reform process and the framework and the next problem and the one after that. But the thing they had been building toward was done, and they were here on the other side of it, and here was enough. Here, for now, was everything. Thanks for watching, guys. Hope you all enjoyed this video. If you do, please leave a like, share, and subscribe. Until then, goodbye.